3 seconds in. Hello, everybody. Dean Whiteley. Probably going to go long today. Maybe. Maybe I'll get tired. And then we'll go short today. I'm short your live stream. Like that. Never know. Oh boy. Let me put the log up on the screen. So far, nobody in the Discord. Because I'm 21 minutes past schedule and I have to wait for some lag. No one in the chat yet. I'm flying the solos. So I'll do the log myself. Oh, wait. I do that every time. Hope everybody that is capable of listening to this is not digging themselves out of snow and ice. Hey, Bill Hughes. Greetings, sir. I hope you are not digging yourself out of ice or calling your insurance company about icy crashed motor vehicles or slip and fall in the driveway that you shouldn't have been walking in and all that. And everybody out on my left coast, families and friends, California style. Hope you are all okay. Bill said, no, we are good. Great. And we're going to say, because we're good, everybody's good. A whole bunch of smarmy castic. All kinds of stuff in the description below. Me and Billy O down by the schoolyard. A play on, me and Julio. That's another. Do you believe in Destiny Tale? I'm pretty sure I've told Bill, but whatever. I haven't told you, Internet. Maybe I'll save it for later. About me and real world, my friend named Julio, and a very loud and proud, not so proud moment in his life in the protection racket, meaning bodyguarding. Oh boy, fire and ice. Benedar, she's so fine. We hope everyone is okay in the extreme weathers. Then at R. Fire and ice is in the description. What can one say when you wake up and there's icicles on your tree and your homeland is on fire? Somebody call Homeland Security. Watching a documentary. The chat said, Mr. Bill, watching a documentary on Wyatt Earp. And I slipped into a dream. Because you say Wyatt Earp, and I've seen all the movies. I've read all the books. The one thing that doesn't get enough discussion, although I did discuss it, it's in a question mark. Shall we do some disastrous movies? Disaster movies? I'm your Uncle Barry. That came from the chat. Say when. Dang. The stress was too much. He couldn't bear it. He couldn't bear it. Well, what'd he do? 20 Mike? Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. Flaming and blaming. Goofy. The title. Oh, I gotta check on it. Check the tech. Go tech check. Uh-oh, we got new emojicons. This one doesn't give a mouse over. What's up with you, YouTube? Meet the comic collecting community. And then meet the comic collecting community. YouTube and Google put secret messages up there. I remember the first time they ever put a rainbow up there, and I made noise about it and got a lot of hate clickies and comments because I was like, cool. I took a screenshot of it and put cool on my Facebook. F you, Mark Zuckerberg. I knew you'd take the be coward's way out. I'll get back to that too. Cool. But they put a little rainbow. They had a Pride Day at YouTube a long time ago. I live in a how dare you be tolerant of the abominations state. I'm used to it. I lived with more of them in Khalifa, more tightly condensed together and louder and prouder about the hate that we all hate each other. Netflix, not a sponsor, but you sure could be. Documentary? Not with you, I will never say with you. I think I talked about that on a stream pass, that one day we'll get you up on the Discord, Bill. You got to have a headset and a microphone. And you can tell your tale. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Bill. I practiced and told my mind and pre-visualized. Don't dare point that thing in the direction of Bill. And not instincts. Not reflexes. Might be reflexes, because that is some serious conditioning. Practice how you play. Train how you work. Like that. And we were supposed to be LARPing securities in the real world. That's live something. I don't remember what. What is LARPing? Uh, Live action role playing. Does anyone besides me remember Once Upon a Time in Internet America, the original LARPing viral videos? The guy running around saying, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. I loved it. Thanks, sir. I got it. Unfortunately, there's always the lag. That's another reason to get on the Discord. You get to live in real time, not in the past or the future. I don't know what's going on. I don't understand tech stuff. It's a line from the Terminator about time travel. Oh, 8:30. We got into LARP equals live action role play. And they were just testing us. I guess we passed and we failed because me and Bill both got a certificate. But me and Bill sure got tired of that suck it up buttercup BS. I'm your Huckleberry. Oh, let's look it up. I can't think of her name. The China Beach woman. I was going to put in my description some lyrics and a link to a song and say, you know what? I'm deleting the checklist and we're going to do this whole show about something else because I don't feel like swimming in the deep end today. I feel smarmy. And besides, Pat Benatar, I slipped into an objectification dream. What was I looking for? Toomba Stony on the IMDb. Welcome to 1993. And then her name came to me right before I clicked. Dana. Dana. China Beach. Isn't that her name? Am I wrong? Look at all these dudes. They put the dudes before the chicks. This is so patriarchal, misogynistic. Sorry, I choke coughed. I was supposed to be careful. Don't push the buttons. Yeah, Dana Delaney. Yowza. Hubba, hubba, hubba. And, oh man, when she delivers that line, talking about a tall, handsome, tall drink of water, and she says, I want one. I want 1 million of you saying that, Dana Delaney. Oh, wait. I do actually. I don't own it. It was lent to me by my women's son. Tombstone Special Super Deluxe Magical Edition. I could watch it. I don't. I got the whole thing memorized frame by frame. Every frame of pause. EFAPs. Hey, Mal. I need work. I would love to do online work for streamery. Dana Delaney, you pretend you're Elvira, and I'll be your breather. Elvira, Cassandra Peterson. I used to sit down there and rub my elbow on your lower leg next to your desk at KROQ, K-Rock. Fly low and avoid the radar. You told me to stop that fake breathering garbage because it's a very small office building. I probably burnt to the ground right now on Raymond Avenue, I believe. I better look it up. We're going to talk about California fires today. I'm going to be so sad. Technically northern Pasadena, but I saw a lot of bad stuff. It's at the edge. It's been to the edge of Altadena. There it stood and looked down. Even when it's a dumb show, I can mute it and love me some Dana Delaney. Hey, baby. Y'all better tell what I was going to. Plan B. Plan boob. Oh, let's do. I don't know the title of it. I better ask Google. Song lyrics. That we can't say on stream. I probably shouldn't be typing it on stream. Oh, that's what it's called. Frank Zappa. I should have remembered that. His son, he's quite the musician in his own right. Oh, hold the line, please. I'm answering the PMs and DMs, and it's a text. I don't PM and DM. Only if you want to. One of those Van Halen songs, Dimebag David Lee Roth says, you go ahead and do what you want to. Anyway, I was going to change everything. Uh-oh, somebody came on. Oh, George. Chesties and beer, chesties and beer, chesties and beer. I don't know how we're supposed to say that anymore. Somebody cancel culture Frank Zappa. Frank Zappa's son, I don't remember the name, became the guitar hero of my cousin. I think. I think I got it right.
Ziggy Kids Bean.
Your audio is quiet and popping in and out. My audio might be loud. Let me know if my audio is too loud because I added 1 dB in something yesterday.
I said, isn't one of his kids named Ziggy and the other's named Moonbeam?
Moon Unit, I think.
Moon Unit. Moon Unit, Moonbeam,
Let's talk
Moon
about
something.
Zappas.
Swear I think it's Ziggy Zap.
TTs, they're golf things, little things you put your golf ball on. And brewskis. Look it up yourself. Yep, I was going to go full tilt boogie. Let's talk about nothing. Total shallow. Daggone jumped the shark and landed in a boat and cruise around getting a tan, staring at the girls in their bikinis. Hey, baby, I'm the shark. Boat shark. You can find it. All right.
Dweezil.
Dweezil, that's him. Thank you. Good research. Was Dweezil a high-speed guitar player?
Guessing
Dweezil,
kids
Zap,
named
American
Moonbeam and
guitarist.
Oh, and he has Amit and Diva.
Fest. I don't know about the rest of them. I don't care. Wow. Dweezil. He's a little over a month older than me. You're old, dude. Dweezil Zappa. Fast
Well,
guitar.
it shows Dweezil Zappa playing a guitar.
Yeah, the videos. Somewhere in it talks about notes per minute. That was really important to the technologists, the technical difficulty guitar players. Doesn't have to sound good. How fast can you go? And that Dweezil, he actually could make it sound okay. And like right up there pushing it the world record of super fast guitar players. And when my little cousin was still trying to figure out guitar stuff because he couldn't read music either. And tab was not as big as it became circa, I don't know, 1990 through maybe 92 at the latest. Might have been 89. Whenever everybody was talking about so many gazillions, trillions, no. Somewhere around 200 to 300 notes per minute. Let's ask the Google bar. Notes per minute. Is he fast? I think he's fast. Guitar World 2020. Quick tricks to enhance your playing. It would be in the Guitar World print magazines from 30 years ago. I don't know. You guys can all go look it up yourself. And who'd you say the other
Moon
one was?
Unit is an actual.
Moon Unit Zappa, American actress and singer. And I don't know why. Maybe my internet's bad. The Google images are not doing anybody any justice right now on my screen. It's just me. Because it is artifacting and then pixelating and high order compressing, decompressing. It looks ugly. And she is not the ugly, she's quite the lovely. But because she has a certain darkness of skin, just a little bit, back around the love child realm of Los Angeles, California, where everybody hates each other and lies about it. We're so good here. We're so perfect. And then they light each other on fire and eat each other medium rare. They would say, of course, she must be a wood pile or something like that. Ugly, ugly Southern sayings that Southern California is southern. Hello. I was like, so what? What? I don't care. Why does that matter to anybody? And it doesn't matter enough to me to go look it up. You guys go look up. It was just like, everybody back before we had an internet, you just had to stand around on the street corner or hang out at the food court in the mall and talk about it. Why somebody is lesser than you, especially the daughter of a famous musician who was doing all right by herself in her little going to college or having a career or something. Can't just say, yeah, I'm jealous of that too. Wish I'd have been born there. But then you never know. You never know all the secrets. And besides, tatas and beer, tatas and beer. Moon unit. So, and she's also one of the first ones to have one of those crazy names that everybody had to go to. Didn't Gwyneth Paltrow name her child Apple?
Probably.
Which is still
Well,
kind of funny
you
because
could,
I still remember from Forrest Gump where he said he bought shares in a fruit company and got rich.
yes.
Way from Zappas. TTs and brewskis. Hello. I really wanted badly to grab all the videos of Pat Benatar's first record, including I Will Never Listen To, I Have No Use For, Hit Me With Your Best Shot. It's holy smokes. If that's all you ever got out of Pat Benatar, you suck in the wrong way. Everything she does, does, ever will do is perfect. And she is fine, man. And she's tiny. True story. But I had to combat myself and not screen grab the little black outfit from all the videos of all the songs because they all come from one concert in 82 or 83. I don't remember. And it's kind of cold in there, I think. And I noticed, I thought, if I'm going to go into the dumpster this stream, then instead of being nice to Pat Benatar like I tried to do with many red hearts, I forgot to check when you weren't here and I got distracted and Bill said, Dana Delaney. No, he said Wyatt Earpery, which meant tombstone, which means Dana Delaney. I want one. Go to view your channel. Please to view your channel. Go look it up in your own Google bar. It was a little cold when she took that picture too. She was one of them bra burners through the 60s and 70s, I guess. Probably in the 60s. She wasn't old enough to wear a brassiere. I mean, she wasn't born yet. How could she be 27 years old now if she was anything back in the 80s? Doesn't make sense. Women in their ages.
That's because Pat Benatar was born in 1953.
Benatar is fun. And no matter how much her thermometers distract me, I'm not worthy. I would just grovel at her feet. Milady, milady, I don't have impure thoughts about you. Please sing. I would much rather set my ear on your chest and listen to you sing, but I'll set it on your back. Please? Well, I don't care. I can just play the record. I can listen to the YouTubes. Don't anybody call the private protector services on me. They'll laugh. I say, "Oh, you too." Find out. Ask the Google bar. After all these decades of impossibility, she
So how do you
cannot
feel about
be
Debbie
more
Harris?
than, and she is forever
Debbie
young.
Harris.
I'm sorry, what?
Well, how do you feel about Debbie Harris?
Debbie Harry? She
No,
Harry.
Debbie Harris.
I don't know who Harris
Blondie.
is. That's Debbie Harry.
I thought it was Harris. Okay.
Pat Benatar. Uh, call her. I don't care about the rest of that. After all these gazillion, trillion, billion, all the years, I want to know how tall is it? 5 feet 0 inches. That's below average. Hmm, maybe it is Debbie Harry Blondie. Thought it was spelled different. Deborah Harry. Harry. I thought it was spelled IS on the end like you did. Live and learn. I don't know about all the music. It's man, she's crossover. Wow, I didn't know she was that old. 45. I mean that young. 29. Ow. 29 years. Very young. Forever young because we got lots of videos and pictures and the movie Long Live the New Flesh, who my wife was talking about the other day. That's a tough movie, but I love it, love it, love it. And I can't remember the name. Debbie Harry, James Woods, there. Yep, there it was. Videodrome, 1983. Everybody go see it, buy it, rent it, free
Well,
it.
Debbie and Pat both look better than Madonna at the same age.
Madonna.
I'm just
She
saying
she has
because they
imagery
haven't done all.
problems.
Yes, because only the bet Pat Debbie's had a lot of plastic surgery done. You can only have so much plastic surgery, then you start looking like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Is it one word or two? One word. I think the D was capital. It appears not to be now. We'll just call it Videodrome. And we'll go look it up at the IMDb. I should put a note in there that objectifying the women folk led to. I don't know. I
They
don't
do it
know.
too.
Of course they
You
do.
know they do it to men too.
And with other women, whatever they're attracted to.
Right. I mean, saying someone looks pretty or looks this way to me and it is.
And whether or not it makes me wrong because they were back then, and that's whatever. I don't care. I'm being very rude. For
You're saying
all you
attractive.
Karma, California chameleons. It ain't my damn town that's on fire. What'd you do? Did you mask too much hate as love and DEIs? Oh my gosh, Videodrome. It's a very good story. It's a mind effer. Like that. but I don't know, because I was in the music biz and all that other stuff. Debbie Harry Deborah, beautiful goddess, statuesque, great musician, singer, performer, kind of cool person. Met her a couple times, real world. Not like hanging
Well,
out or whatever, and in the big crowds backstage somewhere. Oh yeah, her too. And I did when I got to meet Pat Benatar backstage at the US Festival. Tried to profess my undying love to her, and the big giant bodyguard guys were like, "Get the F away, kid. You want to get hurt?" Yes.
well, I did not attempt to profess my dying love, but I did run into Kiss's bodyguards. 1970, I think it was 78 New Year's Eve concert. I should say after their concert, because it wound up Kiss was staying in the same hotel we were in Greensboro. Riding up
Oh,
and down the elevator because Kiss took up an entire. They literally got an entire floor of the hotel. I and some others decided to go swimming after New Year's Eve after midnight. They wanted to make fun. Screw you too.
but I like
You
a
wish
lot
we.
of, yeah, I like a lot of
You wish.
Blonde music. I am sure that I've seen her name spelled Harris, and was ordered and demanded that it was French, and it's Harry and the S is silent, that kind of thing. I'm not misremembering. I
Probably
bet
not.
that's hidden now. Let's ask it this way. Betty, Beddie. Yeah, baby. I'm mimicking what's the Myers guys movies that everybody loves with the mini me. Austin Powers. I'm being that kind of Austin Powers satirical, goofy, not socially acceptable today. That's how that rolls. Debbie hair is blondie. See, it has it. The first result at Google for Debbie Harris BL is Debbie Harris Blondie, including results for. Let's search only for. Yeah, all Facebook, Debbie Harris, lead vocalist of Blondie. Oh no, that's Bootleg Blondie, a cover band. Uh, there's Blondie tribute bands. Somehow, the Wikipedia says that the word Harris is not missing. But oh well, I guess it's lost to the lore of history. Cool. Huh. And me and George are just wrong. That's how that goes. Thanks, Google Bar. We made it up. We're testing you. Put your thumb down and put a comment down there that you guys made that up trying to trick us. And like, subscribe, bell thing. Click the donate link. Give us $1 million. Just saying. Oh, finally back to. Well, I just logged in and I was going to do something and then my mind raced. Only with itself. Well, that's good. When I checked a few hours ago, part one of question mark the declaration video upload yesterday had 0 views. Now it has had 7. Um, we are live. We have one watching. At 2. A few minutes in. Oh, 3. No, not the clock. Not the old clock. 35. Uh-oh. Back to the beginning. Stuff on the YouTube main screen. There it is. I left it wherever I logged in. Live updates. California wildfire spread. More evacuations issued. More.
So there was one funny
What's that?
comment slash political comment by someone whose house has Mel get.
All that just got chewed up. I heard Mel.
Well, Mel says Newsom need to spend less on hair gel.
Yeah, it's still
More
popping
on
in and out, but yeah, I saw it and I showed it to my woman's, and we both laughed and laughed and laughed. Mel Gibson. Sorry, repeating. Anybody that heard him, it might be my audio again. Never know. Mel Gibson told Gavin Newsom, or said to the world, that Gavin Newsom needs to spend less on hair gel and more on state preparedness. Paraphrased. The Palisades fire reaches Brentwood. Uh-oh. Don't. Out of that renter class into the super class. Oh, I saw SADS. And I don't have a link. And updates and catches up and discussing the fires was on the thing. Oh, I saw Jennifer Garner. Electra. 13 going on 30. I don't remember what else. She's been in a bunch of stuff. I saw Jennifer Garner on news talking about good friend KI aid in the fire. So sad for you, Jennifer Garner. So sad for your friend and their families, and I don't know who it was, and I don't care.
I just can't believe the mayor cut the firefighters' budget by $17 million.
And it's on the list. That's a disinformation skew, slight, whatever. We'll talk about that later. That's that deep end seriousness. Whatever. You know what the mayor did? Fired. Them all. We're going to be silly.
then
Let's
they
be all the way silly. The mayor told them, if you go put those fires out, I'll burn your house down. So all the firefighters just stayed at the fire stations. That's how that goes.
Do you blame them?
California lawmaker, : This is from Fox News. Saying, now is not the time for infighting over wildfires. Hashtag too soon? Fox News. Are you sellouts? See, so everybody sits around saying goofiness like they're the propaganda wing and the mouthpieces to not just whatever. They don't repeat what Donald Trump says. They tear up and lie and exaggerate what Donald Trump says. Well, no, they don't. Sellouts, cave-ins, gave up. I don't know what a Dead Silence 2007 horror movie is. Have you seen it, George?
No.
I'm not looking it up. It is recommended for me. Or I'm not. This is, the algorithm. Put there. Altadena, 1 hour ago. I should probably check it out on another screen. I'm very interested. Go listen to my previous streams. I did my growing up there, born in Pasadena. First, from I don't remember how old because too young to remember until approximately almost 8 years old. Right there. And then when I was 10 or 11-ish, we moved back for almost a year. And then a friend of mine who I had lived next door to for growing up years, when I was about 14, me and him rehooked back up. Wow. I just came back through somebody's loop back. Extremely loud. Now my ears hurt.
Sorry. John, hear me better.
No, it's still popping and crackling. I don't mean crackling. It's like that. Toodaloo. Boodly, biddaloo. Boodly, biddaloo. Wow, that's loud. Last night on Destiny, why did Donald Trump admit this? I don't know. What did he admit?
Any better?
Yeah, at least that whole sentence came through. It's still very quiet. But again, that could be me. I would need a third party to holla. How is our audio to a innocent third person? But I had extreme. This is growing worse, George. We've made it through 37, I think. What number are we on?
Yep.
Number 37. We made it through 37. Something's going on. It's either the cable or the guts inside the microphone or something. It took about 5 times plugging this thing in and out and unplugging at both ends and doing hokey pokeys and turning myself about to get the little red light to come on the microphone today.
Huh.
Holding my teeth just right. Fire marshal on whether arson suspected in Los Angeles fires. Sure. Can we rule anything out right now? Don't be stupid. I just told humans not to be human. Uh-oh. Underage girls in their gymnastics outfit. Get off my screen. Why do you look Asian? Somebody asked somebody. Oh, it says from La Carencita. I kind of like the name of that channel. Good one, good one. Why do some Mexicans look Asian? I don't know. Somebody bookmark it. There it is. If I remember one day, Carencita. I can remember Carencita. That'll stick. Good one. Good name.
I think they're pushing back towards that closed theory.
I didn't hear you. What?
I said I think they're pushing back towards that closed theory that we discussed in an earlier stream.
Oh no. We'll have to debunk our debunking. Huh. Maybe just so you'd ask and everybody will hate each other over their answers. Mysterious ways. Sean Sorrentino pointing his G word way up over the things. Please, Sean, stop. Please. I refuse to watch any more of your videos and smarmy stuff, Sean, until you send me in writing that I realize the error of my ways and I don't do that garbage anymore. death-defying. One day that thing's going to go off in your face, Sean. And you're going to be horribly pitted and scarred and hurt. And I'm going to say, I told you so. And the round is going to fly out into the world and hurt a child. Because you are too good for safety. We nuked space. Oh, okay. Breaking news. Kevin Kiley, whoever that is, accuses Gavin Newsom of lying about Forrest Gump. What? I'm sure it says forest fires. It's a city fire. It may have started the other way, but it seems goofy when you guys sit there putting video up like this and saying it's a forest fire. A forest of homes? Okay. I'm not the only one that calls it the concrete jungle. I didn't make that up. All the symbols. Can't show those. Sweet Anita. 4 years ago. I've seen that one. Tourette's versus a parrot. Sweet Anita highlights at the Sweet Anita channel. Everybody go look at it. Palisades fire continues to burn toward homes near Mandeville Canyon. Okay. There's the Frontline PBS I mentioned, and I've seen it all the way through. I don't know why it doesn't have my little red bar on there.
They want you to watch it again.
I always try to log in and watch certain things that I'll say, man, if I ever reference this again, how am I going to find it? YouTube's history. Thank you, YouTube, for not cancel culturing my history. And I need to go back in and clean up my own history, but see, why is this here again? This is how smart those reader bots and listener bots are. Because I don't know when, a month ago, some time ago, you remember, George, when we talked about the bad cops in Katrina?
No.
Oh, well, we did. I might have been on my own at the moment, but I don't know. Yeah, I've talked about it on live streamering. So here it is. Here it is reminding me again. Oh, you mentioned that. And we're going to pretend you haven't watched this one, Dean. Go watch it. Thanks, YouTube. I shall. Chess player won't stop trash talking, so I destroy him. Because you are a woman. You are a powerful woman. At least that's how I identify you and objectify you. Of course you win. Mary Sue. How dare you belittle and hurt that poor weak man who he was just trying to do all of us dumb hairy backs can do and be a little smarty pants to you because we all feel so inferior. We weren't born to perfect women's like you or converted. Disgusting. Okay, whoever you are, conservative twins. You get this because your headline reads right. Disgusting California wildfire looters posted on Twitter and TikTok. Question mark, exclamation point. I'm sorry, I said them in reverse. Yes, disgusting. I saw the sheriff, himself, the elected top guy, say in his news conference that they had already arrested 20 looters. And then the DA guy got out there and he does not look so sheriff, law enforcement heroic. He looks like a nerd. Maybe they need a law nerd. I don't know. And said all them strongest word possibles. He really did use the phrase. He said the thing. Strongest words possible in full extent of the law. Well, rumor has it that there ain't much law in California. Meaning, it's just stuff. The fire was gonna eat it anyway. Oh my god. Of course we didn't put them in jail. They have needs. If a TV grew on a TV tree and some poor TV starving person needed it, you mean you would hurt them for TV? Yes. Because everybody we know that has that attitude lives in a gated community in a secret squirrel environment protected by men with G words. You're what allows you to be so naive. Shall we go? Where shall we go? I saw Jennifer Garner. I haven't seen any follow up on. Did anyone give money with who's the Halloween girl? Curtis? Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee pledged to donate 1 million. Oh, I didn't know her husband was Christopher Guest. Awesome Sawsome. That's the guy from all the shows and movies. And this is Spinal Tap. This will lead to this. This is Spinal Tap, 1984, Christopher Guest. Stonehenge, where the demons dwell, and they do live well. I love This is Spinal Tap. Smell the glove. Billionaires and celebrities pledge to aid Los Angeles fire victims. Here's who donated so far from Forbes. So yes, other people have signed up. Good job. That was just came out today. Oh no. Today's 0111. I just realized. Yes. Others have donated with or as well as Jamie Lee Curtis. So everybody figure out who your star is that you don't hate because of their politics and go buy their movies and all that other stuff and give to the Red Cross or do whatever. Help support those that are helpful and need help. Yeah, like that. That sound good, George?
If you got it, donate it.
And if you need something in return, then remember you can go buy, rent, borrow some Jamie Lee Curtis and go look at the Forbes article and figure out if there's a star you like better and you'd rather make them richer. Go ahead. Because you'll get your little song or digital rights managements or downloadable whatever's or your Blu-ray or DVD or whatever it is in the mail. So you can set it on your shelf behind you on a gold-plated fake plastic. It's not even gold-plated. It's just gold color painted plastic award stand and call it your trophy for how much charitable and good you are. Good job. I agree. You are. That was something I was going to do. Going to look at. Then my mind fell off. Not because of Jamie Lee Curtis.
That's a
Because
good
of the
reason.
because of the other one in Halloween who went on to be in the only movie entitled Rock and Roll High School from the Ramones. PJ Souls. Oh my gosh. PJ Souls. My shirt goes pitter pat. California Southern SoCal. We used to call it other things. But everywhere I look these days, I see SoCal. That reminds me. Remind me later if you want to, George. We have to update our terminology on how we mocker the left for their nicknames of Donald Trump. They have a new one.
Why not? Why doesn't it surprise me?
More schools. Here we go. School number 1. What does this have to do with anything? SoCal school number uno. Trump is now orange, and you have to spell it in all caps. Trump is now orange idiot. We're not allowed to call him orange man bad anymore. And I don't call him either one. That's the joke when I say something like orange man bad. I'm very much picking on all of you anti-Trumpers. Trump H8ers. Because he still gets free rent in your headspace. And no matter what you call him. But yeah, I got corrected the other day. I said, orange man bad. Huh, boomer. They didn't call me that. But that's what it amounted to. Old people. You're so far behind. It's all caps orange idiot now. I got you. Edified. Thanks for the school.
Well, if they're advanced, I'd just soon be behind.
Yeah, I'll just call him. That's
How about Mr. President?
Dean's. Watch, wait, hang on, George. I'm working on it. That's Dean's Native American language translation of your president. Exclamation point. There we go. Anybody that I just incurred the wrath of, go listen to all my other stuff. I hate him and the idea of him. But the reality is he is him, and the idea of him makes him him. And I'm very accepting of it. If he'd give me a job, I'd go to work for his. He's a rich guy. I'm a not rich guy. I'm a hoe.
Just not cheap, right?
Uh, I'm broke, George. Yep, I'm a cheap hoe. Yeah, you don't want me to go work for Donald Trump, left liberals, any anti-Trumpers? You better offer me more than minimum wage, because if he told me I will give you 30 hours a week at minimum wage, I would all hail the Trump. He's perfect in every way. I know my status and station in life. I'm very content with it. It is what it is. And I'm apologizing, T minus, where are we at? T minus 9 and counting. Again, Mr. President. And one day, he'll get to claim 2 times future, 2 times former president of the Juicer. First SoCal checklist school. Here we go. I'm ready. Under pressure. Wherefore art thou? Go look in the description. Wherefore art thou water? Oh. That was the best I could do, trying to be funny about Shakespeare. Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou? I don't know. I'm just going to leave. I need to find something pretty to put on the screen. Oh, Pat Benatar. My skirty girl. Oh, the horse. But that dude behind the horse is so ugly. We'll just leave it there for a minute. Yip yapping. Under Pressure. Link in the description. I don't know if that version includes or excludes. See what I did there? Wink, wink. David Bowie. It's a Queen song. I have said before, and I am going to say again, that I like wordplay. When the weight of the world is upon your shoulders and blah, 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 all the other things that us humans say, and especially in America, of why we might just pop or go see Rocky Horror Picture Show. I can't mimic the accent. The professor says he might just snip, but he meant snap. It's very cool. Because we feel under pressure. The weight of something is upon us. It's pressing upon us. The other thing about pressure is that what makes fire hoses squirt water and make fire hydrants have water squirt out of them. One of the things,
It's not water fairies?
not even in Hollyweird or West Hollyweird, you people from there, you know what I just said. Everybody from there that was offended by what I just said. Not what George said. He didn't say anything offensive. I did. My deepest, sincerest, heartfelt apologies. I'm being very smarmy and goofy today. For all those of you that don't know, let's look it up. West Hollywood. Huh. That's just capital. Block. Yes, West Hollywood, California is known as the gay capital of Los Angeles.
Well, that
Okay,
was the wrong kind of fairy. I meant the little ones with wings.
I know what you meant. But see, I had to explain it because you're not from there. You didn't know. No, it is not of Los Angeles. It is of the earth. It's more gay than Gay Perry. No one from there right now is mad at me. They're like, you go, girl. West Hollywood, holla. I parked my bum between two giant speakers under the edge of a bar at Peanuts in the 1980s. It was a very famous gay and trans bar. And because of a friend of mine insisted we must go because that friend of mine was very LGBTQ plus IA plus 2S before they had to have letters and pluses and numbers when they could just be gay. So I went and I found myself a hole and protected my homophobic back end. And they all giggled and laughed and said, sweetie, sweetie. And we could walk up there and pull our skirts up and put a schlong in your face. And I was like, I'll bite it off. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't have really. They hadn't invented the dental dam yet. I mean, the oral prophylactic. And I wasn't smart enough to have thought of put at least 10 layers of trash bags. But I still am phobic. I don't want anybody touching me. But I can't grow up and grow out of it. But whatever. Holla. West Hollywood, I hope you're not flaming. I'm so full of crap. Pressures, under pressure. the thing that causes, and I saw one guy try to explain it to the news people, and they were like, pshaw, and walked away. The water tower, should we do the whole paint thing? No, I'll just put it up on. We'll do ASCII art. For those of you that don't know, ASCII is the characters that you look at on all computer screens. It's all kinds of fancy new modern acronyms. Soon to be erased ASCII art. Go look it up yourself. ASC Roman numeral 2. I don't even remember what the acronym stands for anymore. I don't care. Let's say, because I'm not going to spell out what all this stuff is. I'm doing text painting. Let's say capital O is the water tower. And then you have a small letter, the dashes or hyphens are the pipe. And then you have a H1, small letter H. That's fire hydrant. Number 1. You want me to put a FH in there? 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you have H2. G2. Here's how this works. Capital O is water tower. Then there's a piece of pipe that goes to H1. And then there's another piece of pipe that goes to H2. When all the world above, the world is blank below, our ASCII art. When all of Earth above H1, H2, and the water tower are on fire, everybody goes and hooks up what hose to H1 and H2. When they pump the water out at H1, there is no water pressure at H2. That's how water works. It is called under pressure, under dash pressure, or low. There is low or no pressure. There may be water in the pipe. But until they turn down their volume, both meanings, till they tighten up their faucet and stop using so much of the pressure at 1, 2 is never going to get some. When the fire is in the foothills up above the pipes, it doesn't matter how high above H1 and H2 water tower is. The gravity flow is meaningless if you take the hose up above a certain elevation. That's how water works. It's because of gravity. So every one of those water towers is well backed up with a powerful, ready? Pump. You can pump water uphill. But what if the electrical station and wires are up here? Trump's got them in my ASCII art. Magnificent explanation of water and water pressure. Trump is the power. See what I did there, George? I'm gonna get myself fired from everybody left of MAGA. I apologize. I love you. I hate Trump. Give me a job. Unless he comes first. First come, first serve. Trump has all the power. But Trump burnt down. See what I did there? Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. So there's no power at the pump at capital O. Water. H1 and H2 without pressure are nothing. Okay. And now, so let me put hyphens around that bad boy. And then I'm going to say, nah, I decided not to erase it. Because when you copy paste that into a comment, I don't remember if it's a comment or the description. Might be both. But it doesn't work in the chat box. With hyphens around it, it turns out to come out as strike through. Little piece of technology magic. FYIs. Let me timestampy this one. School's not out for summer. School's not out forever. See Alice Cooper. Oh, one. Man, that took me a while. I should have probably used paint. I shouldn't have used ASCII art. But then I wouldn't have been able to claim that Donald Trump is our and your president. And mine. And mine. I'm begging for it. I'm going to get socked in the nose someday. We'll walk out in the street and they're like, oh, I heard that daggone thing. You promised me Pat Benatar and Tatas and Brewskis. And then you went on bragging about that Donald Trump guy, punk. Yada, yada, yada. In a fiction, in a video game. And I'll cry. See the title? No one talks about the times you cry. Current or past tense. It's a Van Halen song. It's in the description. It's called The Little Dreamer, or Little Dreamer without the. Part two. Part two. Oh, that's just how water works. Pressure. Flow. Flow. Kiss my grits. Yep, just like that. Say when. Yep, yep, yep. I never, until I was old enough to be smarmy and disgusting. I didn't know that that was their neat way of getting her to say "kiss my butt" on television. When I got old enough
I
to
must
be,
have been born that way.
when I got old enough to be smarmy, I kept thinking, I surely would. Turn around, Flo. Turn around. Don't invite me to that dance. Yep, I'm that stupid. True story, I guess, in our space opera. Oh, that's just how water works. And fire, fire, fire. Dear children, do I look like a plumber to you? That's another story. Does I looks like a plum, buh to you? I don't know how to spell it. YAOU, something like that. Huh. If you're still around, Bill, you should stick around. Let your biases get the better of you. Don't grow up a little bit, and you'll miss me talking about Raging Cajuns. A not well met Raging Cajun that I met once in my life. I don't know how we got talking about it, but he started yelling at me. In English, it would be, do I look like a plumber to you? I can't even mimic it so good. A true Louisiana bayou swamp creature. Sorry, Louisiana. It's, I love you. I hate gumbo.
You hate gumbo.
I hate gumbo. It
Why do you
has,
hate gumbo?
because it has water cockroaches in it usually. Shrimps and lobsters and other fish stuff like fish eyes.
I've never seen fish eyes gumbo, but I've seen crayfish or
They have
crawdads.
all kinds of crap in there that I don't want to eat. Crayfish and lobsters, both. Crawdads, all three. I call water cockroaches. Go look it up yourself. They are actually related. Does I look like a plumber to you? No. So here's our plumbing school. Part 2. Pressure, flow, hydrodynamics. But these aren't even dynamics. These are just static engineering principles or principles of physics. It is what it is. All you people, take a good look around you. Go stare at your kitchen sink, especially in the modern age. If nothing else, deep inside your all-metal kitchen sink is a rubber washer. That is all that keeps the water from squirting out the nose of your sink. When the fire gets hot enough to melt metal and stone, remember that that little piece of rubber is all that is stopping your water from squirting out of your faucet. Next, any home built after 1970 something, probably, maybe, possibly, I'm being very generalistic here, especially in the hell that is Los Angeles, is made out of that special expensive PVC pipe and glued together at its junctions. It doesn't matter. You're such a silly nanner if you think, oh, well, the plastic pipe is full of water. Hello, it can't burn. It can melt. And when it gets soft and that high pressure water is pressing on a soft spot, guess what happens? It bulges like Donald Trump's mighty trousers. And then it bursts. So your water is squirting out under your house. Why is this so complicated? Why does everybody have to say, oh my God, it's the water, it's the water? Listen, dummies. I mean, lack of engineering school engineers or trade school, obviously. Would somebody go and find yourself a piece of heat and set yourself a piece of plastic on it? And remember, that's what your pipes are made out of. Oh, purchased a pre-1980s building? Talking tough about you, how you got metal? And go, I didn't look it up. You go find it yourself, world.
Metal melts too.
Yeah, not only does the metal melt, but the plumbing made out of pipes, even the lead ones, is called sweated together at the joints, where you have to put chemical glue. It's not glue, it's a chemical magic primer, and then the other stuff, purple primer and clear chemical reactant to make PVC which I can't remember what it stands for, and I should look it up and put the acronym meaning up on screen. It means plastic. That's what it means. The P doesn't stand for plastic. I think it stands for poly. Oh, what is PVC? Polyvinyl chloride. Okay, I'm not typing it. I'm just leaving it there. Huh. I can see her armpit. I can't see her brassiere, but I like it. I would lick an armpit. Are you threatening me? Does I look like a plumber to you? Here's what goes. So, PVC pipe is glued together. That's me saying it wrong. Plumbers. Hate clicks and hate comments, please, for oversimplifying your super smart industry. I need more traffic. Everybody call your plumber and tell them that they need to listen to this video stream and all the rest and whatever. Generate traffic and algorithms, please. Otherwise, I'm going to work for Donald Trump. You guys are going to be out of luck. Oh, it's this simple. I learned it from I don't know who, probably my old Alzheimer's riddled, back then they called it senile dementia, Alzheimer's, next door neighbor. I had my uncle, I don't know, he was all into the construction field. I learned it from somebody, and I have used it in the exact house I'm sitting in before I ever thought I might be sitting in it. It was just my friend's house. Him and his mom lived there. And then I was
I
like,
think he wants to go out. His daddy wants food.
and then I was
I
like,
know the furry stripy piggy over here wants food and multicolored piggy.
all of a sudden we're talking about furry lunch. Feed them steak. The joints, the unions, the meeting spots of metal pipe of any kind are called sweated together. That means soldered. You paint it with flux, you heat it up, and you run a little solder into the fluxed and heated meeting place or joint. Not that kind of joint. You put heat to a different kind of joint to get mellow in California. We're not talking about germs. Those are germs. If, and I have done it right here, almost directly under where my bum is now, off by about 10 feet. Sometimes when plumbers, professional and licensed and all that, go do their work, they leave a little sloppiness in their work. And that joint may not be sweated correctly. Sweated equals soldiered. I think it's not soldiered. Doesn't mean warfighted. That solder, though not lead, lead is easier. Not allowed to use lead solder anymore in anything. That solder is so easy to get to flow. You can do it with, it would take you a long damn time to do it with a set of matches because you keep burning your fingertips and your thumb. How I fixed the one here, because it was hissing a tiny little light mist out of a bad, lazy plumber or plumber's assistant apprentice, left a joint not perfectly sweated. Well, some of us have what's called a sig lighter in our pockets. We run around ready, Boy Scout motto. And you can hold your that kind of lighter under it. It takes a while, not enough to melt your lighter or blow it up or burn your fingers. To flow that solder and stop the leak. So just like I discussed above about the plastic pipes bulging, and I better type a little bit of this school in the text. PVC, or common. How common are you? That's so common. Like the law. That means it came from a court ruling. Commonly, plastic pipes melt. Metal pipes unswept their joints and melt. But the main thing is, remember, water is right up to every one of your faucets, knobs, toilets, washing machines, valves, everything under pressure. As soon as one of those joints, meeting places of metal pipe held together by very easy to heat and remove or move solder, once that solder gets liquefied and there is pressure pulling on that joint, the joint is coming apart. If it's the biggest one at the front of your house, then you probably have up to 1-inch pipe pumping all of its water underneath your house. Or if your pipe is all above ground, into your attic. Which, if the neighborhood's on fire, you might think, well, that could be okay. The water damages as much as the fire. It wrecks it. You might be able to recover your photograph, but then there's the next problem. It's not enough pipe to cool off and put out a fire. I mean water. The pipes are too small, even with the pressure. What comes out of it ends up vaporized or turned into steam by the heat and the fire. So instead of being hydrant 1, let's revert. Let's say H1 is now house 1, and they try to keep them separated. Gotta keep them separated. That's another song. Go look it up yourself. Between water pumping station. Let's just pretend there was one house. They were like, hydrants don't go on the same piece of pipe as house says. Most civil engineers and city engineerings, they waste a lot of time and a lot of money based on very old plans that someone said, well, that'd be kind of dumb, wouldn't it? And somebody back in our lives in America was like, well, let's not be dumb, let's be American. Because what good does it do to have no water in a super emergency fire? So hydrants go on different water systems than house says. Okay, folks? There. I hope this was an easy school. We'll upload it to one of those brain share trust things and try to get some clicks. So instead of hydrant 1, we're going to say this is house 1. Somebody snuck it in there. You know, that happens too. Tap into the pipe. Well, when house 1 plumbing melts, for whatever reason, whether it's the solder, the metal pipes, or the PVC pipes, melt. Now, all the water of tower is pumping out of H1 again. H2 gets nothing. So that's why there's no water at further away. Why there may be none at all. Because the fire may have burnt this first. Capital O. Meaning the pumping station, or whatever powers it. Okay, I hope that helps. And for all the rest of you who keep saying, the mayor, the mayor, the mayor, the mayor does not control gravity. Shut up. You give away all your credibility. You sound quite the fool. And Gavin Newsom, too. Don't pick on him about. He's the governor. He's got to know about government contracts and corruption and make sure that the right side of the left side of his equation does the correct amount of stealing, not the right guys. That's so complicated what I just said. I can't say it ever again in my life. Next, L.A. Girl. I mean, fire. School. The lies about the mayor. And it's okay. All of you just, you don't, I don't have a big following. But anybody that might, if I might happen across your words, as soon as you say the lies and repeat the lies, the lies, the lies that make me think, number one, you don't have control of your mouth. And number two, you must just be as stupid as whoever made up that lie. So you have no credibility with me. It might not mean anything to you. Cool. Rock on. Click the dislike on my videos and move on. Report me to YouTube for calling you too smart for an idiot like me. Because if he's... I forget the name. I forgot the name that fast. If he's all caps orange idiot, I want to be all caps big idiot. Yeah. Almost stealing the meme of EFAP. I love them. Big idiots. It's a good old Roman god or hero or something. Newsom. Water. 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 Under pressure. Both meanings. The water. Put an X in it. Newsom and the plan. B school. Oh yeah, last live. Go look at my last streamer. I believe I put the link somewhere. I put it down below. Right down below the beggarware option for my PayPal is the show number 36B. B. Buzz Biz Business School. Link. Show number 36. I forgot to write bra. Because, you know, the thumbnail had bras. Should have done a how-to. How to hook your own bra and someone else's. So, there, we covered that one. Oh, did I not put the mayor? I did put the mayor. Here we go. Dear LA girl. See the link. 2 links down below. Karen Bass. I've known 2 Karen Bass. And I moved to North Carolina with a friend, last name Bass. But they say it from Sampson County like Z's. It says it's Baz. That's what lets you know you're dealing with a Sampson County Baz. Not a anywhere else on planet Earth Bass. I was mixing up words. Keep your chin up and keep up the good work. Because that's what you got hired for. Stand there and listen to people say stupid to you. Here's why I say good job. Good job, Karen Bass. You didn't give them some political answer nonsense BS. She just stood there, took it. A lot of times. And she did say, she almost said smart, but she was smart enough to just say enough of, whatever. It wouldn't have helped anyway. lies about the mayor, and everything else. It's not just about the mayor, but they blaming the mayor and the fire department chief lady thing. I'm sorry, I did not ascertain your pronouns either. Wrote a big long letter about how it's all the mayor's fault. Blah, blah, blah. That's not how mayors work. That's not how any mayor works. Not even the mayor of Los Angeles. Go study your city charters and your founding documents, everybody. Please shut up. Except don't. Because much like wearing the scarlet letter, when you run around and say these things out your mouth, you're helping me incredibly. Ain't identifying your previous life as the ancient Asian Oriental being some dumb hoe. I
We're all a
know.
little dumb soho because I hate to say it, the politicians need to take the blame as long as the credit.
Oh yeah, you don't hate to say that, George. They know when they run for office. If they don't, then they are some dumb hoe. The living spirit reincarnated. See the founding documents of your governments, plural.
And please read more than just the one document.
And
Ding.
don't read three. Don't pick on me,
You
dude. I'll
need to
get
read
crazy.
the Federalist Papers and
I've read all the
the
Federalist Papers.
as well as the other papers and the Articles of Confederacy, and that's what we were under before we got our Constitution was Articles of Confederacy.
It doesn't matter what we were once upon a time.
Yes, but that has the foundation of what became the Constitution.
I'm aware. We're not going to run off on that tangent just yet. We might come back and circle back to it later. Who knows? And while you're at it, just remember all all of them did not define woman as human or person. It took until 1921 for a woman to get a right under our Constitution. So I don't care. Worship those gods if you so choose. But then can I say that, well, I want it in context the way it was written. They wrote it the way they meant it. And I
Yes,
want slaves and I want slaves of all colors and women held as property.
but
Probably not.
at the same token, slaves, at least male slaves, were seen as people. There was a great compromise that from the Union, what we know as the Union states, that made them 1/5 and not one, because they were afraid that the Southerners or or actually anywhere slaveholders would use their slaves to get more uh, representation for their state than the others could get. That's why I said read all the papers and the history book.
And read them
The,
without bias. Read the.
and it's a living document, so it can change. The meanings can. They knew the meaning could change. So don't blame the founding fathers for modern day Democrat stupidity.
Well, yes, of all government stupidity.
Yeah, too.
Without any bias. If any of them was really smart, none of the bad things would ever happen. They're all up there for the same thing. to have
That's
Greek
horseshit.
orgies at the
Even
Capitol.
smart people have bad things happen and don't get everything perfect.
But the nonsense
Because
about, yeah. What? Go ahead.
I'm just saying, because some idiot's going to come along and say, well, you said this, and forget that, there's a comma there, or there's, a dash there, or a period. Oh, just because it's in one paragraph, it means this. Oh, just because it's in one sentence with a comma, which is a break, it means this.
Yeah, I get. Read it all with comprehension. Don't read it as if there's a period, and that's what we're supposed to be working on with the Elizabeth thing. I put the upload yesterday of the first 2 paragraphs of the Declaration. Anybody who will, let's do. No, this is not a sponsored promotion. YouTube. This is me pimping my own video. Open a new tab. Autoplay is blocked. Get a share. We're interluding. Share. Copy. Close. Text document. Goofy government people. And then we're going to say, please read/listen to the first 2 paragraphs of the Declaration at blam. I gotta get over there and fix the captions. Make sure. And then comment, like, give your thoughts. I don't know what else, because we are supposed to be discussing the founding documents. Starting here, but it may become its own thing. It's not, it is its own thing. Okay, back off the interlude. Back to Mayor. Documents. Let's do the big lies, the goofiness, the silliness.
Cannot be a
Lie
lie.
1. Mayor cut the FD budget. I'm not going to sit here and pull all this crap up on a screen and read it. They have published the city of Los Angeles, who does not work
I
for the
will.
mayor. Mayors
Correct, but
don't do anything
she
with
has the right
budgets.
to hire and fire. She has the right to hire and fire. The police commissioner and the fire commissioner work for her.
Thief.
Under her, if she says you're fired, they're fired. Oh, I get to
Not in
go for
Los
another one.
Angeles. I don't know
Even
what
in
kind
Los
of.
Angeles.
Oh, hell no. There's 5 million with all the shite that fire chief is talking and writing about that mayor. If that mayor could fire that person, fire chief, they'd be gone.
Not
They know
necessarily, because
more
there's
than
the
anywhere
apparent
else.
there's the appearance of impropriety. And her remember her one comment she did say, and I'm talking to mayor, the 17 million that was cut for the budget wouldn't have an effect on this fire. Maybe, maybe not. She can't predict that. But she signed off on that budget cut.
Thank you,
She
sir.
requested that budget cut. If she wants to accept the good things that come out of whatever she does by accident, she needs to accept the bad things that come out of whatever she did by accident.
They didn't do it on accident. I'm not going to look it up and put it up on the screen.
Okay.
If anybody who just wants to keep hanging on a lie and blaming the wrong person, go ahead. It just, like I said, it cooks your own credibility, not mine. But thank you, sir, because you remember what she said and I couldn't remember it. Wouldn't have an effect on this fire situation. The mayor didn't cut the budget. Mayor of Los Angeles is the executive. They have nothing to do with the budget. The city council, the mayor is the executive. It's a standard city charter document. Even though there is city managers and city management and all this other, and most city spelled with SH in front instead of C, like the one I live in, it still says the mayor is the executive, but our mayor doesn't executive. We have hired a city manager and an illegal assistant city manager. So it's all good. The president does not make budgets of the United States.
But they do sign off on them.
Right. Who makes the budget? That would be the Congress. The Congress has the power of the purse. So when you say things like when the city council of Los Angeles has the absolute control of the money,
no one said she has absolute control,
but
she
the
could have
mayor
said,
cut
no,
the
I don't
budget.
accept that. Well, if she signs off on it and she's the last signature, and she could have denied their budget, then yes, she cut the budget. She had the last blame. It's like who in a let me simplify in here, in a company, who has the last blame? Person at the top of that company.
Yeah, that's fine. She's gonna get the blame because you know what, Mayor? It's not. These are not even budgeted items they were talking about. The 17 million was an expense prior year, and it was a non-annual expense. So they had budgeted it for 2023, 2024. It was not budgeted for 24, 25. That it has nothing to do with nothing. That 17.5 million was spent on some acronym that no one can figure out what the hell's the acronym mean. And it is already planned in Los Angeles' city budget with 2% per annum increase for inflation, that in 3 years they are going to revisit at the city council office whether they need to put in 3 years hence 17.5 to replace whatever they bought for 17.5 in 2023, 2024. It's just a way for people who really want to say, oh my gosh, you know how many billions of dollars of budget additional surplus and money everywhere and tens of thousands of fire department personnel would have helped this. And remember, they had no water.
And they have no firefighters. They do not have enough firefighters either. That was also
The fire
brought out.
department lady herself said it had nothing to do with that. She said the only thing that really truly, not any cuts to any budget, the mayor and the city council reprimanding the fire department, is that you have to cut the overtime. So the
The
fire
only one to cut
department
overtime is to
chief
hire more firefighters.
said, so what we did was cut the reserves and use the money to keep paying everybody else the illegal overtime. Yep.
The best way to cut overtime is to hire more firefighters.
Lie to.
No, it's not a lie.
Any number of fire.
I didn't say it would get rid of it. I said it would cut it.
Fighters could, would, or should do anything near those fires. I don't, especially when they have no water. Why did those fires burn down tens of thousands of structures? Because the 80-mile-per-hour steady winds and the fuel for that fire was so hot that it flash erased giant concrete wall, metal
But it took
framed buildings.
time. It took time to get that hot. It didn't go, I'm a little spark, poof, I'm that hot. No. There's a lot of other things that happened and failure from California government that caused the fire to get that hot, such as lack of infrastructure, lack of water that they have all over the place, but they listen to some little itty bitty screaming babies about
Here we
some
go with the fish
fish.
again.
I'm just saying that was the California's government excuse for cutting this desalination plant. Is because they're putting the salt back into the water like a dummy, and it's hurting the smelt. Okay.
No, you're combining two stories. I'm the one who told you about why they don't do desalination in California about
That
the
also
salt.
came from that also I didn't get it just from you. I got it from other sources too. But
Desalinization, CA Smith.
it also comes from people with rich money going, I don't want to see that through my high powerful binoculars. I don't want it off the coast of my house. Well, then suffer with your house burning down every so many years because it caught fire. Or you're not allowed to water your grass, grow rock. They have plenty of water accessible to them. They just don't want to use it.
I guess.
You
But
could scoop
is
up
that the
seawater
fault
and
of
dump.
is that
You
the
could
fault
scoop.
of one? If somebody holds themselves out for politics, do we assume it's because they're the savior of the entire county of Los Angeles?
No, it's because they want to get
Or
rich off
because they're an
taxpayers.
idiot who knows that that's the best way to get short-term rich and long-term broke like everybody else?
Probably they think it's a good way to get power.
Yeah. So why are we trying to hold the mayor up to any kind of standard above 20 million people live there? 20
I'm not
million
trying to.
people couldn't
I'm
be
just
stomping
saying.
on a stomp on the internet somewhere and saying, hey man, this place is going to burn to the ground.
I've been saying it's going to burn to the ground for decades because the California people vote in the same morons, and it's the same morons because he looks so good with his hair all gelled up.
They had two long-term Republican governors,
No, you
Arnold
had one.
and the other guy.
You had Arnold, right, who lasted one term.
No, Arnold was there for a while, wasn't he?
No, one. That's it. He lost his reelection.
Uh,
Then they fussed at him because he was fixing potholes in front of his house.
who,
It would
Arnold?
be, yeah, that came out this past year. They said he doesn't have the right to fix hot potholes. That's the government's job. Hell, government, state, federal, and local couldn't run a whorehouse without going bankrupt.
Yeah, but didn't he fix his potholes with his own money and his own muscles?
Yep. But they still
So
complained
what?
about it.
He didn't get a permit?
Nope. He just fixed them. He got sick and tired of calling the city to come fix them.
Yeah, I can believe it. Remember, that's why Clint Eastwood ran for mayor in the little town he was in. Uh, George Deukmejian, who was there he was Republican from 83 to 91. Pete Wilson, 91 to 99. Thankfully, I got out of there in 92.
Only thing I
And
gotta say
then
about
Gray Davis got fired. They fired a Democrat. Yay, people of California, which is what allowed Arnold Schwarzenegger to run and become governor. And then since 2011, they've had Democrats.
and you
But
also know that my statement is all politicians are crooked. There are no exceptions.
That's a given. But anyway, there's no amount of anything. Go listen to the whole last stream in the business school of this. To me, this is as natural forest fires. It's going to. It's a when, not an if. And here's what I'm talking about with line number 2. How many more firefighters could they have had who had no water in an inferno from hell?
Yes, but water is not the only way of fighting fire.
It would have burnt them to death. How many bodies are you going to
If
throw
they
on
could
that
have got
fire trying
to
to
the
put it out?
fire, when they could have got to the fire when it was smaller and put it out,
Yeah,
they would have
but
been better off.
if the fire just hadn't have started up in the brush and the woods, if Chad's aunt
No,
had balls, she'd
let's
be his
not.
uncle. The point is, the fire happened. At
Yes, the
no
fire happened,
point in
and
the
they do
city
not wish pay to use
areas,
all the tools available to them to put out said.
well, I
Let's call a spade a spade. They did not want to use all the tools available to them to put out the fire. They want their pretty little trees versus scrub oaks. That's the reason they're not scooping water out of the ocean and dumping on it. There
oh,
are plants that will grow.
they gave up for all the reasons that we know you shouldn't be doing that. They got those 2 old things fired up and they were scooping with the super planes. I forget what they call them. And some
Yeah.
moron flew their damn drone into the water plane. Water
Well, then
plane in California.
you arrest that
Drone.
dummy that did that because he endangered lives.
A super scooper drops ocean water on a hillside. They were dropping it on the city. But they
Yeah, which
were,
is easier to clean up.
because the city is built into the hillside. It's, I guess, looking at Google Maps doesn't help anybody. I guess everybody, when this is all done, pack up your
But the
money,
super scoopers weren't
put
just dumping
put it on
salt
your.
water; they were dumping fresh water.
Oh no, these are designed to scoop salt water up out of the ocean and dump it on fires all over.
But they were also scooping fresh water out of lakes. That's the other place they scoop out, not just ocean water.
Okay,
And it's a
well,
C-130. It's a C-130 that's been customized in order to do the super scooper.
this
But
one that
there
I'm
is
talking
something that was
about
there was
was
something that was
taking
just
ocean
discovered.
water and dumping it on a hillside, and it got hit by a drone and destroyed its wing. And it's lucky the crew didn't get deaded.
Right. And I agree
Because
with you.
then you'd have an airplane on fire in the fire.
Right. But what I was saying is, then okay, if you had some idiot that's that stupid, you arrest them, you put them in jail, and not for some flying drone without a license. You put them in for public endangerment. Get
We're
them for everything.
interfering with first
Oh, excuse me.
responders. You know, that's a
That one's not a
felony.
C-130. That's a oh, trying to remember the name of it. It's a vertical takeoff and landing.
Nope, they're not vertical. Super, I don't
That one
think.
that you got on the picture right now, those rotors tilt. So it's a vertical landing and takeoff plane. It is not the C-130 that they also use.
It's a CL 415 slash DHC 515.
Mm-hmm.
The Canadian blah 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 Super Scooper de Havilland Canada DHC
Okay. It's a
amphibious aircraft built originally by Canada Air and subsequently by
okay.
Bombardier.
The one they were showing looked more like a vertical and takeoff plane. That's a seaplane or water landing and takeoff aircraft.
Yes, it lays itself. They keeping it in motion. It's called a scooper because
I
instead
know,
of a runway, it slides across the ocean, sucking ocean water into its belly, and then it flies back up in the air and dumps the ocean water back out of its belly.
but the other thing they didn't use, which has been out since the 90s, developed by a Florida firefighter, is where he literally takes baby diapers, cleans them, chops them up, adds water, and it doesn't take a lot of water, and then you spray it out of a high pressure hose, pressured with air. The baby diapers stick, sorry, didn't mean to clap, stick to walls and things, and does not allow the third element for fire to be fire, which is oxygen, as well as it does the supercooling. That using the guts from a baby diaper, he discovered by observing after fires and every place that trailers did not burn, and trailers burn very, very hot. Wherever there was a baby diaper, that part of the trailer did not burn. With some experimentations, he got a patent for it back in the 90s.
It
So
is in
he's getting a little
use.
money every day.
I got up on the screen. They are dumping every kind of, and they're showing the one you're talking about. It looks like weird exploded spaghetti. That's on Reuters or routers, however you say it. Every bit of the pink and red stuff that you see falling out of planes and helicopters is not
That's
water. It's chemical
chemical,
retardant. And
right?
we're allowed to say that word this way, YouTube. Get over it.
But it's not, like I said, but they're not using everything to their best, as well as they didn't have fire roads, fire breaks up in those hills. They're not. They would have plenty of fresh water for the city if they had desalination where they could keep their reservoirs full.
The
It
reservoirs and the
started one
water
place, but
towers
it
are
grew.
well loaded. But that's all
But they're
right.
well loaded. Why they say they're out of water? I don't mean water pressure. I mean water. They're out of water. The reservoir is empty.
It's
Their words,
not.
not mine.
People keep,
Their
yeah,
words,
Donald
not mine.
Trump's.
No, not Donald Trump. The fire commissioner and the mayors. They's out of water. Their words, not mine. Not Trump.
Mm.
Their words. They said they had it. They started fighting the fire on one day, and about 24 hours later, they was out of water. Their words, not ours.
As of January 5, 2025, California's reservoirs are at 122.1% of their historical average. Historical average is damn low. I'm not fooled by you, AI overview. But no, that,
Their words, not mine. They said they were out of water.
oh, I think
The
that,
people that are supposed
that,
to be responsible for making sure the fires get
your audio went mad again. And it might be on my end. It might just be a bandwidth issue. Because now it didn't go like it was earlier. It's
hold on.
going,
Time out. Your mic is popping now.
oh, hell. Well, it might be
Now
on
it's
my
better.
end.
And now it's better.
It
You
could,
sounded like one of those 80s robots.
yeah, you too. That's why I said don't do anything yet, George. It might be on my end. Did the LA mayor say that the reservoirs,
Just a second. Let me check the YouTube.
and it could daggone well be mine. Uh, LA Times says that The Pacific Palisades Reservoir was offline. They're going to probe about it. It was offline for repairs, according to one, leaving 117 million gallon water, so they just had no pumpies. The LA Water Chief, according to NBC Montana, like they know from a world away, Water Chief, they're blaming the Water Chief, not the mayor. Empty reservoir and broken fire hydrants months before the fires. Yeah. Whatever, Montana. The Independent. City Field Department is the LA City Fire Chief.
Sir, it's both of us are popping in and out. You can hear it on the string.
I'm sure it is. It's got to be. I don't know. I'll probably pop up in a minute and get really pissed off because it's been a couple weeks since I had the whole Windows update, secret updating in the background, disabling my networking stuff. We shall see.
I just checked it. I said something. It's like a robot out of the 80s. You said something. A robot out of the 80s.
Yeah. And yours is starting to come through that way again. It could just well be my connection.
Or my connection.
It doesn't say anything about dropped frames, so I don't know. We're just dealing with it. How prepare LA. If you and your weather forecast LA Times. And I don't trust this. I never trusted LA Times, but this is some form of LA Times newsletter. And this just sounds like stupid to me. The problems have exposed vulnerabilities in city water supply systems not built for wildfires on this scale. Stop calling them wildfires. It's not a wildfire. It's a city fire. It is urban
Was it
in.
wildfire?
I don't care what started it. What if an arsonist started and lit the first building on fire? Then it would just be an all city fire, and it would have crept up the mountainside the other direction and burnt the forest too. If people who can't begin to use words, just call it fire. Not the water supply systems not built for fires on this scale. Exactly. They have never. The only time in history, I don't know of the earth, I don't care, in the world of California. I said days ago. You know what this reminds me of? 1906, San Francisco. The quake did a lot of damage. The fires that came after ruined San Francisco. They happen in California. There is nothing anybody could have done. Firefighting efforts were confined to resources on the ground. See, it says they had to ground the water dropping aircraft. They can only use those over uninhabited areas. Those planes and those helicopters. And they showed, I saw a video this morning of they went and tried to use one of those helicopters to dump in the inner city of, or urban, suburban Palisades area is back on fire. And the helicopter and the wind misfired and dumped it all over the fire truck and the firefighters.
Yeah, that was one image. Then you had the other image of the same area and the person flying over hitting with pinpoint accuracy. Is it the winds or is it the pilot?
Fatigue plays a role. Everything plays a role.
Yep.
And they absolutely, and mechanical failure. Our audios are warbling like the 80s. Maybe he pulled the lever or pushed the button, and then the door didn't open. And instead of saying, well, damn, the door didn't open, circle back around and try again, he pushed the button again, and this time it opened. He, she, it, whatever. But these people trying to say whether or not the helicopters could get in the ground, off the ground doesn't matter. As a result, firefighting efforts were confined to the resources on the ground, putting the water system under tremendous strain. I just explained in plumbing school, pressure school, water school, and the way plumbing works. You cannot have an individual pipe going to every single fire extinguisher.
Yep. And they didn't plan for any kind of fire. Otherwise, they would have multiple water towers.
Yep. Again, so we're gonna why that's you're telling the truth. You're just saying the absolute truth. If 25 million people abdicate all of their stuff because of their power to vote and their idiotic welfare debt slave worker people, as is the history of the world, well, it's your house that burned down, not the mayor's. You go ahead and blame the mayor. The limits of the area's water system raise significant questions as fires. Oh, here we go with the global warming. You know what? It is all Donald Trump's fault. Yuck, yuck, yuck.
I know, it's just like Trump's fault that they all use private planes. The ones that tried to tell us how to live, they all use private planes, all have more money than we seem to have. But they're the smart ones because they can afford to fly around.
Yeah.
And fly to different countries.
It's all good. Whatever.
But yet they call us the ignorant.
And the webloggers, at least they're not total liars. The weblogger newsweekers, that they are really trying to take their best stab to show the Santa Ynez Reservoir as seen from above in September 2022. I just found on the other thing that they closed it for repairs back then. Good job. Huh, you're so tricky, because I'm the only one dumb enough to read the caption under the picture. See, picture. The Pacific Palisades was offline and empty when the firestorm exploded. It's not causation. That's coincidence and correlation. They happened at the same time. They say the Pacific Palisades Reservoir was offline as a bold headline. And then they say the Santa Ynez Reservoir was out of use and closed for repairs. So is the Santa Ynez the Pacific Palisades Reservoir? They have not been clear. So
and they didn't plan to have another source of water when they had to close that one for repairs.
The inability for anybody to plan anything, and on that mass of a scale, is why I ran screaming from that hellhole. Yeah. So, yep, you're right, George.
Because there are people that can think that far ahead. Lake Jordan is not a natural lake. It's man-made. It was made back in the 30s and 40s. Because I happen to know the person that designed it. He's my mother's father. And it is a water reservoir for that area. That's Lake Jordan. People fish in it and they think, oh, it's a natural lake for swimming. No, it's a water source.
So that's the one thing they've got is the one reservoir.
No, Durham has more than one. That's just one of the reservoirs for the RDU area.
No, I'm talking about the Los Angeles thing. That's all they got.
Well,
and if they had not maintained it and left it up there, if you look at the picture, The reason the thing is green is because it's full of algae. That's what happens
Mm-hmm.
when you collect unchemically treated natural water.
And don't have anything to agitate it.
If you, and because it's California, they probably won't allow them to chlorinate it.
But I'm just saying, also the thing to prevent algae or help reduce algae is a way of agitating the water, because algae and that scum forms on still or stagnant water. But what I was
Yeah.
fixing to say is, when I was talking about the
But when
North
the
Carolina
algae is
area,
there,
which and we are not perfect. I will say that in the first place. We in North Carolina are not perfect. We're not even that good. But Lake Jordan was built in the 50s, 40s and 50s, late 40s, early 50s. Because my grandfather retired in the 60s. He died in the 70s. So if California can't catch up with the poor little state that's half its size called North Carolina, it's their own undoing.
yeah, and we keep agreeing that if you don't want all the blame for it, including the lies, they're going to make
Half
stuff
truth,
up.
half truth, half.
There's no truth in it, but that's fine. Either way, to me, I see
Agree
things
to
in black and
disagree.
white. You're a better person than me, George, because you'll say 50% gray, and I'm going to say bullshit. It's black and white with me. That's how moronic I am. I'm very loud and proud about it. That's how I roll.
Well, I'm just saying the thing with the mayor has to take some of the blame because she okayed, had signed off on whatever, and didn't fix it when she came in the office if it was broken before her. Same thing with Newsom and the other governors. If they didn't fix it, they all got to take the blame. And I say the same thing about our governor. There are things that need to be fixed in our state that aren't getting fixed.
I was going to be smarmy, but it doesn't translate well in text. I put up on
Okay.
the screen in the text. I'll try to say it to you, George, because you and I can laugh at this. The mayor, governor, president, everybody, I don't care, county, the county commissioners, the local, when you run yourself to be the boss, you, like I said long ago, an hour ago, the boss gets the credit and the blame. And you know what? We're not so charitable with the credit. We're
I
repeating
mean,
again. The mayor get all the blame. You held yourself out for that office, fought hard, ran a campaign, and put yourself up there.
yep,
Why I
because the
said good
president,
job to her is because she didn't turn around and say stupid crap about Donald Trump and everybody else. And then, it's not my
every
fault. She just stood there and took it
every
stoically.
president has taken the credit for something that was started before they got in the office and passed the blame back if it was something they did in the first year of office or was started before they came in. They will
Yeah,
pass the buck and take the buck if it's a good buck. If it's a counterfeit buck, they pass on the blame. That's every single president, governor, mayor, potentate.
yep. But whether you call them lies or half truths or partial truths or pieces, or if you look at it a certain way, da 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 da, it's just because I need to have single syllables. I call it a lie.
Okay.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, or it's a lie, including lies of omission. That
Well,
if you're
the
gonna
whole truth, if it
rag on the
if it's
mayor
all
and say, "Damn,
if
you
it's all
stupid woman."
if it's all or nothing, the mayor's got to take the blame because she had a hand in it.
Yeah,
That's
she
how it
ran for
is.
mayor.
Well,
Yep,
I'm talking about just
exactly.
in the thing she signed off on. So if it's all or nothing, she got the blame like she deserves the blame. Same thing with Newsom. I
Yep.
mean, hell,
And the
Newsom
what?
was caught on video lying. to a voter when she came up and says, "What about my child?" He says, "Well, I'm on the. You need to forgive me. I'm on the phone with the president." Okay, and then
Then he
not
said
more
he
than
called the president 5 times and couldn't get through, and then he tried to blame
yeah,
the damn cell phone signal.
exactly. When he should have in that car a sat phone, which doesn't rely on uh cell tower. Emergency services
Yeah,
should
but
have sat phone.
and I saw the Fox 11 lady this morning, and no, nobody gave them one. They ran out and bought one. Because when
Yep.
all their cell phones went out and they had no more cellular signals, well, Fox 11 News ran down to the stores that hadn't burned to the floor and bought themselves and activated with the portability extra fee a Starlink.
Yeah.
Not a
That's
sponsor, not a whatever.
$175 a month.
They sure could be. They probably were sitting there thinking, well, now that we got it, we might not have to go back to that. What I don't know how much cell phone plans big commercial industries have to pay out there. It's got to be more than we pay here. And I don't know. I would never pay for a commercial account on a cell phone. That's just dumb. Get it in one of yours or your employees' names and reimburse them.
Which Buddy does.
Yeah, that's just insane to me that, like, my computer business is my computer business is Schedule C, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead, assume me, I ain't got nothing. Oh my God, you don't have a corporate protective wrapper? No. And you'll win by default. I probably won't show up in court. So there. But you can't bleed a stone. So there. But yeah, it's if I call and say, oh yeah, I want a cell phone in my name, Dean Whiteley. I say, oh yeah, it's $20 a month. And you're over a certain age, we'll give you 20% off. So it's $16 a month. I say, oh yeah, but I'm going to use it in my DBA computer business. Oh, that's $175 a month and no more discount. The
Yeah.
same phone. Yep. With the
Or
same
internet
datas and
service.
everything. Yep.
Commercial internet service costs more than home.
Yep.
But if you're a home business, you count as home, not as business. It's real wackadoo.
Well, I'm not going to detail any more of those. We went, well, man, we ran a long, good run. It is 222. Have I even taken a break at all this stream?
Not since I've come on.
Nope. I have not. Wow. That's probably why I got a really intense tingly feeling. I'm not I'm not enjoying.
Okay, why
We're
don't
gonna
you
take a break and then I guess
put
we'll
our
talk
bubble goal
about
up
this some
and
more.
put our bubble shooter up and take a break.
22, 23, 20. Oh, I put semicolon. Don't do that. Break time at 5:44 p.m. Eastern. Maybe I'll text the other usual regular chatters that haven't chatted yet. Well, I'm taking a break. And we're still all having laughs. We're having fun. If it helps, if you think me and George are arguing, well, George won that round, but we're going to go again. Ding, ding, round 2 after the break. Stay tuned, and George will win again. Be right back. Okay, working my way back in it, and I left the light on. Working my way back to you, babe. Don't say babe.
Bye-bye, bubble girl.
That's right. Bye, Bubbles. Boop. And we're being the ultimate misogynist. We'll call her girl if we want to. We ascertain that that's her pronoun.
You created her.
Yeah. But, you know, every creature is a living creature, so I asked her, what are your pronouns?
Bubble.
And she said, whatever the heck you call me.
Her pronouns are bubbles.
I call her Skirty. Like a skirt with a Y on the end. Oh, my mind. I have been activated. Oh, I remembered something from long ago. All right, what are we doing here? The mayor. Dumb whammons. It's all your fault. And yep. In the link below. Let's get it back on this. Remember I said, please remember. And if you don't remember, it's because you're wrong and you didn't listen to my last streamer. Go see show number 36, B Business School, B School, about LA is on fire. And I said, just because you didn't know there was a plan doesn't mean that it was a secret CIA alien space invaders top secret conspiracy. It means that you didn't know there was a plan. There's always a plan. Even if it is a CIA alien space invader conspiracy with, I don't know. I can't, anything I say is ist, so I won't say anybody. With the whales. And the bubbly skirty girls. So you have to go back, listen to the last stream, and understand there is always a plan. The link, I grabbed a timestamp basically at the end of dude talking. And I was lucky because right when I was watching it, my better than me was standing right there and she heard it too. And she was like, oh my gosh, you're right. Listen to what he said. He said, craziness. It's the one in the description right under Queen Under Pressure. We covered the under pressure, both meanings. Fox 11 News, Newsom, the plan. It has an and or ampersand, T equals 2983. That's the timestamp or offset. If you click the link or tap the link below, it will hop to basically the end of him talking. Back it up 1 minute or 30 seconds ish and listen to what he says. They're just running down the checklist of exactly what I spent hours the other day going over. I'm not going to repeat it. I provided a link. Not even going to try to summarize it. And I said, hi, and my wife said, wow. Yep, there is. How they are all going to limit people's access to their own property because of the debris. And how that happens? Newsom is already working in his own special governor way with EPA to take care of all the hazardous materials. I abbreviated or codenamed it. That's what everybody, especially in truck driving, calls hazardous materials. It's called hazmat. And lots of executive orders. He's grinding the executive orders out. That's what governors do. But the main part of all this, the debris removal, the cleanup, the very careful government extreme level involvements at federal and state about the now hazardous materials and conditions problems of burnt out entire cities. It's going to require those people to not come back ever again. I mean, we're doing everything we can to help them in a bright and better future. There will be some blah, blah, blah. Nope, that crap is gone. There's going to be big stuff there. Big, progressive, modern California style DEI and green and everything else and fireproof stuff built there.
Yeah, and if you make it fireproof, it's not green.
Believe our lies because we are -D. You must. And then they try to do the Jedi mind trick on you. These aren't the lies you're looking for. -D, dash California, dash whatever it is. And you, besides reading Machiavelli's The Prince, it is below in the description. Niccolo. Why couldn't have had a cool name like that and a cool, deep voice? A Spanish accent. Niccolo Machiavelli's The Prince. Everybody go read it. Free at Gutenberg. Love you, Gutenberg. Inventor of the automaton, the magical printing press as we know it in its modern era.
Movable type printing.
Just the mass scale repeater. Yes. Without him, we would
And
not
that's
have
basically
anything that we have today.
prior to Gutenberg, you had to cut a page, then print it, and then it was permanently there. You couldn't just move the letters around. You had to cut a whole nother plate.
Yeah. So then we have all that. Go read The Prince. It's not about how you got in power. It's about whose advice you take. Newsom. Mayor with the cool name that, do you believe in destiny? Baz, you Baz woman. That reminds me. All right, Governor, the plan, see the video, that was done. We took care of the LA girl. Take that, you rat. She's done, in my opinion, in my book. And I hope calling her she is okay. She didn't publish her pronouns. California girl. State your pronouns at the beginning of every one of your sentences and demand that the news identify your pronouns or I'm going to call you girl. Uh, the budgets. But because she doesn't answer, and George mentioned it, it may be shown in the Fox 11 video because it is Fox. They're not very flattering, but for a Fox affiliated channel, they did good. They didn't just drop bombs all over Newsom and tell him that his name isn't even Newsom. Hasn't he heard that Trump renamed him New Scum?
I'm sure Trump's not the one that came.
I don't know. I'm gonna give him the credit. He invents a lot of really makes me laugh Nicky names, or he makes them famous and he doesn't cite his sources. And he's allowed. He's Donald Trump. He can do whatever he wants and steal from whoever he wants to.
We
Maybe
all
they have.
can. It's just a matter of if we get caught. Don't
Well,
whine about being caught.
I'm just being smarmy, extra smarmy on Dash R today.
Well, Dash, okay. I can uh, come up with a few titles to what -D stands, as well as -R. But I hate to say it, some of the most dumbest political comments I have heard in modern times was the 2020, the 2020 election, independents and Tea Party. It's like they swallowed a babblefish that is quoted from the sanitarium when they would speak on their last couple of months of speaking. That's the reason they don't get votes. They get pretty good up until it's, within 4 or 5 months of the election, and it's like someone just hits them with a dummy and they start babbling. You have to say one thing for Trump: he's a decent orator.
Oh no, not I don't. Nope. Him and one of my 94-year-olds do that repeat thing. That it's chalk on my or nails on my chalkboard. That saying the same sentence twice or saying big and very and oh, it drives me insane. Well, this is because I'm biased against him. Because I'm a classist. But hey, at least he gets whole sentences out. And man, is he quick. He didn't do none of that. Here, let me give him his props. I still clap like a little seal, balancing a ball on my nose. Whenever I start to feel like, yep, he is going to be my
Well,
president for 4 more years, I go back and I watch that clip where Joe Biden said he killed Medicaid or defeated it or whatever he said in that debate last year.
and along with the oil king.
And just whatever the hell, whatever that zombie barfed up out of its zombie meals. And
Okay, we can give him a
Donald
slide
Trump
because of his.
came back so fast. No, I don't give him.
Well, I'm just saying
Don't try to
dementia
be
does.
nicer than I.
I'm just
Don't try
saying
to be the nice
dementia
guy.
does.
I'm trying to be hateful to Joe Biden. I
Well,
only have 20 more days to
I'm
talk
hateful
crap
for
about him.
I'm hateful for Joe Biden for when he could speak. Okay, he's
Me
always been
too.
a bad politician, but so I'm not going to belittle someone who has dementia and speaking problems. Is what he is, but that's his excuse. What is Harris's? Have you heard
Well,
some of her speeches? Oh my God. It makes Biden sound intelligent.
all I can think about is that, they rubbed that tan cream on Hillary Clinton because they both have that same witch cackle laugh. And that's all I can remember from anything that they do. That horrible laugh. That's another one. It's nails
If,
on my chalkboard.
right. If you could listen to some of her speeches or when she talks, she not only repeats herself, she tries to repeat her. And
And she's the
when someone asks
queen
her to,
of
when someone asks
bloviation
her to
and
explain,
pontification. 7,000 words on the speech to nothing.
right. And when someone asks her to explain, all she does is repeat herself. She doesn't explain.
I was about to say something. Oh, yeah, I remember. You mentioned it a while ago. It is in the video that's linked down below with the timestamp. You'll have to back up much further than the timestamp in that one Fox 11 video of that woman going up trying to speak to Governor Newsom on the streets, and she's talking about her daughter's school, and he's just
Yes,
giving political lip service. It's worth a watch. It's
it is.
seriously worth a watch.
And there are versions of it where it is uncut. It's like just solid stream.
The one on that Fox 11, it's linked below in the description. It's a long video. There's skippable parts of it. Uh, Fox 11 News, Newsom to plan. It's about a 45 minute or more. It's a long video. Let me get it open in a new tab. I don't know if I can. Copy from here. Everybody pay attention. Paste and go. I guess I should have. Damn it, it's going to play. Don't play. Mute. It is 59 minutes and 44 seconds long. There is a lot happening for an hour on a Fox 11 Los Angeles videos. But the near here at the end is the stuff that, especially you California people, go listen to my last stream, mine and George's. We talked long and hard about the business of this and how me and George came up in minutes, a lot of minutes, because we did careful and accurate 30-year ago math. I don't know what the per square foot rental, residential and commercial is in Los Angeles right now. I don't give a F. But take this as a resume. Anybody out there with more dollars and never thought about it before? Somebody who has the ear of Elon Musk. Elon Musk could buy this out of his tax paid savings account monies. He's the richest man on earth. That has nothing to do with the business. It's just like, man, if you had 600 billion with a B dollars, well, you might buy up $100 million worth of Los Angeles that you could parlay into 2 or 3 billion over the next 10 years. That's using
Hey,
your money
Arnold,
wisely.
You got lots of money and own lots of land in California. Why don't you buy it up?
Who?
You live there. You can be an active landlord.
What are you talking about?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger? The Terminator?
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
Governator? Yeah, anybody.
Yeah.
Hey, anybody
Well, I'm just
listening to
saying
this that has the ear? I don't care.
he owns a lot of property there. You
Yeah.
just add it to his property holdings.
Me
Get him and get with some other backers and start building those high rises or those encapsulated communities like we were talking about.
and we'll help you. We we already did it for free. We showed you the math.
Hell, I can even get, if you want a good draftsman, I can get you one of them too.
Yeah, me and George got connections. We'll take care of you, but you're going to take care of us in exchange because I just said again. What does it do? You got to spend money to make money. That's what all the idiots say, and I tell them, no, the cliche is it takes money to make money, meaning you can't debt your way in and out of richer. Stupid. The saying is it takes money to make money because if you invest zero, no matter how many times you multiply it, you still haven't made anything.
Yes.
If you borrow at retail poor person rates of like 13% and invest it into the indexed market at 2.5% average annual returns, you lost 9%. Shut up with your smartness.
And this buying land with 0 down, 0 month, you'll just flip it. That's a fallacy.
You have to have real money buying up chunks of California, let alone Los Angeles. Takes real money. Trump. Let me think of one who, you know what I really enjoy, especially after watching the video last couple days.
Who?
Anyway, here's the deal. Let me finish that one up because I already checked it off the list. I think the mayor is doing better than the governor
That's possible.
in CA.
But she's keeping her mouth shut for the most part.
Yes, exactly. Just like we talk about in the use of force classes, there is a time to shut the F up and just stand there. Stand there and look pretty, Mayor. Yep, good job. Not my type, but to somebody, beauty in the eye and all that. Not because of her tan, because of other things. And because I'm an a-hole. But anyway, I do believe, especially when you look at the uncut versions, holy cow. She just stood there in the doorway of somewhere, getting it from some independent, whatever, on contract to, if you've never heard of them, I forget what they're called, Australia, Sky
Freelancer.
News, Sky News.
Yeah, but it's probably a freelance reporter who sold it to Sky News.
Yeah, well, they're Australian, I think.
Their Sky News is Australian, the UK. It's a cable network for BBC and ACC.
Sky News, news.sky.com. Would you guys get www. Plus UK, World, US, Watch Live.
Because there's a Sky 1, Sky
There's
2.
the main one they have, and my wife watches it. And I've looked at a couple, and anyway,
Well, I'm just saying they have
it's
other things other
British.
than news.
Well,
Yeah.
anyway, they're Australia version, or it's an Australian lady, dark haired. I don't
Yeah.
watch it enough to like know her name. You know who I'm talking about, George?
Yes, I do.
And
And she does the
she
dumb
looks
things
like she may have
Lefty.
grown up with a cleft palate or something. There's something about her face that I think, oh, poor baby. But
Um,
she's doing
I
good.
think,
She's earning it on the big whatever it is.
is that the one that also does the Lefty Says?
Yes. And some of those are so hilarious. Let me give my credits where credits are due. And I think she's Sky News,
She
Australia.
is. She is. She is Sky News Australia.
I'm trying to find a picture of her. Why are you not showing me pictures of you? Open a new tab.
Look up YouTube Lefty.
Videos. There are many that have her as the thumbnail. For they are many. But they must change the thumbnails after the live streamers are done. Do they have a live? They have a live. Well, anyway, George knows who I'm talking about. Somebody get up there and type it in the chat or put it in a comment if you're hearing this after the 11th. Oh, that reminds me. 11th.
She's on skynews.com AU. All I do is type in Lefty Says. Her shorts pop.
Oh, okay. Let me try that. YouTube, go. Thank you, sir. See, this is why you can't do these things alone. Sky News, Lefty Says. There she is. And I'll have to go off on a big tangent. Since I'm objectifying the women folk today, and I have heard her very loud and proud announce, don't be calling her the birther or birth capable person. She's a
She
woman.
wants
Hear her roar.
Helen Reddy.
Yes. But I don't know exactly what it is. It's kind of
Canadian.
visible there on the screen. Yeah, it's Sky
Helen
News
Reddy is
Australia
Canadian.
is the channel on YouTube. Let me put her up there with Whoopi. 1 out of 10. Cutie Pop in the middle. 10 out of 10. She's a perfect 10. Hey, baby. But if you pay too much attention because you're something wrong with your brain cells, like me, you will note that there's something in particular about her mouth parts and this our right side screen, her left side lip lifts just a little bit right at the line under the nose. And if I'm wrong, somebody fix me so I don't ever say this again. Certain people are born that way. It's called cleft palate or other such. And a lot of it happens because well, they're a peanut, well, they're a bump in their mummy's bellies. Their little foot or their little fist is pressed up against their developing little face. It happens. Once
Kill doesn't
upon
look
a
bad.
time, when I was a kid, oh well, tough crap. Deformity, retard, all kinds of bad words. These days, no big deal. Surgeons will take care of it very usefully. A cleft palate is a birth defect that occurs when the roof of the mouth doesn't close completely during fetal development, leaving an opening between the mouth and the nasal cavity. But it said somewhere over here. Maybe it was below. I just saw somewhere. The roof of the mouth and lip. It could just be the lip. Cleft palate is common birth condition. It can occur alone or as part of a genetic condition or syndrome. Genetics and heredity, I have yet to have seen that direct causation or correlation. But okay, maybe the internet and the world has seen more than me. Very likely. One of these little blurbs just said, you can have either or both. Cleft lip does not require cleft palate. So maybe she had none of the above, and I'm a a-hole. But either way,
Or it could also be that, her lip line is naturally that way. It could be
yeah,
when they were doing a plastic surgery to make herself look younger, uh, surgeon wasn't worth what he was paid.
but it's me making up my own goofy fantasy world based on a real world experience that people that can overcome a flaw or a defect even if it's in their own brains.
Yeah, there's an actor who
What do they call
was
it?
born.
Body dysmorphics.
Yeah, there was an actor, can't remember his name, who was born, was closed up, but the scar is still prevalent. He had it
Yeah.
such early in life.
Oh yeah, the guy that played the emperor across from the gladiator, Russell Crowe,
Yeah,
and he played Johnny Cash across from Reese Witherspoon's June Carter Cash. But anyway,
probably
yeah,
thinking of.
I likes looking at the ladies, and when they appear, anybody, man, woman, or child, including the guy, we'll look him up. He was in a lot of people's favoriteest Joker rendition, but then they made a sequel to it and everybody hates it. I say Gladiator. Some people have a cleft palate.
Yeah, I'm glad you covered up the blue hat wearing hypocrite. Everybody needs to learn live under communism except for me.
Yeah, as
Personally.
long as she's the chairman.
No, the Mike Meyer, Mike Moore rather. Mike
Oh, Michael Moore. Yeah, as long as she's the chairman. Right, right, right. Gotcha.
all his stuff is, oh, we need to fix this, but I don't want to be under. I like my.
Yeah. Cleft palate and lip discussions led to Gladiator. And
That's the reason all these actors that want to preach about how we need to live and what we need to do, but they don't do it themselves. They lost all their credibility as far as I lead by example.
in the year 2000, I'm sorry I can't remember your name, actor. You've been in so much that is so good. Joaquin Phoenix. It is his brother, and here's the Joker. French Words is the one everybody hates. I haven't even watched the reviews of it or critiques of it. The
Whatever.
original Joker he did, everybody says, great, great, great. Only good movie in the last 20 years.
Uh-huh.
But like
True.
George mentioned, he has a severe, and it's
Scar.
a thing that, besides being, why, and no, I'm not gay. The fact that he overcame this and overcame the infamy of his brother, go look it up yourselves. I'm not going to talk about it. To make a name for himself and put himself out there this way, and he never used it as, well, you got to hire me. I have this thing. He's
Oh
a
yeah.
very
There's a
good
lot of
actor. He's done a lot of good stuff that I like.
I mean Earl Jones, voice of Darth Vader. He said he grew up with a severe stuttering problem, but he's
Yeah,
managed to overcome it. But
that just
one of the
makes me
things
like
he
him more. People that
yeah,
overcome, it adds to my, well, I used to like you, now I like you a lot kind of thing.
well, it's just like there's also a country singer. I don't know if he's still living. He's a comedian slash country singer. He doesn't stutter when he's singing, but he over accents his stutter when he's doing his comical routine.
Man, all the famous movies and TV
And
shows.
it, as James Earl
Joaquin
Jones
Phoenix.
made the comment, is he still stutters to the this is did the he still stutters, but it's only when he gets super excited that it really shows itself. So he has to calm himself down and speaks. That's the reason he speaks so slow, or his speech pattern seems to be very slow and precise. That's because it is. He doesn't want people to see his stutter. So
Man, this dude's been in a lot of good stuff. I saw Signs once. That's another one of those M. Night Shyamalan movies. Hotel Rwanda's a tough one. Based loosely on a true story. Walk the Line. He played John R. Cash. 2005. It's been 20 years. Uh, Arthur Schwartz in the Joker. Joaquin Phoenix. Let me get that up. Copy. Close. He's another. He's so handsome. He would only be 9 out of 10, but because he overcame that horrible disfigured lip and scar and leftovers of it, he gets a 10 out of 10. So handsome. And no, I'm not male attracted. I'm trying to be fair or equal in my objectifications and making meat out of humans today. Crazy disaster movies. Crazy days gone by. Mm, the Prince, the Federalist Papers. George brought up the Federalist Papers earlier. It's in the to-do list. Yes, go read them. Read the Prince. Read the Federalist Papers. They were both a collection of letters to someone. That's why Machiavelli's The Prince is not about the prince. It's about the advisor who writes letters to a hypothetical prince, a fictional, whether or not you were born into it, like a monarch, or somehow if you conquered, being a good warrior back in the day. Remember, it's a long time ago. How a lot of things in the world used to be might makes right. You want to be the king? You and your boys get close enough to him and his boys to stick a sword in him, and you win. You're the king. Well, you're watching a cross. Let me get this other one out of the way. Hedges. Hedging. It's a finance term. It's used in other things. But a hedge or a hedgerow is a shrubbery barrier. In the Newsom video below, and I'm not going to tell anybody where it is because me and the wife had a good 1.75 hours of discussions about the economics and the alchemy of economics and micro, mid-level, and macro economics. And diversification and hedging or hedging your bets and investments and all that other jargonese. But I had already pointed out to her long before that. In that video below in the description, somewhere in it, in the same video where there's some really listen to this guy. It's very disappointing that you California people would make him your governor, but I'm not that disappointed. He gave somebody very near and dear to me a very high up job, making them a good living, and they're doing good stuff with it. So if nothing else, I can point to one thing good that Governor Newsom did. So there. And yep, you guys can go back and fact check me and point to myself that I say, no, I don't care how much good a really bad person does. But it's all relative. Don't get stupid about it. In that video, there is a completely burnt to toast neighborhood in Altadena. And yet there is one, I think it's a boxwood hedge, just standing there, happy as a lark, with all the smoldering ruin of everything up to it. Plant California with boxwoods. I guess. It's just one of those, when the surreal gets unreal and after the fires are gone, there's the one little flower sprouts up the next day. Well, there's still smoke and ash and embers, and there's a little happy, colorful flower. Right there in the ruination of Altadena is a boxwood. It's doing fine. And when they come to clean up the area, they're going to run it over with a bulldozer because it's in the way of bulldozing all that crap that used to be a community. I giggled. NC froze over for a minute. I'm sure the left side of our state got it a lot worse than I did, and I'm very thankful. I got some tiny little, and I didn't even care enough about them to go try to take a picture this morning. My missus took some pictures. Tiny little icicles hanging off some certain side of our house, trees and plants. By 10 a.m., they were all melted. It sounded like it was raining outside. How'd your stuff go, George?
We got lots of ice.
Are you thawed out now, and
In
did you
fact,
stay safe?
oh yeah, we got the roads were still just water for the most part when we headed home at 30, but the side of the car and the side view mirrors were ice.
Yeah.
But by noon today, I think it was all gone. Oh, went off tree. So it was,
Well, I don't know if it was mine or his. Don't know if it is. It was. It's something. I wiggled my headphone wire and USB connector. I don't see the green lighting up.
well, what we might not have to do is order a new USB cable for that mic.
Oh no, I've already tried another one. It's the old type, whatever they call it, micro USB. I
Yeah.
have several for the old flippy phones. This one does better than the old flippy phone ones. And those were for
Well,
charging and
they're
data.
So if yours is like mine, I think there might be like a little section in it where it's fatter than the other, where they put like resistors or transistors or something in to regulate the flow of electricity.
You got to turn on the power. Well, we covered all the checklists. I was going to go try to find more in detail and search in the transcript of the video about Newsom saying something, but no.
Why?
Well, because it proves the point of us hating on him.
Well, the only thing we need to prove our point is for him to open talk.
Yep. And there all is. I put it all down there. It is not his plan. He's just another fish in the LA rivers being protected by the crazy voting California Democrats. Yeah. Let's go objectify somebody. 'Cause I don't want to
Well,
think
I got a
about.
question of the '80s, since we're who are your favorite female singers?
I don't know if they were out there in the 80s. Pat Benatar. She's listed for today.
Yeah. Oh, Pat Benatar. What about oh,
Fave female singers slash musicians. I don't know if she was tearing it up, and I don't like the music or whatever, but I give points for effort. Something Ford starts with a L. You know who I'm talking about?
well, I'm just saying, if we're talking just individual songs, there's a couple Cyndi Lauper did, because she's fun. Her songs were fun.
And I
We already talked about Debbie Harris.
Cyndi
Trying to listen.
Lauper.
Uh, I
Pat
got to kind of get familiar with
Ben.
the Bangles, and that was just because of my little sister. She loved the Bangles, so I
I
went out
love the
looking
Bangles
for
too.
uh albums
Both.
for her to get for her birthdays and Christmas.
Bangles. Who's the other one we said? Blondie.
Yeah, Debbie Harris, blonde. My hard rock scene, I'm kind of
I think it's
Vixen.
Lita, Vixen. And I don't know if they were. I'd have to look it up more.
They
Lita
started in the '80s.
Ford. Yep, that's her. When did she start? She must have been tearing it up in the 80s. Lita Ford. Her successful glam solo career that hit its peak in the late 80s. Yeah, she's from the 80s. So I'll say her. Girl chest falling out of her shirt. Let me show the internet. I didn't do it. And she's obviously up in age, but don't nobody know it. All they see is a cleavage
Oh,
shirt.
let's not forget Jonah Jett.
Joan Jett. Yeah,
I
we can
couldn't
say
remember her name, so
both
I
to
had to look
that
up a
one.
Michael J. Fox. I had to look up a Michael J. Fox movie where Jonah Jett plays Michael J. Fox's sister.
Joan Jett and the Black Hearts.
There- There's one group I kind of like, but they're not from the '80s. They're from the '70s.
Who that?
Did Cherry Bomb?
Cherry Bomb. They might have carried over a little into the 80s. And the little girl, all grown up, did a very
But
bad
if I remember
movie
correctly,
about them. The little girl
Jonah
from,
Jett started off. Jonah Jett started off with.
yes, uh, oh man, Little tiny baby
She's been
girl
a
from the good movie, Man on Fire movie. That I don't know why she must be the devil. I can't ever remember her name. Go there. Scroll it down. Her and her sister both have basically Dakota Fanning. Dakota Fanning played one of them in that movie about them, and it was I didn't like it. I just didn't.
yeah, but the
Mm.
singer left the singing scene for quite a while before she decided to.
The Runaways.
Yeah, something in the runaway.
No, just the Runaways. That's all they were
Okay,
called. So let's look
because
them up.
their last big major concert was Japan.
What's the wiki? What years were they active? Oh hell, Lita Ford was in it too. The one I was just talking about. 1976. It had Lita Ford, Sandy West, Jackie Fox, Joan Jett, and Cherry Curry. That's the one. Cherry Curry is she's the blonde one on the left in the picture, left lower. That
I
Dakota
believe she
Fanning
was also
played.
the. If I remember correctly, she was also the youngest in the.
Yes. So we'll say the Runaways, even though apocryphy 70s. It lives forever. We have their LPs.
Oh, come on, having LPs. Back in my LPs of shame, I have the complete collection of Captain and Tennille.
All right. Might be worth something someday. Should we look it up on eBay?
No, because I don't want to go dig them out.
I don't know if we search for like a list at the Wikipedia of 1980s female musicians, we'd probably both end up in, oh yeah, that one and that one.
But a lot of them is just like one or two songs. I didn't follow the band. Okay, I like just like talking someone out of the '90s and the 2000s because she's a mama. Pinky does that's what she goes by is Pinky, not Pinky Tuscadero from the Happy Days, but Pinky has one song and it's not on any of her albums, only on a YouTube video that I like. That's where she sings at Janis Joplin,
You mean Pink?
Bobby and McGee, Bobby McGee and me.
Me and Bobby McGee. I don't think it's Pinky, it's just Pink.
Pink,
But
whatever.
Pink.
Pinky.
Bobby, obviously. Google says yes. Pink did me and Bobby McGee.
But it's only you can only find it. You can't find it as a single. You cannot find it. The only place I've been able to find it is on YouTube.
Yeah, there's lots of live YouTube.
And she dedicated, and she's in an interview. She said she sang it and dedicated it to her father, who got her interested in.
I can't think of the lady's name. Oh, Angel of the Morning and Queen of Hearts song.
And there's another one,
Juice
Queen of
Newton.
yeah,
When did Juice Newton? That might have been
'90s,
before the 80s.
'90s. Juice Newton's Queen of Hearts. I think that came out in the '90s.
Yeah, but before that she did Angel of the Morning and other stuff that I was like, when I finally looked it up, yeah, she did Queen of Hearts in 1979.
Okay, I didn't think it was that old.
Oh
But if we're
no,
talking
the
'70s to
original
'60s,
writer, Dave Edmonds.
okay.
Let's just
If
ask
we're talking
Juice Newton Wiki.
if we're talking
Active?
'70s and '80s, we have to put in from Greece. and Olivia Newton-John.
Oh, hey, baby.
And
Look at her.
because she,
Look at me. I'm Sandra D. Born to virginity.
because she did Grease, and she had a country and western song album that my brother had.
Juice Newton is still active. Started in 75.
He started in 75, was born in 75.
No, started. She was started, I think, born in 53 or something. It said it on the wiki that her age was 70 or 72. But she's a
Wow.
woman, so she's, 33 years
All I
old.
gotta say, yep. All I gotta say is wow. That's it. Wow. Uh
George, ready for it? We've discussed this before. We're old.
well, I mean, she's older, but yeah.
No,
But
she's a woman, so she's younger.
I'm just saying of the ladies that were born before I were and stayed, in my opinion, wow, their entire life. Like one from 2000 BC, Three Musketeers, Raquel Welch. And you got Anne Margaret, another one that has stayed wow forever. And in my opinion, even when she was 70, she was a handsome woman, which was Maureen O'Hara.
Well, I didn't
And they're
ever
all
find out about them until, I don't know,
and they're all redhead.
1990. But L7 rocks in every way. You're on my something kind of poop list.
Talking about the 70s and 80s. These boots are made for walking. Uh,
Oh,
Frank
it's all the
Sinatra's
way.
daughter,
Yep. Nancy.
Nancy Sinatra.
Yeah, that was all the way back in the 60s, I think.
That's what I said, 70s, 60s. What's the one? It's actually a Christian or religious light up my life.
I don't know.
That's the name of the song. Light up.
Debbie Boom.
Yeah.
The heck was that? Released 1977.
No, there she did some. Can't find them hardly, but she did some songs with her dad, Pat, which were real good. Oh, the thing I find funny is Pat Boone in Vegas doing uh punk rock and heavy metal in
That
the
would
in
be
the
awesome.
early 2000s. He'd come out wearing leathers and riding a motorcycle on stage, and then he would and let's face it, Pat Boone. I don't know if he ever did any original songs. He was always re-recording other people's stuff. I guess he's the most famous cover band person in existence. Isn't that what you
So,
call when someone does someone else's song cover
yeah,
band?
cover bands.
Because I don't think he ever sang anything original in his life. But he did. He and Ozzy and Harriet's son, Ricky Nelson, made as he said, as his dad said, Elvis made rock and roll be huge. Ricky made it acceptable because of their Ozzy and Harriet show. But Ricky's one of my favorite songs of his is "Traveling Man," and then "Garden Party," which was his last.
Why is the internet so cruel? Start 2024. Internet. They have both taken care of Pat Benatar and her hubby.
Yep, and her kids if she
Uh-huh.
has any.
Oh, I'm just looking at pictures.
Also,
Trying to find a
country and
recent
western.
one. Visit.
Linda Ron, is it not Linda Ronstadt, which has a sister who did mostly, I guess, pop music. Got famous in the 70s and 80s for pop country. Her sister did. Her big.
Or a couple of older kids. It's coming up on screen. This was in August 8th, 2024. Well, that's what they claim, but the photo was uploaded on April 2024. Somewhere in 2024. This is allegedly, reportedly, according to ADELAIDEINN.com in their WP content files. Allegedly, reportedly, according to them, in 2024, this is Pat Benatar and her husband. I think his first name is Neil. Oh, yeah, there it is. It's up at the top. Neil Geraldo. Looking at it with my own eyeballs and saying it wrong because I started thinking about Geraldo Rivera. Sorry, sir. I apologize. Both of them still perfect tens. And damn, that dude can rip up a guitar. He can sing. Professionally, opera, classically trained. It shows in her work. I don't know what kind of training and everything else he's had, but he can tear up a doop-tar. Rock on, sir and ma'am. Good job. Glad we got it recorded. And now, and you're so handsome, sir, but I'm going to go stare at your wife some more. Nyuk, nyuk. If you don't like it, keep her out of public. That's got to be very close and recent. They have aged well. They take care of themselves. I think that's her and who is this? Legends. Three icons. Pat Benatar, Broadway superstar Kristen Chenoweth, who I don't know who that is, and the image is blurry. Either my internet's failing me again or whatever.
I have to correct what I said. It wasn't Linda. It was Linda Ron's, Loretta Lynn's sister, Crystal Gale, younger sister, who went into pop. Not
Music. Oh my gosh. Back then and now. Pat Benatar, you tiny little thing, you. Yowza. Arouser. Hey, baby. What's your sign?
Now we're going back to the 60s and 70s.
Oh, I'm going full tilt boogie. I said it was going to be an Austin Powers fest out of my mouth today.
And if you want to know where the humor of Austin Powers came from, go look up two other comedian movies called Salt, Pepper. They
Salt and
came out in the
Pepper is a fine
early
looking 90s or
70s.
2000s girl group, too.
Never heard of a girl group named Pepper. I just know there's a movie where the actors play club owners. One is something Pepper and the other is Salt. They got in the movie Salt and Pepper. One played by Sammy Davis Jr. and the other was one of the Rat Pack that married a Kennedy.
1968. Uh-oh. I wonder if they ascertained the pronouns. Salt and Pepper, 1968. After discovering the body of a murdered female agent in their trendy Soho, London nightclub, groovy owners Charles Salt and Christopher Pepper partake in a fumbling investigation and uncover an evil plot to overthrow the government. Can our cool yet inept duo stop the bad guys in time?
They do.
It says Salt and Pepper, but on the cover it says something the Salt and Pepper Club. Let's check it out. This is 1968. The other day we did late
Well, the
60s,
sequel came.
1970.
They did a sequel that I think came out in 70 or 70. Sammy Davis Jr. and what's it? Right, the wannabe Kennedy, wannabe Rat Pack,
Austin Powers
Christopher.
style. Checking out the stuff. let the internet figure it out. Let's go. Let's go look at some 1968 movie photos to find out just how handsome these actors really were.
There, there was a famous interview with Sammy Davis Jr. where the interviewer asked him if he was gay. He says, "I'm a one-eyed black man who sings, dances. My wife is white. I don't need any other issues."
Oh, for the good old days. I hate butt floss when I'm being ugly on men and women. But from my era, growing up, it was very important. It was taught to me by my elders in the Indian tribe. It's called a VPL, or a visible panty line. It's a neat thing that you girls can do. Bring it back. Stop flossing your butt cheeks. Or do what you want to do. Don't ever lower yourselves to my level. Look how handsome these two guys are. Oh my gosh. They're absolutely beautiful. Enough to turn me male attracted? No. But danger close. Why did Sammy Davis Jr. have that flat nose? Was he a boxer, or did he just have a flat nose? I don't know.
The combination of yes, he did box a little bit younger, but that's his daddy. I think his daddy knows because his daddy was also a famous in the Cotton Club era song and dance.
Oh, look at this horrible actor and his bad firearms handling. Hedges it. All the way back in 1968. Zoom, zoom, zoom. If he wasn't so handsome, I'd say cuss words. Oh, he's holding something under his arm. Maybe it's not that bad. It's pretty bad. Okay, I love you again. You're so
Peter
handsome.
Loft. That now I just remembered his name, Peter Loft. But he was also a young star. I think he got his start as a young man as a lifeguard at Santa. First movie, if I remember correctly, was one of the Lassie movies. Either Lassie Come Home.
And okay, gals.
And it's his daughter that married Arnold Schwarzenegger that Arnold cheated on with the.
See, now I'm kind of glad my mammy ain't here. It's hard to be a slob and a skeevy scumbag. What do
Oh,
they
and the
call them?
person they have playing that bad guy is a great British comical. He
Yep.
does some serious roles, but he's a great comical actor.
I just remembered. I should have looked it up before. I remember now. I remember now.
Now, the bald guy in the telephone
Looking
booth, he's a famous
at the
uh
yum
he,
yum.
a character
Go.
actor, but he plays mostly bad guys because he played a bad guy in a movie even. I think
Male
one time
chauvinist. Gotta
the era of the Go-Go Club. Gotta love them go-go dancers.
Oh, that's what I was just talking about. But they helped me remember. A person displaying excessive or prejudiced support for their own cause or group, in particular, a man prejudiced against women. Well, back in my day, guys who were behaving or thinking, or worse, uttering, hey baby, what's your side? Was called a male chauvinist pig.
Yes. And a person who wore that title with honor and still was voted the most sexiest actor alive, even in his 70s, Sean. He got that title when he did an interview with Barbara Walters.
Sean Connery?
When he Barbara asked him if he would he slap a woman, and he said only if she needs it.
For real? Was that Sean Connery?
Yeah, because
Well, I hate to take sweaty Pat Benatar off my screen, but I'm gonna. Sean Connery, sir. Male
in
chauvinist
fact
pig.
for a short period of time in one interview, he was literally wearing the belt buckle that had a little pig on it that said male chauvinist.
Cool. Sean Connery's views on women, relationships, and masculinity from a 1987 interview with U.S. and a TV personality, Barbara
Barbara.
Wawas. You can go look it up yourself. I'm not getting a link. I found it. You can find it. I want to stare at the go-go dancers some more.
When I heard that one interview in the 80s, I couldn't help myself. I laughed.
And what's sad is, of all this, the go-go dancer girls, I love them all three of them. I want a harem. But dang that hand. Look how she's curving her hand. In Asia, they curve them backwards. Let's say Vietnamese. Hand flexing, bending.
And for those who don't know, Goldie Hawn is a famous go-go dancer
Holy,
from
huh?
Roland and Martin's Laugh-In.
Check it out, Kurt Russell. I fight you over your whammons. Except that she is a modern, independent, strong woman that would kick my butt on her own behalf. I could not take the world famous Goldie Hawn. Yes, but go look up Vietnamese hand flexing bending and you'll find all these going back to VietnamesePod101.com and many. They bend those hands backwards and they work on it all the days of their lives. These are bent forward, I'm well aware. Let me zoom it. Zoom. Let's zoom her fingers. Hey, baby. Huh. Oh, that's not your finger. That's up your skirt. Let's try up here. Oh, that hand. And both and all and everybody's beauties. Them go-go dancers. 10. And the guy on the end bumping booties. He's a 10. Because he can bump booties and jam a little guitar. That would be Sammy Davis Jr., George, if you're not looking at the screens.
Well, I've always been a fan of Sammy Davis Jr. ever since I was a little kid.
Yeah, me too. I'm just being extra scumbaggerly. But I did
Well,
notice, wow, she's got a pretty arm and a pretty hand. Should we look up the Where Are They Now? No, probably not.
just like when he teams up with Dean Martin in certain movies. They're hilarious together. But then they were also very, very good friends.
You know,
In fact,
cigarros.
the slight feud or disagreement that Dean and Frank had was over Sammy, or what was done to Sammy under President JFK, that is.
Sammy Davis JNR period. I don't know that I've ever seen Junior written out that way. But apparently it was written out that way long before I was hatched. in some other
And in
country.
fact, he first appeared on film. I think he was 5 years old, and he appeared on film with his in a dance routine.
My earth is on fire. Hello,
And
LA.
and considering he was born in the 30s, I think he was born in the 20s or 30s, and he was still dancing, tap dancing up in the 80s and 90s. Wow. That's all I got to say is wow.
Yeah, man. I used to. Nowadays, everybody can just find it on their online services or whatever. But it was actually a thing we would do in our lives because you got one shot at this if you weren't rich and owned a VCR with expensive tapes in the 80s and 90s. That stuff was still mighty expensive, and you would never
Yep.
use it on recording TV shows.
Well,
You
some of us wouldn't.
you make a copy of your favorite movie. I mean. Anyway, you'd have to look at a schedule called a TV guide or the local newspaper and figure out one of the shows that you didn't have to look at the schedule was called The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. And he would have all the rich and famous and super movie stars and music stars and politician stars up there. And I just remember Johnny Carson, Sammy Davis Jr. Several times he was on there. I kind of remember that one. There's 20 minutes. And it's available on YouTube. I'm not looking it up. I mean, I'm not clicking it open in case ads or whatever comes up. It says it's on Johnny Carson channel with 324.2K views. Sammy Davis Jr. and Johnny trade impressions. They they
Well,
had good chemistry, and 31st anniversary of the last Tonight Show, that was a year ago. Sammy Davis Jr. and Johnny, that's the same video, uploaded by somebody else. Something on a Facebook thing that I'm never clicking Facebook stuff again. Oh, that reminds me. I am reminded. You ain't gonna drag me down, Mark Zuckerberg, you ugly, fugly scumbucket. I mean, I love you, Mark Zuckerberg. Give me a job and $10 million, and well, I'll be good. First thing I'm gonna do is dig up a backup, which doesn't exist. I almost got dragged down and sunk in the lake of that stupid video he put out. How it's all a mistake, but not his mistake. All the bad employees. Remember me complaining, George, or predicting
yeah.
that not only does he get to blame the employees, because he told them, I said, don't tell your employees in a month you're fired. I mean, so happily separated in a package and all this other crap. They're in there destroying your business. His latest video is now he's moving his people to Texas, probably renting space from Elon Musk.
And Texas doesn't want him.
And blame the hell out of everybody but him for a long time, apparently, what he calls mistakes about the
Mistakes caused
crap
by
that
the
he's
good people.
canceling now. He's going to go to community. They'll put a community, oh, the community ratioed this or downloaded it. But what he's not is
He did it on
contrite. He
purpose.
doesn't apologize. He doesn't say, so if you've been hurt by this, like me, F you, Mark Zuckerberg, unless you want to pay me, give me some money and give me a backup of my face space. Piece of crap. Well, we're going to do better. Or you're going to go lick the shoes of Donald Trump. And by that I mean, and I love it. Thank you, Mr. Trump. You made that Mark Zuckerberg crawl up behind you and kiss your ring, the brown one. You go, Donald Trump. You're my hero. Now make him take responsibility. Make him say, without all that other equivocating and blaming your own employees because you're a piece of crap manager who shouldn't call himself a CEO or a manager or a leader. Donald Trump, smash Mark Zuckerberg and say, dude, here's one. Mark, get up there and say, for all the garbage that happened on Facebook on my watch, I am sorry. And then shut up and cut the tape. I know, it's on tape. Please, Mr. Trump, I don't care. Even with money and an apology and a backup, I'm never lending my clicks and logins to their algorithms again. Maybe I'm just one. Be okay. 6 months ago, Autumn's Armory. I don't know. I want to. This tiny, tiny little girl. YouTube put it on my screen, so I can show it on my YouTube stream. Hello. Any of you guys that have Austin Powers thought about whatever this is, this 7-year-old girl, go to hell right now. I have seen from when she was teeny tiny, more so. She's got 20 more years before I'm going to look at her as a girl woman body that we can look at. And I have commented and I have sent the secret squirrel messages because I really want to zoom this thumbnail image. Not enough to go to her channel. It breaks my heart. Somebody, not even for fun and not even for pictures, don't Photoshop this. Go replace this freaking image of a kid in our world, a child. Their finger is definitely on the go button. It is hammer back right next to her face and pointed up into the sky. This violates every single one of the 4 rules of firearm safety. And here it is in a picture, forevermore on my internets. Somebody go help her parents understand. I hate this. I loathe this. Do I think it should be taken down? Probably not, because then I wouldn't be able to see. And don't go
Are you talking
change
about
it.
the little picture?
Yes,
Okay, yeah, you're talking the little picture.
I zoomed
I
it
said I
in.
couldn't
It's
see
as
that.
big as it gets on my screen.
Yeah.
The thumbnail picture of her whole freaking channel. And it's been a long time. Let me open it in a new tab. Autoplay blocked, but then autoplay played anyway. Go to Autumn's Armory. Somebody get over there. And that's it. That's as big as it gets. Dismisses. I'm sure on the about page or something else, this is far more clear. There is no excuse for this BS. It's giant on my screen. I hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. Never. Not what exception are there to the rules? Oh my gosh. Let me write a note. Copy. This is why you shouldn't scroll. Don't scroll the home page when you're trying to just be dumb. Just type whatever, dummy. Stick to your tatas and beverages. Tatas and beverages plan that you had. But maybe somebody will go out there. I'm not going to. It might have been something else that got me in trouble over at the face base. Autumns. Autumns. Armory. Heart broken. Inner child won't respond. Sickened. Saddened that you are still showing pictures of violations of all four
rules of
of the
community.
fundamental rules. Somebody, there, I put a link in the chat. I'm not going to harass this child or her supposedly adult supervisors on this YouTube when it was new and everyone said, oh, Dean, check out the little cutie pop. The little, what do you call them? Cutie pies or cutie pops? I scream into all of the voids and abysses inside, and every bit of my, what's left of my black heart turns into burnt in LA dust and trickles into my foot. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. Somebody go teach that child and whatever adult supposedly supervises this uploading to YouTube's. OH and no. Oh, I gotta shake it off. Shake it off. Taylor Swift, she's fine. Not gonna scroll anything else. I might see something else. You want to update on the fire type California fires? Let's go. Oh, longer list. Fresh evacuations order Friday evening. That was yesterday, man. It's the internet. According to CNN. Who is this? CNN? But it's on their weather page. Deadly Los Angeles wildfires. New communities threatened as biggest blaze expands. Which biggest blaze? I know. All of them combined equals one. California's governor. See, here we go again. I complained about this exact thing. And now I'm going to complain and turn this right back around on you, Governor Newsom and Governor retired, finally, thankfully, Roy Cooper. FEMA, somebody else at the federal level, and the state of North Carolina all combined
Baby,
very few months ago to make the
baby.
disinformation website.
Can you see if you can't find this? It's a 3D printed. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
And now California's governor has launched a website to fight the spread of wildfire
I just don't want to pay
misinformation.
$20.
Why didn't you just
But I
reuse
do like it.
ours?
It's a 3D printed, multicolored possum.
We'll turn it good. I should have kept looking at women and objectifying them.
The possum. I like possum. The possum. Printed possum. Called a desk.
Launched by Newsom.
Possum. Possum. Just look up 3D printed possum.
And we're doing another exciting episode of Shopping with
Desk.
George. I like it. Possum. I think it has.
Sorry.
I think it has an O in front. Don't say sorry. It happened dynamically and organically. We're shopping for possums. Play possum.
No, I just was scrolling across something on my desktop. It's a 3D printed desk pet that's a possum. Absolutely cute.
It's a 3D printed what?
Possum.
Oh, okay. It just sits on your desk.
Well, it's articulated. You can move it, you can pose it. It's a possum. I like possums. I think they're cute. The only reason possums don't make good pets is they only have a life expectancy of 2 years.
14 minutes ago, Palisades fire is threatening communities just west of the 405 freeway. Maybe we'll pull a map up, maybe we won't. Oh, they got a map. This fire is getting bigger. Very dangerous 26 minutes ago. Very dangerous weather conditions will continue into next week, Weather Service says. And fires, I mentioned before. Chad Myers, a CNN meteorologist, said Saturday strong Santa Ana winds combined with embers on the ground from the ongoing fires may exacerbate the risk of fires. Strong winds may require firefighting planes to temporarily be grounded, he explained. Yep. LA County extends the smoke advisory into Sunday. I've seen too many people running around there with no mask, including the governor. No shirt pulled up over their face. People, that crap is bad stuff. 20 years from now, when you show up with lesions all over your lungs and trying to claim some kind of lung and emphysema thing, the insurance company is going to deny your health claims and say contributory negligence. You were negligent. You were screwing around them fires with nothing over your face. I guess. In my space opera. You have no one to blame but yourself, just like everything else. He was just kind of a magnet for people. Here's the hard part. Mother mourns son killed in fires. He's a very handsome young guy, and he's saying, hang loose. He's very California-esque. Carol Smith is pictured with her son Randall, Randy, Meod, something. Photo credit to Carol Smith herself. Ma'am, I have no words. Randall, Randy Meod, 55, died in the place he loved most in the world, his home. I don't have any words, so let me read some of her words. He was just kind of a magnet for people, and people just loved him, and he loved people. He was a very kind person, Smith said. There was always a party. Wherever Randy went, there was a party. He'd been through so many of these fires. See, people, it is not new. Go listen to my previous stream. I've taught myself, I was going to say taught myself stupid. More stupid. I taught myself more stupid about these are not new. This is not the first time. This poor guy is so used to, oh, LA's on fire again. The mountains are on fire again. The foothills are on fire again. Something's on fire again. You have to live there to understand. He'd been through so many of these fires and made it through unscathed. I think he thought he could do it again, she, being his mother, said. Last time, ma'am, let me type your son's name. we've got our little memorial wall getting built all around the globe. Let me put Cal, fire, checkup, colon. We have the misinformation problem. We have Carol Smith's picture with her son. From CNN. No words and all the words. Carol Smith. More public safety power shutoffs expected before Santa Ana wind event, fire chief says. Pay attention to what I said earlier this stream. Go back, rewind it. No power, no pump, no water. Be the water. Yeah, that's it. That's what they want all the firefighters to do, is go throw their bodies on the flames, apparently. Yeah. Don't go get in the line of fire, firefighters. Even standing behind it, your skin can scorch off of you and your internal moistures boil. It will KIA. These are incredibly hot, wind-driven fires. So like saying, well, why can't you just reach in there and pour a glass of water in a crematorium? Because the steam is going to burn you first before the fire cooks everything off your arm and you draw back a powderized skeleton stump. Go stand at the business end of a jet engine and ask yourself, do you want to put this out with a hose? Yes, a jet goes a lot faster than 70 to 80 miles an hour or even 20. If you've never dealt with fire moving 20 miles an hour with wind gusts up to 40, you've never dealt with fire. Hush. Hush your mouth. Epic aerial assault protecting homes in Encino 3 hours ago. Very good. Epic. Good job, LA Times. Good job, aerial
Sorry,
people.
sir.
What?
I might have to cut it here. I'm starting. My hips need
Okay.
to stretch out.
Well, let's
You
say.
have a good one. I'll talk to you later.
All right. You too. Get better. Good night, George. I'm I'm gonna have to misogyny on my own. I'm gonna have to objectify. I'm trying not to go too deep. But we do need to look at, I want to see, can we get anything on Maiden Lane? Oh, yes, it is in the affected area. Extensive street closures and a place for Altadena in a place. Let me slow down. Let me lean forward, slow down, and enunciate. Extensive street closures in place for Altadena as crews battle flames 1 day ago. Everyone around us is hurting. Eaton Fire's horrific swipe through Altadena. Pasadena Star News 2 days ago. Significant progress made in Eaton Fire. Evacuation orders remain in place. 4 hours ago. significant progress. Let's hope this is a good news story from CBS News. Thank you, CBS News. Let's look at the good news. Significant progress made in Eaton fire evacuation. This came on January 11, 2025. I'm going to remind myself this time to do 111. And then we'll go talk about a movie, and I'm going to objectify the men folk. I've talked about it before. Long and powerful. Favorite, one of my favorite. There's probably 700 tied for favorite. Maybe 1,000. Maybe 2,000. My favorite movie. Pause their video so it doesn't eat my bits. As fire crews continue to combat the Eaton fire, where significant progress, in hard quotes, has been made Friday, its destruction has taken a toll on the Pasadena, Altadena, and Sierra Madre communities, with 6 deaths reported and at least 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed. Los Angeles County Sheriff Robert Luna said, Luna means moon. Crews are still working to assess the damage, make their way through the rubble and debris to find and identify those who died in the wildfires. The combined Eaton and Palisades death toll was updated Friday afternoon to 11 deaths by the Los Angeles County Department of Medical Examiner. The Eaton fire has become one of the top 20 most destructive wildfires in the state, and fire officials said Friday that 14,117-acre Eaton fire has reached 15% containment. Yay. Yesterday, Friday, the last I heard, and they were seal clapping if they could. They were all exhausted, the fire people fighting it and talking about it. They had got 3%. One of them was 3 and one was 8. So somewhere between 3 and 8 yesterday. And they were like, we're getting somewhere. We got to start on this. Now they're up to 15%. Operations chief. Oh, sorry, I went silent, but I'm scrolling it on the screen. The scale of the impact today is larger than anything I've seen in my career. Whatever Archer fire was started yesterday, 100% contained. Hearst fire, 76% contained. Wow. State, news people, CBS News, whoever put this together, thank you. This is a good one. Copy. I don't know if it will automatically update. Oh no, it says updated. How do I get directly to this? Search in the table. Oh well. Archer. Wasn't Archer already in there? Oh, I sorted it by name, descending. Huh. Silly me. Eaton, Hurst, Kenneth, 80, Lydia, 100, Olivas, 100, Palisades, 11%. At 11:31 a.m., January 11th, Palisades was falling a little bit behind Eaton. Oh well. Something. Any percent contained. Firearms, we call it the cone of error. In 5 years, they call it the cone of opportunity or possibility. That I guess I would have to pull up a paint program and show you. The worry with fires and firefighting is that it'll burn all the way around you. Which reminds me, my missus, we apparently have a very near full moon or a full moon. She went and took some pictures, and she was just amazed how her little iPad took these pictures, and it makes it look like the light cut right through the branches and trunks of trees from a bright, bright, bright full moon. And she kept saying, doesn't it look like it just wraps around? Maybe I will. Open this. Don't open this. Go away. Click over here. Type paint. Go there. And the paint app opens. And my little emoji call, my avatar is still up there. Yin and yang. That's me. Are we in draw mode? We are in draw mode. Here. We'll draw a city block on fire. If you contain 25% of it, and then we'll draw another city block right over here. So this one is on fire. Because I clicked without thinking. The right one is on fire. And then we'll take green. Make a green rectangle. So they close off 25% contained. Meaning it's going to go up, right, and down. North, east, and south. They say. Yay! 25% contained. Well, look at the small distance it is to come back around. Go back to here. Make a red. So while they're doing that, and then they shift and say the south side becomes the next focus of their big fight. Well, either this thing can burn through the brush, if there's brush next door, or worse, well, they're in here fighting this from the front yards of this block. It does this to the firefighters. So fireman standing here is going to get exiled. Fire person, I know, fire furry, whatever the heck you are. So 25% containment sounds great. But all the rest of us say, yay, percents. And it's hard. This is the psychology of management of fire department crews and things like that. Why the fire chief over there, somebody should probably go drag her out and let her hold a hose for a minute or carry the old-fashioned 1870s buckets. Hey, lady, get this through your thick skull. Shut up. Don't stand around doing all this political crap. Do you see Governor Newsom had to put up a site? Shut up. Everybody shut up. Go fight the fire or shut up. Newsom can do what he wants to. He's the governor. That's what politicians do. The fire chief is supposed to be serious about not being political. I'm with George. Well, maybe you need a fire. Here's where I'm from there. I know. It's a union state. The fire department is unionized. They're better off to just keep her than without the proper 5,000 year, 7 million pages of documentation process. Get rid of a California government employee. And then she's going to sue for her permanent emotional damages. Even though her union contract says she will forego that, she can say she signed the contract under duress and go for it. California loves that crap. So in the real world, it doesn't matter whether or not part of fire department management is, number one, assessing this. How hot is this fire in square number X, the burning square? And which direction is the wind blowing? Because it could also, embers jump right inside and over the fire line. I've discussed in previous streams, and here I'll discuss it again for a second. You've never been as you might want to hold your breath, terrified as driving or riding passenger with your auntie as she drives through the freeway under a roof or canopy or fire that is jumping the freeway. True story. Or driving, I don't know, as fast as a 4-cylinder 1980s convertible Chrysler will go, trying to outrun a fire-nado, which takes me back to another thought I had a while ago. All these practicalities. And what you've got to deal with is go back and listen to any of my other links. I didn't research this stuff. We play this stuff improv theater. What each individual firefighter, save changes, don't save. Oh, 04, 16. After the best mspaint.exe firefighter explanations. Tangent. See my previous. Take a class from me. One, the training, the mantra, what you have to get through, and it's hard. Not as hard for cops, or because cops don't work this way. Some, but the ones that really do, good people who go with an idea that they want to help their fellow man, usually become firefighters. It's crazy brave to run into danger for the benefit of others. True story. And they will. I wish Bill Hughes was still here. Bill Hughes, you're one of these. And it's a positive thing, I'm telling you. Sir, somebody gets B-hugs, get listening to this. Hey, Dean was talking about you again. Bill Hughes really is one of those guys that will not adhere, even though I've made him write it out himself in instructor development or trainer development classes. The hardest lesson to get across to the protector mindset is to protect the protector. Do not rush in. And see, it takes an old guy and maybe a whole continent away to understand. George has never stood there. We were just yapping earlier. Everybody go back and listen to it. George may very well, damn well, say something that helps your light bulb light up. Understand this. I don't care if I was the fire chief in Los Angeles and I had 1 million with an M well-equipped standard firefighters. I would tell them all to assemble outside the line of danger and let the damn place burn to the ground. Because if you get cooked, who's going to help the rest of Los Angeles when there is a fire that humans can address? Saying, well, somebody could have done something and planned something or something. Well, now I'll say this because George isn't here, and I don't want to hurt George's feelings. And I don't want him to, whatever. I'm saying this because this is the reality for me. Then why didn't your effing guy fix it when he was 4 years in power? If he's so freaking perfect, then why didn't he just lay it all out for the whole Congress? So much so, and for everybody, that everybody said, man, that makes so much damn sense. Of course we're all going to do it. Nope, too busy standing around name calling. All of our guys forever. The reality is, I don't care. Somebody come up and type in my comments or type or whatever, send me a thing, we'll figure it out. The hardest thing for a certain mindset people to do, and George is one of those. George will damn well foolishly run in. You'd have to grab him by the seat of his pants or whatever, and you can grab a hold of his chair if he's riding it that day, and say, no, no, sir, no, no. If you get cooked or KIA'd, or you can't see around enough corners, if it's something like a school active bad guy word, I promise you, I got a bum hip and a bum knee and a stomped on horse foot. George has some other issues with knees and feet. We would both be dragging each other in to something like protect children, where you can run in, or if it was a tiny little fire, run in there and squirt it with a fire extinguisher. We might. He would probably more than me because he's had EMS firefighter training. I've had some, but my training is to, eliminate a threat. I can't shout a fire out. A man's got to know his limitations. So it is a serious thing. And it's just a matter of everybody's little minds racing and saying, yeah, but, that somebody could have done something. No, we don't control the universe. You have to step back and look at this, that, hey, you know what? Can you help people evacuate? Can you get their damn roads cleared? Because that was the biggest problem people had evacuating, is that the city put out a county-wide alert. So everybody jumped on the roads, even the people that weren't at risk. It may have only been citywide. And that's another thing people don't understand. Altadena and Pasadena and everything else, those are all in Los Angeles County. The mayor of the city of Los Angeles has nothing to do with them and their reservoirs and their firefighters. It's the serious, hardest lesson to park. Go ask any of the survivors of NYFD. We all wear the sweatshirts and the t-shirts and the little ball caps to this day, 24 years later. 23 years and entering into the 24th year. I see it, Elizabeth. Hi, welcome aboard. I'm going to slide it over and read it as soon as I get done with this rant. The absolute hardest thing, especially with the firefighters in terms of management, is to stop them from going to martyr themselves in an impossible. There's no point in you doing that. Don't go die there. We need you tomorrow. Or if the embers go sideways just for a minute and get on this one house on a large plot of land where we still have some water, then we're going to run over there and get that roof wet. But we are not going to face a wall of fire a mile wide with our little freaking type K. I don't know what. Bill Hughes, you should be here telling me the types that are necessary. What type of fire extinguisher do you need to put out a city on fire? Hello, Elizabeth again. And she said, hi. Your aunt was the person liaison captain of the LA sheriff that had the plans. And even though no one thought 9/11 would happen, it was covered in the plan she had developed. She was the one who they said get her, and she saved the lives of property of over 15 people in LA County that day because she made sure each day that the plans were in order. The county board of supervisors is responsible, and they are jumping on the let's blame Trump train. Yeah. Everybody's going to blame someone else on a politically, and you weren't here, Elizabeth, earlier. We had the long discussion of who the hell voted whoever in. Go ahead, stand around blaming. It's not going to unburn your house down. 25 million people all collectively have stood around and not done anything to prevent this from happening. It's a human condition. It's older than written literature that we don't want to take responsibility individually or collectively. We want to vote somebody or have somebody else go become our king and take care of us. I don't know the exact correct word for the, and it is what it is. Go listen to the other stream. Like I said, the last stream I talked about, this is just not an if, it's a when. And it's a natural thing. Very sad. Just before you got on, Elizabeth, I looked up and found a name and the poor guy's mother and how she said, Carol Smith said her son, Randy, that he's been through so many fires in his home, wherever his home was, that's why he didn't leave. It's the fire that cried wolf tale. Those of us that have lived there, like, damn, that was bigger than last time. But we get very jaded about it. Same with the earthquakes. They all do it here in North Carolina and in Florida and everything else. That they tell them this is a mandatory evacuation for these hurricanes, and everybody says, "Oh no, I've been through 100 hurricanes. I've been I've been through many storms." How many mandatory evacuation storms have you been through? Oh, zero. But here we go. Even if the governor and the rest get in to go clean an animal or people evacuations with mops and brooms, they would be more helpful than their whining and blaming. One newsman is asking, what are they doing? Meaning those we pay upwards of $1 million to take care of these crisis problems. Well, see the link, and I'm not going to just repeat. Sorry, you missed it. The whole focus of the early hours of this stream, and I went for a good long time. But it's in the description, and Newsom's doing what Newsom does. You know, he's the governor. He shouldn't be out there sweeping. If he can get a few of his friends, hey, you guys go over there and sweep. But he's issuing executive orders and trying to work with FEMA and the White House and get some of the money loosened up and flowing. Because no one else in that state can do it. He's the governor. No one else can sign the contracts or sign the declarations or whatever. I wish he would do less getting out in public. Me and George both talked long about it. They're very embarrassing, and it doesn't look good for him, in our humble opinions. In the video from Fox 11 News, it's a 1 hour long video. It's in the description. It says Fox 11 News, Newsom, the plan. There's a link down below that links to where he's saying some of his stuff. But he should be sitting in the governor's mansion being a governor. Stop looking for the photo ops. In my opinion. I don't know. I'm not the governor of California. And I did credit him. If we just, Elizabeth, and I don't care, he's not my governor. If I say everything else and I just agree with everyone else, that he is the worst wicked evil piece of turd ever on planet Earth and all the other rest of everything that Get over it. Donald Trump stopped saying it about him. I say it about you, Donald Trump. Not really. I've been very nice to Trump today, Elizabeth. I'm sorry you missed it. Go back tomorrow and listen to this one. Except we might be on here again tomorrow. Go back some other day and listen to this one. I've been very biased and dashard all day talking about our hero, Donald J. Trump. T-minus 9 days till back in the White House. Hoorah! True story. But if nothing else, and don't you dare say anything, Elizabeth, be very careful. Someone I know and love and care about, the destiny of all destinies, made it a my people. Created something and has done well in it, and it expanded, and it is all the brainchild. I guess he gets the credit because he's the governor, and no other governor ever did this, to get someone I care about a lot into a position where I understand and believe, including her going to deal with it, it, going to deal with all those aborigines in Australia and New Zealand, to try to figure out a better way or a better something, and she's making effective changes. Sorry, I said gender again. In my make-believe story. And if I'm wrong, don't anybody burst my bubble. I take for fact, you know what? Gavin Newsom is every bit of everything wicked, evil, nasty that and then times 10. You guys don't even, all you Trumplicans, you don't even begin to scratch at the million level bad that Gavin Newsom is. But I don't care. A stopped clock can be right twice a day, and he done right. He's the governor. He gets the credit as well as all the blame for everything. You know what Gavin Newsom should have done is spit on that fire when it was a spark. What did we hire him for? But he did that one good thing, and that one good person sent me a Christmas card, and they're up doing good. Many of some certain types of groups of people in California follow them on the professional medias and stuff, and it's all good, and everybody's benefited. That's all thanks to Gavin Newsom. There you go, Gavin Newsom, and the rest of it, quit, get out of the state, you bastardo, but sign some executive orders and get the state legislator to secure that one office you created before you go anywhere, dope. There, I'm being ugly to Gavin Newsom again. Go home to Sacramento and do governor stuff. Let everybody else send your public relations office. California has like 1,000 public relations people. And they all come out of Hollywood and get paid $1 million a day. How come you got $1 million a day for makeup, lights, camera, and action, and you ain't got a damn cent for fire extinguisher? So, yeah, back on the last rant. No, it's the same rant. Mindset. If you gave me 1 million with an M firefighters, I would tell all of them, stand down, stand back, and stand by. Wink, wink, wink. Thanks for the phrase, Trumplican. Former, future, current, T-minus 9 days and counting. My President Donald J. Trump. I think he said stand back, stand by. Might have been whatever. He said something like that, stand by. Because you can't rush in there and get deaded, or worse, injured. If a firefighter gets himself half cooked playing hero, how many firefighters and ambulances does it take to get that guy back gurneyed up and sent to the hospital that now So now you come across and save a civilian. Well, your firefighter partner's in their bed. They're going to die. You didn't prove anything. It takes a very hard heart and a lot of experience and wisdom to try to manage something like that. And the people. The cat wrangling is the hardest part. I met one of the top native lawyers at that wedding. She and I discussed my book and work, why it is fourth grade level. Besides my brain injury, she said, "Wow, that is genius. I feel honored." The bride is on that world work because of her own work. She won the Honorable Eisenhower grant to do those studies. She's, I don't know. I just remember reading all the press releases, and it was part of what got Newsom elected, was that he promised to do stuff for a certain underrepresented class of people in California. And he's the governor. He gets the credit and the blame. He gets the credit for it. It doesn't matter if the 200 years, California ain't that old. If 100 years of governors and state legislators have been working on this, well, it got done when he got in office, so he gets the credit. Cool like that. Uh, take a class. The hardest lesson. Well, I'm gonna have to do is take a pee. I mean, break. And then try to remember, what was I gonna remember for number 2? There was more. There was 2 is why I put a colon. Firefighter explanations tangent. And I didn't leave the paint open with the how the fire will jump over you or wrap around you. It's one reason you cannot get in the line or area of fire, let alone unprecedented true use of the word. The people of Los Angeles have been through many fires. See poor Mrs. Smith and her son, and many others. None of those firefighters have ever seen anything like this. The worst, wildest. It's all good. It was on my mind list, and I discussed it with my wife in our 1.75 hours conversation this morning. That, well, what do you mean they've never seen anything like this? Yes, I know. Maui last year, Australia, when we're in Australia. Have you ever seen the ocean steaming and in some cases bubbling? Australia, wild. It wasn't in 2020. It was a long time ago. I don't know. Do you remember, Elizabeth, when the hellacious, well, let's say Australia wildfire, ocean steaming? I don't remember how they worded it, so until I get my words right. Oh, it changed it to wildlife. Dumb me. I need to get younger eyes, some good glasses. No wonder it won't tell me what I want to know. I said wildlife, not wildfire. Oh, here it was. They had another one in 19 and 20. Is that when it was? Killed the phytoplanktons. End of the world. End of the whales. Maybe it wasn't only 19 and 20, but guess what else happened in 19 and 20? Something. I can't think of what it's called. Virus? No, it wasn't virus. 5 years ago. It really was. But seeing it on TV or looking at picture pages on the internet or having a special video film, whatever you call it, firefighter class, and what we all say is, sucks to be them. That could never happen to us. Even if we had a class where we said, you got to go look at Maui and you have to go look at Australia where that burnt across and all that was left at the coast was grass. That fire dried out, turned brown, the heat ahead of the fire made the grass into burnable from green grass and fired so hot that the damn ocean steamed enough to kill all the plankton. And the people that were trying to outrun it and run across that superheated sand got burns on their feet and ran into a hot, steamy, hot ocean. But because it didn't happen to firefighters in Los Angeles, it didn't happen to anybody. They don't care. Sucks to be Australian. That's because they're upside down. He has done many good things, but in that kind of job, you are only as good as the latest crisis. That is reality. He apologized formally to the native California people for the 1882 termination bill. Out of business. Tim Ryerson said the old grandmother porch house near Elliott is gone. I was going too fast and getting too far behind. We'll have to come back to it. That's okay. Cause at 04, 41. No, we'll just call it 42. I can enjoy the tingly feeling. Going to have to take a break. 08. Not 08. 8.03. I think that's what the clock says. Ask phone. It has big numbers. Chat to Liz. Well, I better put Elizabeth. Heart and smile. Elizabeth, hold down the fort. Guard the chat. Maybe we'll get, now that there's a woman here. Hey guys, there's a woman here. Go type in the chat box. Says we have 3 watching. You other 2. Get on there. Chat to Elizabeth. Or my girl. Or my skirty girl. I've made it, I think, another 2 hours without a break. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Okay, I am coming back. Mark the screen. Mark yourself back on the clock. That wasn't that long of a break. It felt like I took too long because dead air, dead air. Back. Squirrel. Sort of. Squirrel. Sort of. And I can't remember the original number 2 above. So we're going to say 1B. RE. Squirrel / Gavin Newsom. Newsom. I was making fun of his name earlier. How do you spell it? Don't type it, Elizabeth. I'll look it up. Gavin Newsom. I was right. And I wasn't making fun of it the way Donald Trumpsty was. I was making fun of it because my wife and I had a long, complicated macro, micro, and mid-row economics discussion today. Good talk. 1.75 hours. Big brain stuff. So then I was laughing because I said, oh, Newsom. S-U-M. Put a dash in between them. It's the result of math. Me and my word plays. It all adds up to the new sum in Common Core or the new math. Uh-oh. Is another Forge live? No. Oh, there might be by now. Premieres 1:12 at 11 a.m., but that's German time, I think. Squirrel, squirrel, squirrel. R.E. Squirrel. Gavin Newsom. The video and discussions from earlier. Mr. Newsom's. Are we allowed to call him Mr. still? Governor Newsom's. Elizabeth, if you can get someone we know that may or may not have the ear of a guy, put them in touch with me and let me teach his protection detail, his people, a few things. And I might even open that video. And then, okay, Governor Newsom's protection detail. You're by Yud. Stop letting people get near your guy. See, I was trying to take a break and my mind started sifting through what else? There was something else you were thinking. And I was trying to remember what was my original number 2. And no, I don't mean putes. If you're going to properly spell pute, it's P-U-P-E. I've said it and done it so much that my brother started saying and writing it that way. Sometimes viruses spread. Newsom. Better put Gavin. Blonde woman. Protect our guys. Here's a shorter snipper. Please, 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 somebody. I don't even know if I should say. If I've thought of it, and it took me until this long. True story. I sent my brother and mother a link to a video the other day where dude was standing around and one guy walked right up to him. I set eyes upon it, but then his guys grabbed him up and got him out of there when the all of a sudden the building they were standing next to burst into flames, which was Elliot. This. And again, I don't care. I'm just looking at this from the eyeballs of a guy who I've destiny and me and my path, or the path has fallen in front of me. Gavin, sir, governor, Mr. Governor, sir, you are not safe. You are the governor of the most populous state in the United States. If something happens to you, I don't know what the chain of succession is, succession, who comes next. It could cause a delay in those orders and those contracts and those FEMAs and all the other stuff that only you can do. You're the governor. Why the hell, in the second time in 2 days, sir, fire your guys? I mean, don't fire them because you can't fire anybody in government in California. Your guys have got to go for some remedial training. One of your guys, dude, you got your head so far up your butt, you invulnerable, bulletproof imbeciles. That's your guy. Right now, you are the seriously most hated and dehumanized by the incoming president of the United States of America. It's not what Donald Trump says. It's that Donald Trump says things that the people who have little Eiffel Tower hats on their head to listen to their alien commanders tell them that Donald Trump is giving them the Manchurian command to go play a couple games of solitaire that are going to. And how do I know that they could walk up and shove a knife in your throat, Gavin Newsom? Let's look at the cutie pie blonde lady who's very upset. Walk right up to you. Damn it. If I'd have thought, and yes, I'm that slow. Or I had a very good 1.75 hour hangout, converse, ice and snowed in. We pretended, even though we didn't get ice and snowed in. We're like, well, we planned for it. Let's sit here and talk. Make some mo coffees. Please, shut up. T minus 9 and counting. I'm never going to have to see or hear about you again until you get rotunded, dude. And Donald Trump and company, don't do anything with your investigations. Let it go and don't ever speak his name again. Here we go. This is it. This is all you need. Turn the closed captions off. Zoom the screen. And yeah, it took me, I guess, what time is it? 8:15. It took me 11 hours. This is why I'm not the boss of anything. For my mind to realize, what's bugging you, Dean? What's bugging you? My inner child had run away and hidden. I guess. And I don't think my wife saw the video. Because she would have said right away, oh my gosh, can you look? She is danger damn close. Somewhere in this video, in this conversation, and I was cheering her earlier, calling him out and talking with George. We talked about for a while, Elizabeth, that his responses to her, and everybody's ragging on it, are not exactly what they should be. He got caught. I do not think he realizes how dangerous. Nobody does. Donald Trump didn't until he got shot. 50 miracles that day that Donald Trump isn't dead or worse. If he hadn't leaned forward, and anybody who's offended by stuff, go away. But for now, this is between me and Elizabeth. One of the 50 miracles that happened that day is that G-D reached down out of the heavens, put his big G-D hand on Donald Trump's idiot back and shoved him forward. If he hadn't bent exactly how he bent in order to look, there was two jumbotronic screens. He looked to the one that the sun was shining on. He could have read his favorite chart better had he leaned left. But he has something wrong with his back or spine or shoulders. There's an old injury or condition there that he always leans and looks right. It's just something I've noticed about Donald Trump. And I call it a miracle because if he hadn't, that thing could have clipped right through his spine and left him a big idiot sack of vegetable taters for however long machines and all the stuff that billionaires have around them could keep you biologically alive, incapable of movement, playing Superman, Christopher Reeve, driving through life in your chair. So many miracles. So yes, none of them do. He doesn't even have he doesn't have an outline that looks kind of like a wife beater t-shirt or a brassiere. He doesn't have any kind of bullet resistant stuff on. And they all do it this way. They're all carefree until they're not. Ask what's the name they built the whole anti-gun business about. And I hate that. She's got a pretty name. Gabrielle Giffords. Is that her name? Ma'am, I'm sorry if I messed your name up. Because how much idiot walked up and shot her in the face? Is that right? I don't remember where he shot her. Uh, and no, I don't remember the guy's name, and I hope it's not in this damn wiki page. Wikipedia. Cancel culture and erase the bad guys. Hey. Oh, we're just having a little table thing. Should we have security? Oh, probably not. You know, that costs a lot of money, and the campaign ain't got no money, and blah, blah, blah. But she was already in Congress, and we don't provide Secret Service. Okay. I'm on the right page, aren't I? Gabby Giffords. But I hate that. I don't like calling people by them goofy. Even if she's Gabrielle, I think that's a very pretty name, Gabrielle or Gabriella, whatever it is. D. I never knew until today. Her her middle name is D, and her husband's a Major Tom, ground control. He's a space cadet or something. And I don't blame her for hating on the inanimate object. You ain't changed nothing, Ladybug. Hopefully you've changed a mind or two. Accidentally. All right, let me get back. I really don't pay that much attention. Attempted assassination. There was excitement in my life in 2011. On January 8th, 2011, Giffords was shot in the head outside a Safeway grocery store in Casas Adobes, Arizona. Adobe houses? A suburban area northwest of Tucson. During her first Congress on Your Corner, a public opportunity for constituents to speak directly with their representatives. Hang on, I gotta put her name in the thing. Sorry, I'm flying solo. I got no one on the Discord that could read this stuff while I type. It's okay. We got growing pains. Oh, and I don't know if you did anything in response to the email or even had time to see it, Elizabeth. This before. I keep getting so many distracted, self distracted. It's a very busy day. I might be on here all night. Giffords. I love you even if you hate my toys afforded me under the Second Amendment. If that comes off wrong, I apologize. Now, let me get back to this. Huh. Finished another squirrel, another squirrel. A friend of ours, Elizabeth, said that they might send some money anyway, and I responded an email and said, well, just send it on to PayPal, don't care. What I forgot to put in the email, because right when I was working on it, my wife came in and said, and another thing, after a really good conversation, and it was another little snippet, another little piece of a really good conversation with her. So I just send. I forgot to write in there, or got myself squirreled from that. Think about all your neighbors right now, friend in Los Angeles area ish. Don't send anything my direction. That what if that fire hops your direction? Do you have enough to get in a hotel for a while and eat super expensive California restaurant food? You have to put up some emergency money. Never give away, no matter what. You have to have it readily accessible. That was a huge piece and part of talking about hedging, and you just have to listen to it later, Elizabeth. That it's kind of laid out in the description and the checklist. If you think to yourself, could I survive the absolute worst case scenario? I have to drive all the way to freaking at least as far north as Santa Barbara. And remember, you get in areas, she areas like Santa Barbara. Them hotel rooms are probably $750 a night. I don't know. It ain't gonna be cheap. Emergencies happen. We've got the bake part going on for California right now. What if it shakes right in the middle of this? The big one. So yes, tell friend. Zzz, plural. If you're 100% sure that there's no possible way that's going to leave you hurting, a pallet, mail it. I don't care. All right, back to the lovely, lovely Gabrielle Giffords. On January 8th, 2011, I would love to sit down and do a podcast or show or interview. I'd even show my ugly face with her outside a Safeway grocery store. I already read the place. See, see how naive and only a beautiful person, because jaded old farts like me ain't gonna do it. That's why I don't run for office. I don't think I could do anything good there. 1,000 of them morons in Congress who are corrupt and criminal, in my humble opinion. You can't go any one of you against 1,000 and fix anything from the inside. That cause is a ship that has sailed. A public opportunity for constituents to speak directly with their representatives. She tried, and you know what happens? No good deed goes unpunished. A man ran up to the crowd and began firing a 9mm pistol. Oh, thank you, wiki people, whoever did this. They didn't say his name. Ah, I asked and it was given. I love you, Wikipedia. When I get some money, I'm going to donate you again. Even if just for this. You know how different this is to me? I'm going to screenshot it. Get ready. Hear it. Hear this, Wiki. My computer didn't make the noise. Are you hearing me, Elizabeth? Damn it. Did the audio really just quit on me again? I had tech issues before things got cooking. That shake is what they need to think about. We have at least one shake each day on average here. Yep. And what if it's the big one? The big one. See the TV show. I got myself distracted again looking for the chat box. Anyway, let me know if you're still hearing me. I guess you are because you heard the shake stuff. Yep. I hear you, yes. The gunman hit 19 individuals with gunfire, killing 6 of them. So you might be bulletproof and whatever, or maybe you got a really thick skull, Gavin Newsom, and you can take one in the noggin and do better than Gabrielle, because you're a man. Well, it's your fault if some nut goes after you and does this to the 6 innocent bystanders. A federal judge, 9-year-old. See, I never knew this. If I'd have known this, I would have flown into a rage out of control. I'm just admitting something I freely admit. Dear Donald Trump, let me be your director of Central Intelligence. Because in 2011, the destiny of things, a Marine Corps sniper became scout sniper, became MARSOC guy that I met at the Marine base in Encino, California. Encino-ish. In a precision marksman or precision rifle school, and had encountered again on September 12th, 2001 at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, part of Joint Operations. Not the command, but that's what they call it. JOC and JSOC were suddenly assembled. Well, I ran into that guy again in 2011, and he said, "What the F are you doing here?" Because that's what he said to me on September 12th, 2001. And got me lots of good lucrative contracts teaching America's soldiers how to be correct, fast, efficient, and ruthless in the upcoming events following September 11th, 2001. Go look it up. And he knows I'm good at it, and people learn valuable lessons from me at it. Anyway, in 2011, I was so angry at the earth. And then I ran into him, and he says, "What the F are you doing here?" I was at a Target buying pajamas for my wife. I had to get out of town or I was going to hurt a mass hurting of people that really deserved it in my little town. I said, "I'm trying to stay out of my little town." And he said, "Well, anything I can do to help?" And he said, "I'm over here at some damn place. Bear paw logo." I said, "Yeah, get me a job overseas unaliving people for money and teaching other people how to do it, because I hate people. And if we go over there and unalive them, we can get paid millions of dollars for it. The first, back then it was the first 185, tax free, including the ability to teach others." He's like, "Hell yeah, in." And then the destiny of things is they settled the Blackwater settlement, and now nobody was going anywhere on contract bases. Blah, blah, blah. That's why I didn't pay much attention. I was like, well, who gives a shit? It's another congressperson. If they really cared, they'd vote themselves some Secret Service protection. Hello? Sorry, Miss Giffords and Mr. Giffords, but it's true. You guys ain't bulletproof. Go ask Gabby. And go ask 9-year-old men. This would have infuriated me beyond all depths of ultra darkness. Don't be killing the 9-year-old little cutie pops. my future first woman president. She's got a hyphenated first name. How unprecedented is she? Green was the granddaughter of MLB baseball manager and GM Dallas Green. A 20th person was injured at the scene, but not by a G-fire. Yeah, stampede. They got injured by some fool rolling their eyes up in their head and stomping over them. I'm not reading the shooter name. I'm not. I'm not letting it on my screen. Giffords enter Daniel Hernandez Jr. provided first aid assistance to her immediately after she was wounded and is credited with saving her life. And I don't know how to say those accented A's. I apologize for me being an utter American. Daniel Hernandez Jr. Yay for you. Good job. Glad you were there and glad you knew what to do. Even if you just guessed and learned it on TV, you done right. You're credited with saving her life. She was quickly evacuated to the University Medical Center of Tucson in critical condition, though she was still conscious and following commands. The brain is an amazing thing. The human body is wondrously made. I don't know. I don't know enough about her. Her faith, her spirit, her strength, her everything. I already said earlier, people that overcome things are just the more glowy, beautiful to me than, and this is me. Let me yin what I just said. True story. If one of you psychopath companies that buries yourself in bullshit will hire me to go overseas and KIA people and pay me a boatload of money, I will do it. And I will teach your people how to do it correctly. Somebody get me a job. Because somebody else might say, you know what? Remember that crazy guy? We need his kind of skill and ability, including the ability to teach others. Or one day somebody pay me to do a podcastery with Gabby Giffords, Gabrielle, and if it's Gabriella, I like it even more. See, very pretty lady. There was other pictures elsewhere. The fact that you can tell that there was serious damage to that face and head, and she survived it and got it put back together and fixed up, just makes it all the more pretty. And it's me. It's an internal. You're giving something to something. Well, that's what us peoples do. I didn't objectify her. This right here, somewhere in this madness. Let me get back off of Gabrielle Giffords. I spent a while there. I did good. 14. Oh, back to Newsom and Co. Oh, I don't know if I can use those in copy paste chats. My eyes did see. The couple days ago, I sent you video, Elizabeth, and this video. But this video, we are days into this now. There are thousands of people whose entire lives are burnt. Some of them are Trumplicans, sir, and your team, whose people are dead or unaccounted for, and everything they've ever owned or will own is now laying on the ground in ashes, and they don't have gap insurance because they have equity loans and lines and all. They have more debt on the house than they have insurance. And they're going to be desperate and stupid. And because nobody will say something statesmanlike, including the incoming or the existing President of the United States, is like, hey, everybody, My aunt's favorite saying for people being goofy was simmer down. Donald Trump, please. Somebody with Donald Trump's ears say to Donald Trump, sir, get on your Truth or Social and tell everybody, hey, don't hurt Gavin Newsom. Not in my name or anybody else's. Because if you don't, somebody is going to in your name because of your stupid words, politician man. Because why? Somewhere in this video, the lightly haired bodyguard, before she got this close, he started to step in. And then he stepped away. And he looks kind of, wait. You can tell on his face. Buddy man. Back up. Here he is. I'm trying not to make it pop ads up. This guy. Here he is. Protectors. Elizabeth, remember how many times we've discussed this in 37 live streams now? You, dude, this is your protectee, sir. Love the dark glasses. Yep, secret agent man. You are too lackadaisical, too lazy and too stupid. It doesn't matter what this guy says. This guy obviously doesn't understand his importance as the butt that sits in the biggest throne seat in the state of California. Without him doing the big chair job, the state is effed. I don't care that she looks like a lady or not like a lady. I'll show you 100 news articles of 12 to 16-year-old girls red rumming people. Protector. Us protector-minded people put ourselves between danger and innocence. This is not innocence. This is your job, your duty, your protection thing is you put yourself between him and everything. Nobody should get close enough. She grabs his damn phone. And you got, I guess, lady, mom, I know you're upset. Better be glad that I am not anywhere near that state and not one of the people on the team for this guy, because I'd have smashed your ass up against that truck and smashed your head against it. Don't you dare touch my guy. But I wouldn't have, because you wouldn't have touched my guy. I would have got right in there and shoved you back with force. That's the governor of the state. You can shove your politics up your butt. There. See if I take another break. You missed the first 3 hours, Elizabeth. I really did good of just tatas and beer, tatas and beer. I found out Frank Zappa wrote the song. It's way back there in the beginning. I tried to keep it so shallow, but my mind, it wouldn't let me have it away. Yep, we were LARPing. We were live action role playing. And by 14, I was telling George about, do you remember the TTs and brewskis? But I pulled it up. I said, look it up yourself, but I pulled it up. It was on screen. Early in this thing, I tried to stay in Austin Powers-ish. Where is it? I could just search. Yeah. At 3 hours and 30 minutes in, me and George both agreed that we were going to do Austin Powers. That's a movie, a comedy about some 60s or 70s. Hey, groovy. Hey, baby, what's your sign? Kind of, we were role playing again. We were role playing Austin Powers. and gonna go look at the Yum Yum Go-Go Dancers of 1968. And there I went to get a drink, and all of a sudden I realized, what is it about the blonde woman video? What is it about the blonde woman video? This. This is what it is. Gavin Newsom, you must get remedial training to understand the position you are in. Here's your miracle. This is your second one. Go see the video, Elizabeth. Send Gavin Newsom the video. You're in. No, they don't call him Secret Service. That's his bodyguard. Hang on. Don't give it a glance. Give it a read. Yes, recall the numbers of times. Is that a Secret Service agent or is it a newsman? No, that's his agent, the bald guy. I mean, the lightly haired feller. I guess, if that's how he identifies. In a time of heightened stress, duress, excitement. I don't. What else do you call all the things of an emergency? I don't know. Why am I having to say this out loud? But go, Elizabeth, look at that video I sent you the other day of Altadena when this fool was standing out there on the street with this one next to Elliot when it burst into flames, and then they shoved him in the truck and told him to go away. Watch the video and listen to the crap that guy talks about Gavin Newsom. And hey, video guy, I don't even remember your name. I'm not going to put any noise about it. Bravo you, sir. Because he said ugly things. Obviously not a Newsom supporter. But when he got out on the sidewalk, and they just let him walk up in behind the roadblock and including the motorcade. He just walked in there taking pictures with his phone. Or maybe he had a professional camera, I don't know. And then when he walked by, he started talking and saying words to Gavin Newsom. And it took this long, several days. I got better things to think about. If you get hurt because you live this way, fool, I don't piss on you, California. I moved away from you because you guys don't accept that you have earthquakes and fires. You don't take safety seriously. I saw the Elliott video. I saw Newsom when he was out raking up trash to show he is serious about cleaning the homeless addicts on the street problem. I would agree he needs to have a talk. And someone needs to have a talk with him. Getting elected doesn't make you smart. Sir, you are the protector. You are the executive of everybody. You are their governor. See the previous lesson, number 1. Even though I don't believe you have a protector mindset, but well, I'm going to pretend. I'm going to give you credit you don't deserve. You have to protect the protector. Somebody give this guy a class. Somebody tell this guy to pay me to give him a class. Do you want to learn from someone like this? What if her daughter's school hadn't just burned down? What if her daughter had burned up in that fire and she had no daughter no more? If she could reach out and snatch your phone that you were telling lies about, she could have stuck a knife in your neck, dude. She could have stuck her thumb in your eye and you'd be blind for the rest of your life. I don't know. She's a woman. Women are better than men. She could have kicked you in your balls. She could have reached up with her magical, spiritual, sparkly, agnostic, atheistic California sparkle energies and sucked the sparkles out of your flesh. Whatever. Dude, over there making this smirky face of, oh, she's just talking crap to my guy. No, dude. Newsom, Gavin, sir, governor, Mr. Governor, sir, yes, sir, please. Because you can't fire anybody in government employee in California. This guy must go back to school. We need to role play. You're going to have to pay me a lot, because if I got to go out there to train your flub, I need to make enough money to get counseling when I get home. Oh my God, I'm so, I can't get over the nightmares of, I went home to California. And we're going to have somebody that looks a lot like you stand there. And I sure wish Bill Hughes was here, because he mentioned earlier in the chat. Let me scroll the chat way back. Well, just talking about it, how when I got, even though we had discussed it, we'd planned it, I promised I will not point a toy or practice or blue G word in your direction, Bill. It's that we went and me and Bill took a bodyguarding EP, executive protection certification class together, that we were supposed to be involved with the two boneheads teaching it, but they just stole all of our work. And then they tried to tell us, well, you owe us for the class when it was done. And part of it was, let's run around the streets and play the cowboy games with each other. So I promised Bill, I won't point it anywhere near you. I'll behave. I'll be good. And when in the role playing of the situation came, my G word came out, and Bill said something. I'm not going to try to mimic Bill. We're going to get him on Discord. He's going to tell it one day. It happened at the beginning of this stream. He said, because we were joking. We were having fun at the beginning, Elizabeth. When he said, I'm your huckleberry, I said, say when. Say when. And he said, not with you. I will never say when with you. He remembers fondly last February. Yes, this dude right here will play say when. Because I will smash you, doughboy, into the ground. I'll pull you by your hair away from your protectee so that my partner can get to the package or the principal. Because the only way you apparently are going to learn how important it is for you to put a little skin in the game. And training. Remember when we're all state agents working together on state government training? We're all immune. We can't sue each other. I'll bite your damn nose. Get in between everything. And if your guy wants to roam around and yap, yap, yap with the angry mothers, then shove your guy, grab his belt buckle, and shove him ass first into the car. And you stand with your back to that danger. Hello? What are you guys teaching in these high value? What happens if somebody hurts the governor? What is the lag time in between his replacement taking over? And what if they don't unalive him? Then I don't even know what California has. I don't care. Do they have a vice governor? How fast? Look, I'm getting sweaty on my upper lip. Why are we talking about this? Oh, because nobody's prepared for an emergency or a disaster. There is no plan here for what happens if something happens to Gavin Newsom. Oh, where the hell is part two supposed to take over? And will they? Can they? Will they Mike Pence their cowardly ass on out of there? I think they all think that they're invulnerable and whatever that big fancy word starts with an I is that lives forever. Lieutenant Governor. Yeah. Probably sitting around, probably paying somebody. Hey. The only way I'm ever going to be anything. See, nobody even knows the asshole's name. And I say it's hey, asshole. Listen, Lieutenant Governor, asshole. That's an old Indian word. My grandfather taught it to me. It means lieutenant. I know that the only way you're ever going to be governor is to either let or assist in the demise of Mr. Foolish Gavin Newsom right here. There's 100 people down the next line of secession that know that the only way they're ever going to be anything is for you to get rid of Gavin, and then they got to get rid of you. So stop it. Stop playing stuff. This is real world. In Los Angeles. Where the hell are the cartels? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Foolishness. Playing. You guys are all playing. Thank you, concerned mother, woman, for being nothing more than a concerned mother woman. And teaching us all this valuable lesson, and all of us right now is myself, Elizabeth, and 2 others, maybe. Let's refresh. Yep. Still 2 others. 2 others out there if you're not robots. Send us a sign. Up here in the desert are the cartels. I guarantee you there's gangs, there's bad guys. Go back to the last stream and look at Tim. Tim laughed. He said, huh, Blue Thunder. He checks his sanity on his watch. It's one of my favorite movies. It's about government corruption and governments hurting and KIAing each other so that mid-level corrupt governments can get fancified machine guns in helicopter contracts. Yes, it's fiction. Can you learn something from fiction? Does life imitate art or art imitate life or both? Or none? I don't know. Go ask Gabrielle Giffords or Gabriella Giffords. Could a bad thing happen to a politician in the real world? Go ask Donald J. Trump. Never mind Donald J. Trump. Go ask all the people at the baseball, and I don't remember who that was. I remember it happened. And I said, why? Because I've been turned down for many. Work for money, be in the bodyguard business, with references that I had taught them some of their classes that they thought were utterly invaluable at Secret Service, North Carolina, other places, U.S. Marshals. And I said, F me, F you. Congress. Who got their ass kicked on January 6th? Congress. Congress must Congress. Uh, was it a baseball field? Baseball field, Congress. Yeah, baseball field shooting, Congress. Congressional baseball shooting. 17. I've been down this road so long. I'm so jaded. I don't care who. See how quick they go to the bad guy name? Why? Did he shoot Democrats? Is that what makes it okay? Oh no, I mean Republicans, because the wiki. U.S. Majority Whip. Yeah, but is he a retardican or the other ones? Democrat. Steve Scalise. Republican. Doesn't say. Oh man, you shot a woman cop. You piece of crap. Did they kill him? I'm being sexist today, Elizabeth. Male chauvinist pig, I remembered. That's what we used to call back in my day, in your day, Elizabeth. Remember what we just called the misogynist patriarchy, systemic everything's male chauvinist pigs? Yeah, see, of course, the Democrats name the bad guy and say his name. But they just they don't name the victims. They just name the title. See, this is what's wrong with the wiki. Oh, no. Where's a link to her? Did she did it? The 10-minute shootout took place between bad guy and officers from Capitol and Alexandria Police before officers shot bad guy, who died from his wounds. Later that day. Yes, please. Here's me saying more hateful things. Bad guys. Die from your wounds later. When you're going to do things like bad guy stuff to my government, and we don't have enough police officers to spare. Not good ones, not bad ones. A bad cop can be a good cop on accident. They can blinky those red and blue lights or just blue lights, and some bad guy will see the blinky lights and be like, oh damn, cops are around, and stop being bad guy stuff. But if you're going to die from your suicide by police, die slow. I heard in my fiction book script for a space opera in a video game. Why are they worried about him? Talking on and on and on about him. Yeah, I know why. Why are they talking all about the bad guy? Because Republican parties got hurt and defundable police. It makes me so mad. Stop making myself mad, Dean. Go back to the male chauvinist pigs. That's what we used to got to call the sexist whatever bad guy dude men's with porn stash mustaches who objectified and dehumanized the women folks in a sexual way. But it was all in good fun. The women played back. We looked at the go-go dancers earlier. Was Sammy Davis Jr. rubbing his beautiful, beautiful man bum on her beautiful, beautiful lady bum? Or did she back that up to him? Yeah, we'll never know. Copping herself a feel. Butt to butt. Did he say eat? Gavin Newsom, you fool. We get away with these things until we don't. Go away. I don't remember why I had that one open. But don't. I learned my lesson earlier, Elizabeth. Don't scroll the headlines. No more. Something dragged me back in. Just like I just got back in. 05. 39. Gavin Newsom. Go right up here. At the number one. You must protect the governor, sir, even from yourself. Get an outside independent me and pay me money to test. I will come up there with a little foamy Nerf, not a sponsor, not a whatever, not a preferred brand of foamy, they call them training stubs or whatever, because you're not supposed to say the word knife. I don't care. I'll come with a little clown horn, and every time you hear ear, ear, that's me pressing the horn up against your flesh. And your guys failed. I don't care. I just said it for here for free. Somebody who can, I'm not saying this to be mean, I'm saying this because somebody needs to get in there between him and danger and understand the responsibility and roles. Did I really run that long? Is it 06? No, my eyes are just blurry. 05. 40. 4. Fingers. Hello. Fingers. Back to the future. Back to the future. No. I already talked about Michael J. Fox elsewhere earlier today. I don't want to talk about him again. Back to male. And you can be a male chauvinist pig on the other side, Elizabeth. Fair and balanced. You can talk about the men's. Male show, I don't know how to spell it. Male pig mode, but not really. Sorta. Not really, sorta. Disaster movies. Do some of those. Remember what I said about how they'll take those city blocks and combine them and do their whatevers? And stack and rack and rake money. Now that they got rid of all the families and the single family dwellings. There's nothing you can do but build a spire into the sky. Uh, Set your way back clock and see your recents. These things still happen often. Man, 2 hours, 45 minutes. Time flies when you're having good shows. From a way zoomed out, whoever that is, kind of looks like Donald Trump. Very dark tan and nice hair. Who be that? I don't know. Let's find out. Oh man, that's a tinier picture. Not exactly like. I wonder if that's Paul Newman. It's more like Paul Newman on the right. I don't know. Show me it at IMDb. Nope, that can't be. Show me a photo. The fire chief. He was not the fire chief. I don't know who that is. No, not exactly like, not even favors. Just at that weird distance and pixelated. I said, wow, was Donald Trump in the Towering Inferno? Who knew? Everybody was in it. It's an amazing good movie. What'd they give it? 7 out of 10. That's pretty high for the IMDb for a 1970s movie all full of sexyism and misogyny, strong men and whimpering scared women. A few people checked out that theory of the insurance and carpetbaggers running in to buy up the land. It only took one day and maybe one super rich, powerful person to get the insurance. Yep, I'm telling you. The plan is there, and that's stuff that Gavin Newsom was talking about. If you remember from, I think it was 2 days ago. I don't remember when we did that last. 2 days ago. Remember when I talked about go check your insurance policy? Does it cover demolition, debris removal, and the many, many federal, state, county, city, and subcity municipality or group or HOA permits and fees that are going to be required for dun dun dun? And it came right out of Gavin Newsom's mouth. That part of what he's grinding away at and working hard is signing executive orders about the hazmat. I think he said it all the way out. Hazardous materials. The video link is up there in the description. He said the thing. I said, see, there's a plan. Just because the rest of us don't know about it doesn't mean it's a conspiracy. If it costs you to get your, I'm guessing again, I don't care. I'm not looking up property values in the burn zones. I'm just going to ballpark it and say, if you had $1 million worth of house and land on that block and you owed $600,000 on it and had all the correct insurances to replacement cost that house. So you're going to get, or cash value, the house and land. Part of the cash value payout of insurance companies is they get the title to the land and anything on it. So you lose. Go read your daggone insurance policy. Does it cover hazardous materials, debris removal, demolitions, or only building on a set, clean foundation? Does it cover inspection fees and permit charges? Most insurances do not, and especially with Gavin Newsom talking about it like, yay, seal clapping. That's why I wasn't that concerned about his security. Because I was very pleased with myself that, hey, Gavin Newsom said it. It's right there. If you go click it from the description, Elizabeth, the timestamp I got was after he said the things. You got to back up about 15 seconds. Yep, all the above. Few people check to get the insurance commissioner to make the law out of effect, and the insurance companies are going to have to engage with the government. We will see what happens. I passed on what you talk about and suggested the federal, state, and guards crisis military. It was used in hurricane areas after enough hell was raised, but used to clear fast and furious. Those people ain't coming back and building single family dwellings on that valuable land. They may end up offering them some, hey, if you'll back off, we'll give you shares in the corporation. But they're not preferred or voting shares. They're just shares that you can't even sell. If you try to sell them, you have to sell them back to us. That's big business stuff. That anyway, go see the Towering Inferno. It's a great movie. All the stars. 1974. PG. Well rated at IMDb. All the beautiful people. Here we go. Paul Newman. Steve McQueen. All the whammons love both. All the giggly girls. Not as much as Frankie, but I understand. They'll suffice. William Holden. All the female attracteds love them some Faye Dunaway. Susan Blakely. She was Patty. Fred Astaire. There he is. Wah 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 woo. Frankie. Jennifer Jones. Oh no, I forgot. I don't know if we can say his name. Let me zoom it big. Some football player. When he got done with football, he did some stuff on TV, movies. He's been in a lot of movies. Other than that, I'm not talking about him. Not the initials, not the last name. Robert Vaughn, heartthrob. Look at those eyes. Aren't you hypnotized? Just from the photo. Robert Wagner, he was on the TV show, one of the TV shows that, I don't know, someone around me used to watch the show with Robert Wagner. I don't remember what the heck it was. Known for. Oh, he was in Austin Powers, #2. International Man of Austin Powers in Gold member. He was #2. I don't remember which was the first Austin Powers movie. Can you believe it? The destiny of it all. That looks like woman legs. Who am I looking at? Why are there woman legs in Robert Wagner's photos? Check that out. Hey, hey, baby. But it looks like two men holding hands. That must be comedy. William Shatner, Robert Wagner, so Captain Kirk and Robert Wagner, and whoever Jerry Ryan. Great gams, lady. That, that calls and wolf whistles. That's funny. I I was trying not to be so. icky. And then life just keeps giving you stuff. I don't remember him in Dragging the Bruce Lee story. I like Dragging the Bruce Lee story, that lady says. And what will you be? Dishwasher. At the time, my professional feed myself and take care of myself job was dishwasher. And because it was in a kind of a fast food place, the boss would come back there and say, blah, 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 can you come do this or do that? And I'd say, do I get a raise? No, I can't afford it. I said, I no picky, no English. Dishwasher. I started saying dishwasher after the Bruce Lee story movie. Jason Scott Lee, not related. Oh, what was the TV show? What was the TV show that Robert Wagner was so famous for in the 1980s? Scroll, Heart to Heart. I saw it scroll by. Someone around us. Elizabeth. I don't remember who. Was sort of not obsessed. Not like we would all try to. And it was hard, especially when you went to work at the racetrack and had to be up and at work at 4:15 a.m. You didn't stay up too many nights watching Johnny Carson, no matter how bad you wanted to. Nope. But Heart to Heart, somebody liked it. Not enough to pay attention. I don't remember who the Heart to Heart returns in 1993 for a TV movie. I wonder if that was even the same. Go back, find it. It was in the 80s. Man, they brought a TV movie returns many moons later. We talked about Dweezil Zappa a long time ago. I just said it again. Let's talk about it. The year that the book came out. Dweezil, what did you know? Is it a conspiracy? Heart to Heart, 79 to 84. And man, that ran a long time. Can't remember that lady's name. Here we go. She was Stephanie Powers. Are you related to Austin Powers? All right, mother, you do the. Oh, I guess I should ask Elizabeth. Do you identify as male or attracted female? Was Robert Wagner an attractive man? I think I went to sleep early. 4 a.m. was early to me to get to work. Sun or rain, snow or even an earthquake. We must have been nuts. We really loved horses. Yep. And I was just thinking about a while ago. I don't remember which year it was. I started there in 86. So it couldn't have been 86. It was either 87 or 88. I know it wasn't at the end near 89 or the reset in sometime later. It had to be 87 or 88. We had those Santa Anita winds that ripped off Santa Anita. Yes, we were at Santa Anita. We had Santa Ana winds that tore all those sheet metal roofs off all the barns, and the horses went nuts. Yep. The winds do blow in California. Fires do happen. We're also very used to it. Yeah, it had to be. I started there in November of 86. I was gonna look at something on Heart to Heart. Oh yeah, I was asking. But that's a small, crappy picture. Stephanie Powers. 9 out of 10. She said, all right, I guess. I need to see a bigger picture. Big 70s, 80s hair. She wears it well. 9.5 out of 10. Fantastic. And not in a male attracted to males kind of way, but man, that shirt unbuttoned. There's probably some chest hair peeking out of there you could only see on a big screen. Yowza. We're doing Meat Factory Rate the Stuff USDA choice. Some of this stuff. Who is this? Allyn Ann McLeary. Don't know who that is. Sure are wearing that red dress. Nice. Hubba hubba. Don't they have a single good picture of this dude, Robert Wagner, that the women folks could say, yeah, yeah, there is, wait a minute. Except, of course, it's the tiniest little picture of somebody took a picture with one cell phone of another cell phone playing the TV show on it. It's horrifying. It's terrible. Elizabeth, horses do not mind earthquakes, but those leaves blowing down the aisles. Whew. Barns filled with screaming race horses, grained up and under exercise. Yep. One of the big horses ran backwards all the way around that corner while the roofs were blowing off and everything was blowing every direction. And give me a double-barreled horse kick, one on each butt cheek. You will remember things about disasters. I said we might. I put a question mark on it and scroll it back up. Shall we do some disastrous movies and TV shows and reminisce about those crazy days gone by or disasters gone by? Yep, it happened organically. Hello. Maybe after years of modeling, etc., I do not have a trendy idea of what people are on a scale someone made up somewhere how people look. I tend to feel the goodness of a person. Yeah, I, I'll just because I only had the one parent, I'll blame good parenting. I was like, man, turn out the lights. We all look the same. But when you're reading in braille, male and female look different. Just saying. Well, pictures are horrible. We're not going to meat hook and objectify poor Mr. Robert Wagner anymore. We're going to go back to talking about Paul Newman. Hubba hubba. It makes a great sauce too. Wink, 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 70 style. Didn't Paul Newman the one that had all his whole line of salad dressings and secret sauces and all that? If I remember wrong, somebody correct me later. Why are all these pictures in black and white? The show was in color. I don't know if she has a shirt on or not, but see how you women folk used to show a little moss? And that's Shirley what's her name, isn't it? She gained a little weight in her older years, when they did the sinking boat movie or the boat rolled over. I'll think of it later. Everybody from this was in that too. Wow, look at that. Big. That's a tower. It's infernoing Academy Awards. I hope they won Academy Awards. Look how serious she looks. With a little soot on her forehead. Him's all smudgy at I can't tell the difference between Paul Newman and Steve McQueen. Hello. Got a little skin showing in a rated PG movie. Not really. They're all covered up. If you if you slide across a bed with satin sheets, you'll end up with fabric burns that you gotta go to the hospital for. Just saying. Yes, he was going to support Tim's book about kid cancer to raise money for a kid from Mexico to get treated, but Tim turned 18 and that project said, oh, he's 18, we cannot do it. They did, pending. Hold the line, please. Damn it, the chat keeps snapping into some other window. I widened it too much. They did raise the money elsewhere for the kid, but it made me dislike them for years. They now do not end help for kids or limit it to certain conditions. Good. See, things have got better. Credit Donald Trump. It's a good thing. It's a good thing he got up there for 4 years. I'm being smarmy extra. Blaming credit everybody. Probably the people that run the programs. Oh no, the sprinkler water's sprinkled on their poor sooty noggins. Towering Inferno. Still looking at it. Who's that? Who be that? Open link in new tab. Because back here in the back, the one man has hypnotized the other one. He said, these aren't the towering infernos you're looking for. Go to sleep. When you wake up, you will be a woman and identifies as a woman and upset the future. Steve McQueen. Such a handsome one. So tan that his eyebrows lightened. I really like that guy in the back. Looks like he hypnotized him. Let's open it up again. Yeah. We'll even zoom in a little bit. See what's happening back here in the background? Abacadabra. When I count to 3, you will baa like a goat. You will wake up and call yourself Nancy. Nancy Pansy. Yes, that happens in real time too. Don't go to movies with me unless you know how to have fun. And then when you say anything, I'll say shh. Cool like that. Wow, look at those fingers. Is she a pianist? See, I can even objectify their hands, but make them out good. Maybe she's a painter. I do not credit anyone but me. I raised hell until they apologized and changed their policies. The same with the cancer people who now provide homes for families, transportation, and help for cancer patients and their families. Not rich people who can afford a chauffeur and etc. Yep. Yep. Oh my gosh. Is that laborious sweating? No, it's water from the sprinklers came on in some of the towering inferno. Helicopters. Should we talk about Blue Thunder again? Strangers in the barrio making trouble. The guy on the phone. She's the bird in the cage. Go see the latest Aliens Enterprise movie. Better yet, go watch EFAP episode 299, I think. Now I gotta look it up. I done did a thing. EFAP Alien. Yeah, a complete breakdown of Alien Romulus. It's marking me as only having seen 3/4 of it. That might be the second time through. Maybe I let it run another time. It was so good to me. EFAP number 299. Give to me link. Let me share the link in the chats. Good rat became goo rat. See the EFAP memes, and I still couldn't convince them. Share. Copy. Licky. I don't know what time it is. I'm not gonna keep stuff in front of the screens too much. EFAP 299. Alien Romulus. Good rat became goo rat. Check it out for yourself. Hold the line, please. I have a phone call. And then on the way back, Sora, 06, 11, 42, back. But I have to unplug one phone and plug in another phone. I don't know if it's on silent or vibrate or something. So if we get all of a sudden rude noises, that would be cellular phone. Because I don't dare mess with any settings on her phone. My phone says 100% 933. Where were we? Oh, yeah. Meat market. Objectification. Silliness. Trying to remain lighthearted. The Towering Inferno. She is the. Oh, yeah. There was a whole thing. Go see EFAP number 299. Or go watch the Alien Romulus. Help them out. I guess it's Disney now. I don't know. I better look it up. Well, I'm talking junk about it. EFAP number 299. Hey, EFAP guys, give me a job. Somebody give me work. Alien Romulus. Go. I'm the IMDb. It has a high rated 7.1. People are much nicer. I just saw the preview and I hated it. Photo. So that you guys can all know what we're talking about. Oh, look at them. They're so beautiful. At least they haven't changed that. All people on the screens are perfect, including aliens or xenomorphs or whatever we call them now. So handsome. Probably soon they'll start showing aliens with gauged ears and tattoos. You know, oh, face huggers. A friend of mine's daughter, I'm very good with the art. And I said, oh my gosh, tell your daughter to draw me an alien face hugger. And that girl produced. I love it. See, just being goofy in this life, somebody might do something. And when they do something like that, and she giggled, and she was a very young teenage girl. She said, blah, blah, blah. It was so easy. I said, I did. In a parking lot of a security company. I got down on my knee in front of her and said, my lady, if ever I can do something for you. Yes, I'm goofy. I meant it. Somebody with the ability to create, created and gifted it to me. Do you believe in destiny? Two people out of 8 point something on planet Earth made each other giggly and smiley and have something to show for it. Oh, come on. I guess I won't see it. I know what we should do. Spoiler alert, in Alien Romulus, in this faraway super space middle of the nothing, allegedly, space opera, all these super billionaire spaceship flying credits, electronic industries people are working in mines and using canaries to make sure that the mine gases don't KIA them. See 1977's Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Alien. Romulus. Bird in a cage. The caged birds of Alien Romulus. In the movie Alien Romulus, a bird in a cage is a visual metaphor for the main character's feeling of being trapped. This is true story. Google's AI overview. The bird represents the indentured mining workers of the Wayland Yutani colony who are overworked and unable to escape the monotony of their roles. Yuck. The bird in the cage you hear was them trying to rescue a woman from the towering inferno. Old-fashioned phones. You kids. That wasn't just in the movies. That was real life. That wasn't science fiction. That's his seatbelt, not his phone, you children. Back in the good old days, everybody wore a hat. Wow, look at that watery-eyed drama. I must know. Who is she? She has watery-eyed drama. This is Susan Flannery. Why didn't I recognize her? Because I'm no good with faces or names, apparently. I sort of remembered the name. Susan Flannery, what are you known for? Days of Our Lives? Nope. Bold and Beautiful? From 87 to 2018, this hard-working woman was in 3,912 episodes of The Bold and the Beautiful. Let me tell you how many I've seen. 0. The Green Hornet, the original TV series. I don't know why I would know that name. But oh well, I did. Maybe I'm just confusing it with something else. I watched both versions of Psycho last night. Well, I watched and tried very hard the, I guess, 1990s remake because I talked so long the other day about Anne Hitch. All of a sudden, movies for me include her, including that one. Not good. My memory of it was much fonder than my memory now. And then I turned on because, of course, it said, well, perhaps you would like to watch the 1960s version. Sure. And fell asleep. And in terms of remembering fondly, the 1990s version, Anne Hitch, Julianne Moore, Viggo Mortensen, and someone else. I promised I would remember his name, and now I forgot it. You guys go look it up yourself. Psycho. How lewd. You can see her slip. Madame. Even if that's her bra. I'm going to call her slip. Madame. Your slip is showing. How dare you? Oh, cute little smiley face. A towering inferno. I'm slow crawling it. Gotta make sure we see everything. Firefighters. And the phone call I received during break got my hackles all up. I just spent how many hours? 6 hours. The better part of 6 hours talking about you cannot send firefighters to their fiery death or worse. Just burn half of their skin off and fill them full of third-degree burns and the immobility and infections and resuscitations that come with that. And it's well, like zombies in the comedy movie of zombies. Send more cops. I have to hear this from too many places in the world. All of you shut up. Did you ever wear your hair like that, mother, in 1960s? Big old poof on top of your head. Hitchcock, the movie about the producer of Psycho, is fairly good. We'll look that up in a while. Trying to float it back up and check out the movies, the motion picture business. Wow. He doesn't look at all that stuff in his pocket, and it doesn't even appear that he has a complete Revenge of the Nerds pocket protector. Good job, nerd. Wow, huh? What happened to your arm, young lady? You have a bruise. What, pray tell, occurred? Mm. Young lady, that is obviously not your natural hair, but no one could wear it like you do. She is quite lovely. We're being male chauvinist pigs, or whatever women Elizabeth is. Only at the prom, Elizabeth said she had her hair up like that. Only at the prom. A lot of people didn't wear them that way. And see, this poor, the bruised one, she looks okay sitting there. But suddenly I scroll down and my little heart goes bound, bound, bound. Does she have a eating problem? She's very thin. I might have to take her home and feed her cheeseburgers, but not at home, out in public. Susan Blakely. Are you related to Blake Lively? Who's Susan Blakely? Let's find out. She's just thin. She's still thin in her now ages. She started as a model. Oh, yeah. Then it was work required skinny. Modeling requires, and during the 90s, go study the behind the scenes of a lot of movies and TV, especially Ally McBeal. There was a lot of you gotta get starved and chemicaled. There's a standard. And it always, and because we shared housing once with a two of them, mother and daughter, were both very, um, right at the turn of 1980-ish, 80 to 85-ish. Extremely. I cannot be skinny enough. And I'm not skinny. Body dysmorphic, they call it these days. Back then they said delusional. What the hell is wrong with you when you stand on a scale and it says 90 and you look in the mirror and you see bones? Oh, well, see, they did teach us something over 40 years. They said stop saying stuff like that to people. It's a mental, cognitive, severe, bad stuff. Best known, I like this. The trim and trendy blonde is best known for her enhancing a stream of popular films during the 70s and 80s. What did you enhance? Did you trim and yaw? Emily Oscar, Two and a Half Men, 2 episodes. Rich Man, Poor Man, the TV series. Haven't seen it. Emily or Oscar, 2022. Haven't seen it. She's been working. 2017. Haven't seen it. NCIS. Never watched any of it. Oh, that reminds me. Another one. The redhead guy. Speaking of LA fires, Cougar Town. Hey, wait, what? Beverly Hills Chihuahua. We saw someone else in that. And number 2 the other day. I don't remember who. Well, I don't recognize anything else she's in. Southland. I talked about that TV show. It's about cops in the Southland. There's Robert Wagner. Let's get him up on screen. Robert Wagner, so debonair, suave. Remember I said about the Aquanet hair? Everybody, I laughed. My good wife laughed. George laughed. We all laughed. I don't remember if you heard it or not, Elizabeth. Take your funnies and accept them and don't guilt yourself, into flogging or confessional booths over it. The thing about Mel Gibson saying of or telling, however you want to word it, Gavin Newsom to spend more on fire preparedness and fighters than he does on hair gel is very funny. Well, I know. I didn't do it service. I didn't do a service 4 hours ago when we brought it up and talked about it and laughed about it. Some time ago. I don't remember how many streamers ago. We talked about how in the 1970s and the 1980s, aerosol spray can hold your hair into a perfect helmet was a thing. Robert Wagner wore it well. Beautiful person, handsome one. Green on green on green. 3 shades of green outfits. All you people who didn't have to grow up in the 60s and 70s in the pastels. Light purplish, maybe, I can't tell, on lavender, or vice versa. Oh, hey baby. I meant him. You can see a little peek of her undies over there. Yowza. Oh, and a brassiere. That's the famous lady, isn't it? Faye Dunaway. Well, she got it flaunted. Like piercing eyes. Oh, this is the famous guy. Fred Astaire. Fred Astaire. Look at him. He is Astaire. And his hair is perfect. Not one flyer anywhere. And they really did good. You know, let alone his age. My age. A long time ago, you have to buy the little machinies and clip the hair out of your ears and snoot and eyebrows. Fix them old people eyebrows. Men. There he is, sparkly eyed. Little smile, Mona Lisa smile, sparkle eyes. Strong stare through the lenses of the glasses. That's lovely, lovely again. Sitting on the couch, she doesn't look like she needs a cheeseburger. Sorry, you vegans, it's a thing. I don't remember if I was so rude to say in front of the Lady Elizabeth things like, once upon a time in America, for a long time, girls didn't floss their butts, and you could see their visible panty lines. It shows they have class. They don't butt floss. They weren't tricked by the male misogyny, the patriarchy. I still haven't looked up where that came from. It's a South American thing. Or South of North America thing. I don't know. The drama is in the hands and the face. Oh my gosh. The fire is running through that door. It's terrifying. He's the bird in the cage. And he's the bird on the cage. Don't you see? It's symbolic. It's allegorical. It's metaphorical. It's movie magical. It's woke AF-ical. Yeah, I don't know that. I know you can type it and you can say it, but I don't remember if we're allowed to use those words anymore. I don't even think we're allowed to call it a disorder if you're the speaker. I still can't get a good list on it. This is what's so dumb about it. Don't ask can you. You can say whatever the hell you want on your videos and your streams. And guess what? You say it enough times, allegedly, you're going to get the permaban. Should you? What's the correct word? What is the correct current term for eating I apologize. I won't say it out loud. I'm going to type it on the screen. Well, apparently it is. They had, let's see, the Mayo Clinic is a clinic. They can say these things because they have a PhDs or whatever, MDs. Apparently we're allowed to call them eating. I don't remember what we were supposed to call it. I'm sorry. But I'm not sorry because it appears we got our words back. Eating disorder. Maybe you're just not supposed to name specific ones. I try not to be offensive about real stuff. In 9 days, they're supposed to drop all that censorship. Yeah, at Facebook. It's going on now. Before you got on, I ranted hard about that coward. But I did say, I'm trying to always disclaimer, but hey, Mark Zuckerberg, we can work it out, bruh. You can front me a bunch of damn money and a backup of my stuff, and I'll work with you. I'll move to Texas. You can blame me the next time mistakes happen, as long as the cash comes in advance. You ain't gonna get me on the hook and then kick me out like all those other fools you just did that to again. Then we got the behind the scenes photos. Towery Inferno. It was a good crawl. Stuff falls down. Then you're stuck and you're pinned. And all the water that didn't go onto the fire is going to drown you. I forgot about that in the Towering Inferno. More from this title. No. Just go back to the title. I don't remember if you got to leave both sets of numbers. Yep. Towering Inferno. And you scroll down to, it should have, if you like this, here's more like this. What do we got? Oh, that's the boat movie. How would you rate the Towering Inferno? I'm sorry, I'm not logged in. Oh, that's because I don't have an IMDb account anymore. Hey, that Mark Zuckerberg, they did it 20 years prior. I already ranted. You'll have to go back and hear it earlier. Back in the future, Elizabeth. In the future, you'll be hearing the past. How does it work? And everybody thinks because he's in it. Scroll. Who is he? Super handsome? Anyway, all of them. Shelley Winters. This is one. She was in so many of all the movies for so long. I didn't know she passed in '06, but man, she did good. She got 80 something years. That, I don't know what you call it, rebounding, breaking out from the mold. She was not, as we used to say back once upon a time in America, she was a bigger woman. Like, I don't remember the terms. Maybe Elizabeth can help me out. I'm just lost. No one ever called her F star T. Big boned, husky. Oh, yeah. What do they say in Silence of the Lambs? He says, she a big girl. I can kind of growl my voice like that, but I end up closing it down. The bad guy in Silence of the Lamb. Is she a big girl, kind of wide across the back or something like that? Yes, all of the above. But very fit, very whatever. She's just, but when you go back to her youth, you can see that she was struggling. You can see her clavicle. Way back in the black and white show days. No one called Liz Taylor those names when she put on a few pounds either, you know. But Shelley Winters was in all the good disaster movies, since we're talking about LA burning down and volcanoes and earthquakes and towering infernos and Poseidon adventures with upside down cruise ships. But you can see a little later in life, a little more meat on the bone. Not negative. Back to a little earlier in the life, a little less. Eventually, whatever, and whatever. You just get really damn tired of fighting with your own nature. To some people, yes, it is just who you are. To some people, you might make it lesser or more or worser or lesser by dieting and other things. Is that McLeod? Was she in McLeod? Shelley Winters with Dennis Weaver in McLeod, 1970. But she plays always such a good role, especially in the Poseidon adventure. Wow, Shelley Winters. Tough stuff. Good acting. And in the end of the days, I promise you, not just me, I really don't care. But what normal, average, everyday American males see, and here's Shelley Winters all dressed up nice, some kind of movie role. Let me get the male letterbox view that men see. I'm going to leave it on the screen for a minute. They're like, she's not heavy at all. Why are you so hateful? And more, the men don't care. It's always the women being catty to each other that is far worse and far more hurtful. Yep, I'm well aware. Wow, look at him old. I told you, it was a pastel nightmare. It was a technicolor nightmare. We all lived in it. We survived. All of life. Look at the bed. Look at these harsh purple, green, pinky purple, and blue on a lavender rug. We don't have to do that in America anymore. We are free. I saw an docu whatever once a long time ago where Shelley Winters was talking about how she would go. That's from the Poseidon Adventure. I don't see her in it. Oh, she's way in the back. That's Ernest Borgnine, Cabby. See, I can't remember names, but I sure can remember him. Ernest Borgnine. So I was right. Cabby from Escape from New York. No, I want to cry. Well, not really. It was just a character. Just a movie, Dean. Just a movie. Look at Ernest. He's being earnest. Academy Award. She was the upper class. She was the rich woman. She had all the class. I haven't seen so many in so long. Where she was with Bob Hope. What's that from? And she didn't care. Photo by Frank Carroll DPM. Copyright MPTV. Image courtesy MP Images. We could, I guess, go look it up. But neither one of them's old because they both worked it well into their upper years. But the interview thing I saw with her, the discussing, is that the early days in the biz. Wait, yes, back then it was always, can we show you in shows, in movies like this, like, do the chest bump stick way out and do you have hourglass figure? It's very important. And like dudes had to be a certain height and be able to look like a tough guy face, but it was never so bad. He didn't have to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. The women and the young women and the old women, older, upper 20s women, have always got to Hollywood, movies, television, everything else. Maybe now not so much, but back then it's very sad how you don't fit the mold. And the further you don't fit the silhouette drawn on the wall or the meet the under the numbers on the scale. Well, young lady, do you really want this role? Harvey Weinstein. It's very industrial. And she was always cool about it. She's like, oh, I can't have the part. Bye. I am the important one here. Shelley Winters. She done good. Look at that big rabbit. Holy cow, that's a big wabbit. Somebody show Sweet Anita. That's a bun bun. She would loved it. Wow. Is that thing for real? Is that a real wabbit? It doesn't look like a fake stuffed animal. It looks like a real rabbit. It is huge. They don't make rabbits like they used to. Gosh knows. Scrolling. And I don't care if you don't find in her older, heavier days Miss Shelley Winters, then go set your eyes on the whole wide world of internet. You can look at what you want to look at. Uh, Roseanne Barr, I didn't know she was on that show with Roseanne and her husband and all that. That's the Roseanne show, isn't it? Because I didn't watch TV then. I don't watch TV now. On Roseanne, 1988. I don't care. Everybody's got a thing. See, I just don't pay enough attention. I'm sorry. I know it's important to the rest of the world, and the world close to me is that we're supposed to hate Roseanne Barr. Here's what I remember about Roseanne Barr. Long before 1988, she was on Johnny Carson trying to start out her career and doing what not extra skinny women have to do is kind of poke fun at yourself and make, oh, you're a comedian? Well, as long as you're making F star T jokes about yourself, it's okay. But don't go up there and tell jokes. Not super skinny girl. And man, she was on Johnny Carson and in the 80s, and I heard it and I laughed and laughed and laughed where she was talking about how she'd go through the drive-through and order 3 cheeseburgers with extra double cheese and more sauce and mayonnaise and everything else and 10 packs of french fries and some onion rings and a diet coke, and it really did make me laugh. I didn't do it any justice. Look it up. Johnny Carson, Roseanne Barr. All the rest of it I don't care about. I never watched the shows. I know she was married to the guy, and then she wasn't married to the guy, and there was drama, and it means nothing to me. That's the Poseidon Adventure again. Wow. What a difference a day makes. 24. This is when she was really old. She was like 65 here. See what Shelley Winters did to herself? She fixed it up and said, I'll show you guys. I'm the Shelley Winters. Howdy. Get your finger off that. Activator switch. That girl. Not even for pictures. I see more. I'm sorry. I cannot untrain my eyes. I see these things. I'm gonna have to look up a different disaster movie soon. Uh-oh. Hey. Whoa. See? You had to fit the clothing and fit the silhouette. Go see Psycho. Janet Leigh. I think. I don't remember who's in it. Do you want to get red rummed in the shower in our movie? Go get in the big box and we're going to put this strap around your belly and shake you. Or maybe it's around your butt. I don't remember. You remember those machines, Elizabeth? Big old strap and it had a motor and it would shake, shake, shake your booty for you. Roddy McDowell. I was trying to remember his name the other day, but I'm bad with names. Red buttons. Everybody was in the Poseidon adventure. Even when they weren't quite yet extremely famous. They all became extremely famous. Look, everybody has a picture at IMDb. It was their destiny, Luke. All right, get rid of Poseidon Adventure. That's a disaster movie. Earthquake. Airport. We talked about airports briefly the other day. Those are a league of their own, and there's a million of them. Earthquake. Let's look at Earthquake. Disaster movies. We're chasing down disaster movies. Earthquake has Charlton Heston. Soylent Green is people. I'm already in love with George. I can't remember his last name. But guess what? My memory called The Internet Loves Me So is going to remind me when I scroll this screen down. I got mesmerized by I can't tell if that's just a big perm or if that's a afro. I want to look. Let's go look. Follow the road. No, that's just a big perm. It's not curly up tight enough to be a rip-off fro. Who the heck is that? Oh, that's Victoria Principal. That's one of Charlie's Angels, isn't it? I don't remember what Victoria Principal was. Something. Gabriel Dell and Richard Roundtree. Richard Roundtree is a famous actor. Now I want to know. What was she famous for? Famous for? Dun, dun, dun. Vigilante Force, 1976. Fox Force 5. Just like Dallas. 9 years, 251 episodes. Elizabeth, I know somebody that watched Dallas. Who Shot JR? Well, that's what she was famous for. But look, she still did work. Television shows all the way through the 90s into 2001. Is Victoria Principal still with us? Is the elder daughter of Renee Veal and Rocco or Rocco, or if it's Italian, Roccio Principal. Dallas, yep. Who shot JR? Nobody. And don't tell the internet. No spoilers for the Dallas show. You have to go watch all of it. Because all the famous people. She has to have been in something else. I apologize, Charlie's Angels. I thought she was a Charlie's Angel. Nope. Maybe. Bunch of TV stuff, 1991. Don't touch my daughter. That's right. That's right. I don't even know what it's about. It's a TV movie. 89, Naked Lie. Naked. Hey. She was the mistress, or in a TV movie called Mistress in 1987. I just remember she was big news, 79, Hawaii 5-0. All I remember about it is the theme song, the bad G word handling, and Book 'em Dano. I like the beginning, the little boats, the Hawaiian boats, and the theme song. And Book 'em Dano. The night they took Miss Beautiful. Exactly. T Island, 1977, one episode. I will I will for now. Reminds me, I told this story the other day. Some friends of ours, when he finally got upon his knee and gave her a ring, and we said, "So what did you say?" And she said, "Of course it's yes until it's no." New millennium stuff. I will. Dots. All those dots means it's for me and Stephen King. Clay, the Naked Ape. What? Love American Style. There we go. Remember that show, Elizabeth? She did her audition for Dallas. She had a monologue and was supposed to dive into the pool to exit the argument. She dived right on the carpet and swam away. She got a big laugh and hired. Cool. Well, I remember she was big news. It must have just been from Dallas. I thought it was like everything. She apparently started very young. Some of these photos look. I don't want to look at it. She might be less than 28 years old. Take a look. I didn't check when her birth date is. I don't care. If she looks less than 40, I don't want to look at it. These must be Dallas era photos, since that's the majority of what she did. It looks to me like they had the same problem. They still were doing stuff with hairsprays in the 80s on television or whenever Dallas was. She had little feathered bangs. Feathered bangs. Hey, beauticians, cosmetologists, hair artists these days. Oh, yes, I love American Style. Yes. Do they still do feathering and all that? Ooh, madame, your slip is showing. There was a very focus on, and I don't know how much of that is just natural. Lots and lots of people have natural skinny. I'm a stick man. And lots of people have natural a little bit on the other side. Whatever you call that, politely and nicely. And then there's everybody in between who's just normal, not at an extreme one way or another. I am one of those bad people that everybody dislikes. So, like, we go out to the pizza place and I said, "What does everybody like?" And they say, "Blah, blah, blah." So we order one of those, and then I order a large, what I like for me. And I will sit there right there at the dinner table and eat the whole damn large pizza all by my lonesome self. And say, "Oh, you must go home and purge that." No, no. Even my poor, good, better than me woman the other day, she made a big old pot of taters to go with some tasty meat. And when I ate it all up, like a pound of meat, and I don't know, I didn't eat the whole pot, but it was a big pot of steamy cubed potatoes that she said we can mash them, and I said, or you can throw them on a plate and I'll eat them. But I ate a lot of potatoes. It was probably, I don't know, 4 whole potatoes. And she was like, and I did. I kind of overdid it a little bit because tasty lunch and a whole pound of meat. I like meat. So I was whining and complaining and said, I really overate. She said, I forgot how much you can eat. I try. All right. Who we messing with? Earthquake. Charlton Heston. Disaster. Oh, Ava Gardner's in it. That's everybody always accuses my good woman. There's there's some old actress, Ava Gardner. Is that the one from here, from North Carolina? I do not dislike you. I love you eating good things. I can eat a bite, feed 2 bites to the dog, and not feel sad when a person eats them and stays at then. Your dad was the same. Tim is pretty much medium. Yeah. People are what people are, and yeah, some people, if you don't ever readjust your metabolism or life doesn't readjust it for you, that could all change one day. Lots of people say, oh, wait till you get whatever, 30, 40, 50. And now they're all telling me, wait till you get of a certain age. Ava Gardner, born on Christmas Eve in Grabtown, North Carolina. Yeah, she's the one they have the museum up in Smithfield. And several people always say, you remind me of somebody back from a long time ago, the movie stars, to my good wife, George Kennedy. I couldn't remember. Oh, jeez. With a name like that. No wonder I couldn't remember it. Who ever heard of a name like Kennedy? George Kennedy been in just about everything. Charlton Heston, Lauren Green. Everybody go look him up yourself. Was he the dad in Bonanza? He was in Bonanza. Barry Sullivan. We already looked at Victoria Principal. Walter Matthau, very good actor. As Walter, wait. Who couldn't? I gotta enter that one into the log. Oh, 06. 59. 30. We have been objectifying again. I say we, because I don't want to be all alone in the bad boy stuff. We've been objectifying again about the stars in the disaster movies. And then what had happened were, who knew Walter Matthau? I didn't know. If you knew, good for you. I didn't know. And I don't want to misspell his name. Matthau, real name or early name, was it's crazy. Can't even say it. I'm not even gonna try. Not even a little bit. Is Blam. I would go with Mathau as well. I don't even know what language that originates from, and I'm not going to go look it up on the Wikipedia. I'm not that cool. Someone else do it. Post it in the chat. Monica Lewis was in much, but I love the name Barbara. Why? Because that was the name of the woman star. I mean, the woman character In Night of the Living Dead. That's a disaster movie. We should go watch it. It's all about politicians eating everybody. Do you get it? Wink, wink. The sister, the woman that makes it almost all the way through, or all the way through Night of the Living Dead, 19, maybe 68. I don't remember. Her name was Barbara, and her dumb brother, her mean bully brother, kept telling her when they saw the first zombie scuffling around the cemetery, "They're coming to get you, Barbara." And then a long time before that, one of my, all of them are my favorite episodes of the original Rod Serling, Twilight Zone. The lady who's mean old uncle, and she puts up with him and takes care of him and tries to do whatever because she thinks she's his only surviving heir. And if she just puts up with him and his mean old man crap long enough and he finally dies, he always would tell her her name was Barbara. And he would call her name over and over and over. Well, anyway, what happened in the Twilight Zone episode, spoiler alert, the old man finally kicked the basket and they got the will and it said, "You get everything. But in order for you to keep it, you have to take care of his final project." And his final project was a robot with his personality. So the robot, and it was really good. It was the robot from Lost in Space. Expensive set pieces and props like that get reused all across Hollywood. It said, "A new craving, Barbara. Barbara, I have a craving, Barbara. Hot chocolate." Which was her great uncle or uncle's. He was always yelling at her to bring his hot chocolate. Go check it out yourself. I didn't ruin it. Barbara. Monica Lewis. What else she been in? Let's check it out. Wow, she lasted a good long time. 22, 15. How many is that? Is that 93 years old? Monica Lewis. A backstage story. Scantily clad of a playwright and a woman, an actress, and the wife. I don't know which one she was. How lewd. What else has she been in? The Concorde, Airport 79. These airport movies, they're great. Disaster Airport 77. Earthquake. I don't know enough about it. Let's go look. Who was she? Let's go look. She was Anne in Airport 77. Man, they made them. Seems like an infinity of airport movies. They're all disaster movies. She was Anne. Who am I looking at? I forgot. Monica Lewis. She's not high up on the list. Monica Lewis was Anne. Do we have a photo? In 93 photos, do we have a photo of Monica Lewis? Hey, IMDb. I need to search in this movie photos. Is that her? Nope, that's Lee Grant. She has a very pronounced cheek line and jawline. And those eyes, those smoldering eyes. Jack Lemmon. We talked about him before. All these people, all the big actors back in the 70s, they were just in everything. People had to work it. They weren't making $80 million a picture. Olivia de Havilland. Famous. All the famous people. Grind them out. Grind them out. Another airplane movie? Yep. All right, here we go. Airport. The airplane movies are comedies. Nope. No picture of her specifically, I don't think. James Stewart. Famous actor. He was in a bunch of the airport movies. We've talked about Darren McGavin, Night Stalker, and other live streamers. Who's this? Lee Grant again? Robert Hooks. Don't recognize him. Elizabeth. Arlene. Whatever. I'm forgetting who I'm looking for. Monica. Look for Monica. Not that woman. Not that Monica. Another Monica. There's more than one. George Kennedy. Oh well. I don't guess I'm going to get a picture of her in 77. The plane. The plane. Spoiler alert. The plane touches the water tail first. Oh well. I'm tired of looking. I don't want to talk about the airport movies. Let's go back to Monica Lewis. Let's just check out photos of her. There's not many. View. View in tiles. Why, Monica, you're not wearing a bustle. How lewd. A little bit of something. Chest. Oh my gosh. Superliege. Hanging out with the smiley happy guy. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows. Maybe Elizabeth knows. Like this photo. To make that curl up there, does that require gels and sprays and everything else, or just cooking in the rollers and the irons? Once upon a time, kids. Stars had to earn their money. They couldn't just CGI some hair on them or hair off them. Did you guys hear about the? I'm going to leave it up on the screen for a while so I make sure Elizabeth sees it. Slow down, Dean. We're living in Lagville. Did you guys hear the one about the guy that played Superman? Close her. Bye bye, Monica. I miss you. Elizabeth said, cooking in the rollers and irons and a bit of spray, like a gallon or two, and a smiley emoji. Old style. IRC chat style. Yep. Nowadays they probably won't bother. They're just like, don't worry about it. Superman, Batman, CGI, mustache. Mustachio. Uh, the $3 million mustache. Henry Cavill Superman mustache. There was YouTube videos. The infamous Superman. See, they finished with something. And then they went back and made what's called one of these. See how off his mouth looks? I'm gonna zoom in a little. Zoom, zoom, zoom. This is a snapshot from the Reddit. This is not modified after screenshotting. This is how it was. It's a little more impixelated because it's a tiny little screenshot shrunk down or whatever. And now I have stretched it back out using magic zoom of a computer screen. But note the shape, the fake, the weird coloring. Because they wrapped photography on, I think they said his name is Henry Cavill. I don't even know his name. Handsome, super. Look at those sparkly eyes, those deep eyes. They just lure you in. Those are abysses of beautiful all unto themselves. All right, enough smarmy about that. They finished up their whatever they were doing with their Batman v Superman, I believe. I only know this because of EFAP. I wasn't really interested to see the face. Oh my gosh, poor feller. But he'd gone on to something else that required him to grow a mustache. And under contract, he had to keep working on the something else with his mustache. So when they called him back to get paid a whole bunch of extra money to do some additional footage and scenes for a long, super extended cut special sort of remake of Batman v Superman of some kind. I don't remember all the details. He had a mustache that he could contractually could not get out of, and they said, "Don't, no big deal. We'll take it off with computers." And that's why you get things like Screen Rant. The awful CGI on Henry Cavill's Superman in Justice League has a ridiculous, I don't know what a BTS story is. Behind the scenes. Please, people, define your acronyms. My brain figured it out for me. I didn't have to ask Google. But, yep. So, there's all the story. It was a long time ago. I learned about it, not from all those clicky links. Man, what a last name. Dang, Walter Matthau. So let's scroll down. What other movies? Airport. All they want to do is talk about Airport. We already did the Towering Inferno. We did the Poseidon Adventure. Oh, the Hindenburg. That's sort of a disaster movie. Roller coaster. Meteor. Those are disaster movies. But let's get more modern. I had one in mind. There was a lot of end of the world movies recently. Uh, who's the guy's name? John Koo. Him. Let's see if he's known for it. It was a pretty big movie sometime back. I don't remember how far back. Gross Point Blank. He's been in a lot of good movies. He's a good actor. Say Anything. 2020, 2024. He's been in a lot of bad movies too. I mean, not as wonderful. Supposed to be careful and not be critical or say negative about people's hard work. Oh yeah, but I didn't get the memo. Paperboy was a good movie, 2012. Or Ink was a good movie. There was a video game a long time ago called War, Ink that I liked. And I used to call my cousin War, Ink. No reason. So imagine 20 years later, oh, video game, 10 years later, and then movie, chill. Man, how far back was it? Maybe I already missed it. Everybody was in it. 14. Couldn't be that new. Could not. It has to have been before that. Who's the other guy? Never mind you then. I'm going to ask Google Bar. Woody Harrelson, John Cusack movie. The answer is 2012. Came out in 2009. I just missed it. 2012. I'm cool like that. Came out in 2009. Loosely. They didn't get into it. It's on the themes of recent and evermore. The government knows something, and the government doesn't do what the government should do, and the government doesn't help, and la di da di da. But then the world ends, and everything is exciting, and nobody's prepared. That's why it was on my mind thinking, oh, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good example. But the idea A frustrated writer struggles to keep his family alive when a series of global catastrophes threaten to annihilate mankind. Yep. I don't remember the other ones. There's this one. Oh, it has. I don't remember how to say her name. Ms. Newton. Hey. Whoa. Fanboy. Plus plus. Crash. Amanda Pete. Cutie Pie. I mean, wow. Oliver Platt. So handsome. Danny Glover. Everybody loves Danny Glover. Woody Harrelson. I don't know about all the rest. Anyway, yeah, that one. There was other ones, but 2012, everything was supposed to ended because of supposed nonsense about the Aztec or Mayan calendars and some kind of nonsense scribbled on a wall somewhere. So back in '09, they were making some of those 2012 movies. What's it called? 2012. In 2009. 2012. In 2009. End of world movie makes me think of today in L and everywhere else. 3 months ago, NC. Everybody running around blaming each other. Well, the earth falls out from under their feet, and nobody cares until it's happening to them. Very fitting. Oh yeah, see, it's got the pyramid. The statue in South America falls off. Crash, I guess you could call a disaster movie. All right, so we found that one. There were so many. San Andreas, Dwayne. Ha, sorry, sir. Don't punch my nose. Don't touch me. Don't look at me mean. I'll cry. The Rock Johnson. Hmm. San Andreas. About Los Angeles. Shaken and bacon. It's got 6.1. Okay, fair enough. 7, because he's so daggone big and handsome. And he's such a good actor. The Day After Tomorrow is another one. The global warming got so warm that the earth froze over. But when you really have had to study those, the ice age is coming, but the sun is zooming in. It's a Clash song. Those classes about what does climate change or global warming mean back when they invented those terminologies in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. And the whole idea of superstorm hurricanes, like smack the crap out of twice Florida, South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina. Well, if one of those sparks and gets far enough north, what is it then? It's a super blizzard, and it could dump tens or 20s or 30s or 40s of feet of snow instead of just pure rain. And so then we'll have a new cool off. It's about climate changing and the extremes of that. None of them being any good. We don't want another ice age, and we don't want to cook. We don't want to have deep impacts. We don't need a meteor. But anyway, that's what the Day After Tomorrow is about, is that uh, the thing that just because we have to hate each other, the people that say environmental impact is true, it's a real thing, are so fed up and sick and tired and burned out, they know there's nothing they can say to stop the other side, from saying things like, well, it's not cold where I'm at, or It's not hot where I'm at. There's no global warming. It's not hot where I'm at. There's no ice age coming because I have a heater. I'm nice and warm. And blah, blah, blah. Excuses. Go see the lawsuits. Go see the documentaries. The oil companies know, especially when they do things like kill the ocean when the whatever the hell it was leaked all those gazillions and trillions and billions of gallons of drilling oil into the Gulf. Now being renamed, thanks Donald Trump, the Gulf of Trumplandia. And the Mexican president stopped. Your beautiful, lovely lady, obviously the best ever in the world. Donald Trump, he does this, people, please. It's just because that shows how much smarter than you he is. Especially all you sit around bragging how dumb he is. And every time you take the bait, you prove that he is utterly higher, smarter than you by exponential levels. Donald Trump said, what we got to do, instead of renaming the military bases, is we got to rename the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. And the president of Mexico answered, ignore him and he'll stop doing it. Who's the silly nanner? You go, Donald. You got him. Day after tomorrow. It's for all the people that say, well, what would a giant storm that got freezing cold do? Climate change, according to the old. Well, this makes sense because this is what happens. Okay. The earth froze over. San Andreas, just about big earthquakes in Los Angeles. Check it out. Disasters. I saw Geostorm. Oh, this is painful. Let's go here. Let's go Geostorm. Armageddon. Steve Tyler's daughter, I think. You know, the guy from Aerosmith. My brother still hasn't answered me. Maybe he luckily forgot. I would stick it back in his head. Armageddon. Lots of Aerosmith music in the movie. See, here they have another one. 2012 Doomsday. I spoke a while back. Just look at the stars. This one's got 1.8. This one, let's open in a new tab. The other one, the real 2012, hit the theaters in 09. So these people released their Doomsday 2012 direct to video in 08. That happened a lot back in the days. You'd get 10 movies with sort of the same name and definitely the same thing. Giant monster. Looks like lizard. Right when the Godzilla movie's coming out. Geostorm. 5.3 is way too much. This is like watching a mental, and it's just to me. Maybe you love it. Then you go type whatever you want to type and fix me or make me a react video to how I'm wrong. Oh man, what year was this thing? Geostorm, 2017. And I accidentally clicked it recently. I was like, have I seen that? And I clicked it and it got about 13 seconds in. I was like, oh God, yes, I have. I think I might have clicked it on YouTube. Let's find out. History. I don't want to take it out of my history. Governor Newsom, you may go. I have a link. Governor Newsom, you may go. I have a link. Young girl messing with guns. You may go. I don't want to see you ever again. You hurt my feelings. Blue Thunder. I watched it last night. Tell my brother. See, I told you I watched Psycho. 1998. What's the guy's name? Guy's name. William H. Macy's in there. He's in everything good. Vince Vaughn. Sorry, Vince Vaughn. I tried to remember. I didn't watch The Bone Collector again. See, here it is. Destiny's take for 35 minutes on Zuckerberg. I hope someone comes along and steals 12 years of your work and effort, Zuckerberg, and just leaves you in the cold. I'm sure you won't be as adult about it as me. You just blame others, like you did with your people now, without apology and no offers to, hey, were you caught up in my bad, biased California people's mistakes? We've made a special thing for you to recover your. We had strangers in our barrio making trouble. Maybe I already took it out of the history. I do watch a lot of stuff. Cause you ever wonder, George? Don't make it up. What the movie was I looking for? I forgot. I didn't see it instantly. I know it's over there in the tab. Geostorm. I didn't see it again. It's all good. Go back home. I guess I could have clicked on home. FanDuel, sports betting. Not a sponsor. Not a whatever. Obviously a YouTube thing. For this minute, I can say it. Oh man, Geostorm, 2017. It's got a famous actor in it. Gerard Butler. Loved it. Him and The Rock in Doom. Pretty sure that's what he was in. And everybody else hates the movie Doom. I like it because I'm a Doom nut. I give it so many points. When the network of satellites designed to control the global climate starts to attack Earth, it's a race against the clock for its creator to uncover it, it being the network of satellites, to uncover the real threat before a worldwide geostorm, which is what they call a million storms all wrapped into one. Sorry, spoiler alert. Wipes out everything and everyone. And just me. Maybe you too. Maybe I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong without calling me names, or I don't care. Call me the names. I need my algorithms up. Holy cow. Staring at this thing, and I watched it all the way through. And I accidentally started it, probably deleted it out of my own history after. Oh no, get that out of my history. Forget that I ever started this. It is like being invited inside the mind, in my weird mind, of poor little Greta Thunberg. How dare you? This movie is so 16-year-old, probably, or 15-year-old, or however old Greta was when they got her started in this stuff. And I do believe, without studying or reading anything, for those of you that don't know, she's the how dare you girl, the how dare you meme girl. Took her childhood away from her. There it is right there. I just samplings and this and that. She's been arrested several times trying to do climate activism and laying roads and stuff. She's a little tyke, 4'11", but I don't know. I'm not looking at her as a girl or a woman because she broke on scene. I'm being rude. I believe puppeted by her parents. Even though what I was about to say is AOC, we've already discussed in previous streams that, people who don't care to look say silly things like AOC is stupid. No, AOC is very book smart. MIT award Intel thing, and they named a space rock after AOC. I think Greta. Let me try to say his name. I think Greta Tintin Eleonora Ernman Thunberg. Thank God we all can just call her Greta. She goes by the one name famous or just first and final last. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 named girl. I tried, Greta, I'm sorry. How dare you? You mangled my name. Born in '03. So she's what now? Maximum. It's '05 officially. Maximum of 22 now. She's got to be 21. But I don't care. She's been around forever. And since forever, I thought, uh, this is another one of those bad social skills. We used to have names for this kind of person. We're not allowed to say any of the names anymore. And dialed in and dialed up. Very high intelligent, high order. If I had to guess, I would say easily 160, 170 IQ or 190, up there, Bill Gates level. But not good social skills, especially for in August 2018 at age 15. Thunberg began. Oh, wait. Let me start back. I missed the first sentence. I read it in my mind, but not out my mouth. Sorry, that's how this goes. We're doing podcast style today, where in case people aren't looking at the screen. Well, pause. Let me put a highlight on this because I keep forgetting to write it down. I do have it written down and on a paper written with a pen in my hand sitting on my desk, Elizabeth. And in the notes, if you look through all the checklist notes from the first of the founding docs, the first two paragraphs, to go in there and verify and validate um, the closed captions or subtitles of the first. And I already got asked, well, silly, why are you going to waste your time doing that? You made your own document and made it in PDF and showed it on the screen and put a link to it in the thing. This is why this is complicated, because if you think about it and study it, in the just in case, somebody with both certain vision problems or hearing problems, they might turn on the CCs. Or somebody that doesn't like my voice but has their computer set up so that it reads the text captions or titles out of a video. Trying to cover all the bases is difficult, but it's only a 3-minute video or less. I don't remember. Uh, Interlude. Uh, no, we're not going to call it an interlude. Done with movies for a minute. Talked about to do. Verify CCs on the founding doc video. Because movies, huh, Geostorm, 2017. 1/10. 0 if I could. Made me think this is like visiting Greta's head. Noggin thoughts. Or let's do Star Trek style mind melding. And it's so far above my league or something like that. It made my little poor stupid brain hurt. Something like that. Or my crazy biases about, do you guys really believe this crap? The youth of today? You're stealing away all my hope. So here we go. Now I want to do this leads to this leads to that, and now we're talking about wonderful, super smart in my book. How dare you, Greta? Thunberg's climate, I think. Thunberg. I keep calling her Thurnberg. I just call her Greta. Greta's climate activism began when she persuaded her parents to adopt lifestyle choices that reduced her family's carbon footprint. In August 2018, age 15, Thunberg began skipping school, vowing to remain out of school until after a Swedish election to attempt to influence the outcome. She protested outside the Swedish parliament, where she called for stronger action on climate change by holding up I can't say these Swedish words, Skolstråget för climate. I can work that out. School strike for climate sign and handing out informational flyers. After the election, Thunberg spoke in front of supporters, telling them to use phones to shut up. Ain't no film in it to film her, to record her. She then said she would continue school striking for the climate every Friday until Sweden was in compliance with the Paris Climate Agreement. Thunberg's youth and blunt speaking manner fueled her rise to the status of a global icon. Thunberg's parents, super connections, and extreme wealth. Okay, and her youth and blunt speaking manner. And she comes across not only blunt to me, I know everybody that hates her and anything like her that might mention the client dares to call her stupid, just like they call AOC stupid before they find, they named a space rock after her. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe I'm goofy. Greta strikes me as extremely, extremely book intelligent. Not so much, just like AOC, not so much real world. I would say the same thing about rewind, back this thing up. Listen to what I had to say about Gavin Newsom after my light bulb turned on. What's wrong with that picture? Me asking myself and I. And then all three of us got together and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. That woman walked up and she touched his phone. She grabbed his hand and phone and turned it. Everything's wrong with that. So Gavin Newsom is obviously smart and he's super handsome, and he's not smart, a certain type of street smart, and go back and see Tombstone. They call it savvy. Sort of sophisticated to play and win in politics and the political environment. But what he ain't got is any street sense, any smarts, you only get one shot at this, sir. Real world, living out in the world, not in your own private Idaho. And I don't know what the movie's about. I don't care. All of you shut up. It's a B-52 song. After Greta's first school strike for climate, other students engaged in similar protests. They united and organized. See? And then, in the same year, and of course, because her parents' ultra connections and wealth have nothing to do with, they grabbed this girl up and let her address the United Nations Climate Change Conference. This caused a stink because, of course, the children had a hero, and weekly climate strike protests took place on Fridays around the world. In 2019, right before we got COVID and all this got forgotten, she was probably the world's most hated person. I know all you lib dems think that somebody back then affectionately codenamed Orange Man Bad. No, this poor little girl. Because the hateful, stupid people that would do hateful, stupid in this world see a little tiny girl. And they love little tiny girls to hurt. Because they're cowards and stupid. A great evaluation of AOC and N and even Thunberg. This is the first time anything has said or admitted she was not just a poor kid standing up for the environment instead of a kid used for adult. Yeah. See? Great minds. We've never discussed this before. And you have to be a scared, you know? Is Siri going to read your thoughts and report you to the thought police or the dream police, Cheap Trick song, for thinking thoughts? Like, and in 2019, I tried. Hey, super rich. In her speech at the 2019 UN Climate Action Summit, and I don't remember if that's the one that Donald Trump didn't attend or when he found out, what, you're going to make me listen to a 16-year-old girl? No. And I said, good job, Donald Trump. For adult political means. That is why when they asked me to run for Congress, I said, nope. You just want to make me say what you are afraid you will get cancel culture for, right? Then I feel they took advantage, and especially when she was traveling here and the vitriol and the hate. I went to people politically connected that I hate them. I tell them to their face I hate them in my government. I send them emails and tell them quit, get out. I can redress and address my government in writing any way I please. Because just the word on the street, and she never came out, I don't think, anywhere near North Carolina. But there was rumors. And I was like, somebody is going to hurt that poor little girl or snatch her up. And her and everybody else is too dumb. Do threat assessing. It's a very important part. But notice, this is carefully crafted. We'll look it up. After Thunberg graduated from high school in 2023, her activism continued to gain international weight. 2023. Oh, because she's been skipping and doing, she's become the world, so it took her longer to graduate school. I would have thought they would have just give her an honorary diploma and or made her take final exams. And she would have passed them flying colors. Wow, that's a lot of big loud noise. Hi, George. Welcome back.
How
Well,
are you?
soon. I'm good. We've moved from disaster movies to human disasters. Geostorm 2017. In case you weren't listening or having a nap or something.
I was having a nap.
Geostorm 2017. I suffered all the way through it once. And what I came away from it in, just I'm still talking about disaster movies.
Okay.
What I came away from it thinking is I felt like I had taken a bad trip into the mind space of Greta Thunberg. All that climate crap.
Yeah.
So now I'm reading up on Greta Thunberg. Threat assessing. That is the part that was left out totally by the Butler assassination attempt answers. The questions were asked, but no answers. And Elizabeth said, "Hi, George."
Hello.
Yep. They have stuff. There's a whole report on it at every level. As an adult, her protests have included both peaceful and acts of civil disobedience, blah, blah, blah. Thunberg's activism has evolved, or adapted, to include other causes, supporting Ukraine, Palestine, and Armenia in their respective conflicts with Russia, Israel, and Azerbaijan. Poor
I
Armenia. You guys never get a break.
Well, if the description they have given of she has been manipulated.
Oh, see, now you and me and Elizabeth are probably going to get fired.
Well, they, as in the news, as well as her own family, has reported her as high functioning autistic.
Oh, see, I just assumed that by looking at her and listening to her.
Well, there's that too, but I wasn't going to assume anything because some of us just don't talk.
So blah,
But
blah, blah. Greta was born 3 January 03, so she is. She's 22 years old now.
yeah, that's when she got arrested
Well,
a
she
couple
got
years
arrested
back.
several times, yes. To opera singer. Hey, Bill, if you hear across this, Greta, yes, that Greta. How dare you? Greta, wife is named Melina. Melina. And actor Svante. I probably said it wrong. I said it more like California Hispanic fake. I don't know how you say that in Swedish or Swiss or. They're Norwegians, Mac. That's the 1982 the thing. Her paternal grandfather was actor and director Olaf. With a thespian, oh look, they used the big word. And a singer mother, it's perhaps unsurprising that Thunberg has a slightly unusual name. Thunberg shares her second name with adventuring creation Belgian cartoonist Georges Remy, better known as Hergé. She has a younger sister, Beata. And if I said it wrong, sue me. Give me a job. Anyway, I don't want to read all this. I don't care about all this. Everybody knows. What a teeny little girl. Just seeing the pictures and everybody telling me, check this out, man. Do you see what they're doing with the kids? And around here, we still had a college or whatever they call it. It that you could get a degree in whatever in ministry and all that stuff. So they were very tuned in to something about one of the famous books talks about how people will worship their children and hold the youth up and have no wisdom out of a book out of the Bible. So all the Bible people that I knew were squawking about, see, she's the example. And then we had the Marjorie Stoneman, whatever it is, the school in Florida.
She only spouts what she's. I
I
don't.
think she,
The way she speaks and what she speaks on, I don't think she's ever had an independent thought ever.
yeah, I don't know. She might be the kind of book smart where she She processes all that information, hears it, sees it, whatever they call it. I always get corrected when I say,
You mean
photographic
ASMR?
memory.
Oh,
No, it's just,
eidetic memory.
yeah, that she remembers everything and remembers where she remembers it from. But like you're saying, that doesn't make it her own unique independent thought. She can't take five things and make them in her. I don't know. I don't know how to say it. It doesn't
Well,
matter because all they're talking about is all her fame and what they
yeah.
and the beginning of this thing. They do not mention, and I just read through the family, her early life. Oh, a little actor, a little this, a little that.
If I remember correctly, versus this is
How
just if I remember,
wealthy is Greta
but she never
Thunberg?
went to the schools, public schools that they have, which they have very, very good public schools, even though for students that are autistic, she was taught at, she was homeschooled. I have nothing against homeschooling, but
Oh no,
if
she
you
was
have a
in
child,
school according to Wiki. I don't know that we can
oh,
trust it.
okay,
She was in a sweet. Where are they from? I keep messing that up too. Swedish. She went to Swedish public school. The U.S.
okay.
Sun says in 2022, Greta's parents' net worth is not publicly known. It is believed that due to their respective careers that they are well off. Greta
Well,
Thunberg herself has a net worth of 18 US million dollars as of August 29th,
oh
2024.
yeah, the tree huggers have and uh, dirt eaters have been giving her money for since she was 12.
Yeah, crowdsourcing, whatever. But it says right here from celebritynetworth.com. I don't know if it's any value, but the previous one from something said something about what they call an inheritance. It's not an inheritance, it's a gift from your parents or grandparents.
Yeah.
Greta Thunberg family wealth, $10 million inheritance. It is a false rumor that is widely spread on the internet. January 21, 24 from Climate Fact Checks. Viral social media posts claim that Greta Thunberg's net worth is around 18 million, of which she has inherited around 10 million. Sounds to me like they're going to try to say that's not true. Way
I
back
don't.
in the 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, probably right up until COVID, and there was risk of poor Miss Greta coming here. I broke with whatever and talked to people in our state in the private business licensing and private security stuff. She's not a diplomat or something, and she is well hated in America.
I don't know if she's hated. A lot of us just don't care for her.
Oh
Think she's
no,
been being manipulated.
I've sat with lots of people talking about they would do her harm, and me
Well, then
saying,
there. Well,
you
those
shouldn't
people
probably
are
say that to me.
stupid.
I'll call your commanding officer.
Then they're stupid.
Well,
Why harm the little mouthpiece?
because
She's
Americans
not
are
really.
stupid and we have thoughts like that.
Well,
But
I'm
that's the
sure the rest of
destiny
Europe
of
has
it. I
thoughts
got
like
to tell them, not only don't say things like that to me, don't have thoughts like that.
I can sympathize with the Europeans that cheered when she got arrested
And everybody,
because
Americans too.
yeah, because she spouts hate. She's a she went from how dare you about climate change to spouting hate. And the way she spouts the I dare you, you're doing this to me, she's spouting hate.
I
And
guess.
if anybody ever really knew the history of Palestine, would duct tape her mouth and go, "Look, little girl," because that's what she is. She might be 22, but she's about going by
12,
her speech patterns and her what she's
11.
speaking. She's about 8.
Okay. You and me are on the same page on that.
Go, you go over to. and spend time with the Palestinians, and you'd become a sex slave. Period. End of statement. They would, and they would sew your lips shut or stone you for every time you opened your mouth,
Here's
just on
one
their
from
own
Cal Poly.
laws. There are other groups that, you want to go, you're protesting for who? You do realize they would just as soon kill you as look at you. Fact, not fiction.
Yep.
Like gays for Palestine.
I shouldn't laugh. I'm sorry, gays for Palestine, but you guys brought this on yourself. You guy gals, whatever the hell you are.
And if anybody was wondering, yes, I am pro-Israel.
I'm pro world peace.
Yeah, that would be nice. World peace would be very, very nice. But it ain't gonna happen.
I guess I'll just try to stay hush hush on that because you and me will have to agree to that loud and proud offline, George. So we don't get
All right.
ourselves fired from the earth. Oh my gosh.
Well, I just remember this was back in the late 80s, early 90s. I was at an SCA event. Had this, there was this young college kid level idiot was bragging about if he saw an Israeli flag, he'd rip it down and burn it, regardless of where it is. And I half-heartedly said, "Yeah, well, I guess I'll have one in my front yard tomorrow. Come try and rip my down."
And of course, the audio quit out on you.
I was at an event, an SCA event up in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, and a young kid made a boast that if he saw an Israeli flag, the flag of Israel, the Star of David, flying, he'd rip it down and burn it. And I said, I guess there'll be one in my front yard tomorrow. Come try and rip it down. Because you won't get very far. Just like these same people that want to rip down the American flag and burn it. Come try.
Well, I can't find the old stuff because apparently the last couple of years she stayed busy. Good for her.
Yeah.
Good for whoever. But
She's not as important as she
one
used to be.
one of the
Because
5
she's
years
older.
ago, yeah, one of the 5 years ago things that me and some supposed to be providing security for people so your state doesn't get embarrassed. You know, if somebody's going to go do a thing, of course it's going to happen in your state and it would look bad on the news. So maybe even though they're not a diplomat, you can talk to them and their people and make them understand, especially when they're a minor child. You ain't going to come traipsing over here and let some bad guy punch you in your nose and North Carolina get blamed for it.
Yeah.
So they had worked up a whole thing and provided me several things, and it talked about um, who her parents really are and how well connected they really are.
Well, in her home country, she has lost a lot of those for her parents letting her do it. A lot of the people they knew and were buddy with have started to disavow. Now, she'd come over here and visit Bill Clinton, vice president. He'd be happy as a bug in a rug.
Who? She could come over here and visit who? And they'd be happy as bug in a rug?
Clinton's vice VP.
I don't even remember who Clinton's VP was.
Oh, what's his name that claimed he invented the trying to remember his name.
Well, I'm not finding this stuff. They do have they've left a couple that people could easily misconstrue her quotes on the wiki page. But yep, that whole movie. Thank you, Miss.
Al Gore.
Oh yeah, him. Highly disputed whether or not he beat Double. That's another one. Do you believe in destiny? I keep trying to tell my wife, even though I appear to talk a lot ugly. Not today. Today I'm talking great about. Uh, the hours are getting ever closer to no more Joe. Yay, Donald Trump. And I don't know. It's just me. I'm just yapping on my streamer.
Yeah. At one point in interviews and talks, Al Gore took credit for inventing the internet.
Oh yeah,
And
father of the internet. Gotta remember that one. And it's, of course, now if you go look, he never said it.
I know, but I remember when he said it.
Yeah,
While
me
I was
too.
watching.
I don't remember the exact words, but it's the good gist of it.
Every 2 years, the planet's going to self-destruct, according to. And every time he doesn't come true, he changes the date, the time.
I'm also pro world peace. Trump donated $10 million to the WDC Institute of Peace. Washington himself wanted an agency of peace. Before a Pentagon, it's time for peace, not hate and whatever.
Yes, but no more bureaucracy, please.
It is bureaucratic in nature and no more outsiders. I just still don't know about this whole Doge, especially because I had to name it that because that 12-year-old Elon Musk. We got it, dude. You've been saying that since the IRC days. That's what all the kids call dogs. It was a Doge. And then he has a Doge coin, and he has this, and he has that. And
Whatever.
now his
I don't care
consulting
what he has.
firm is Doge. It's like everything has to be X. He even named his child X.
I'll take 0.1% of his gross wealth.
I would too. I'll get Doge tattooed on my head. For $600 million, you're in business. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I don't want bureaucracies and I don't want rich guys messing around because they can. But at least they're open and honest about it. I gotta give them that. The other rich guys on the other side hide and lurk in shadows and darkness and secret messages.
Yep.
You gotta give it to Trump and Vivek and Elon. There is nothing they're keeping secret. Hmm.
About
There you
that, but
go. 9 more days. Ticky, ticky, ticky. Hurry up, clock. Hurry up, clock. Please. And what I was getting to is, and I have gotten scolded off often in my life is, especially after the movie came out. You remember Al Gore's movie?
no.
Oh yeah, it was all that climate crap. And it's funny, the guy riding around to all his go on stage meetings in his vice presidential suite of, 24 mile to the gallon armored SUVs to go talk about how we got to stop using fossil fuels.
Wouldn't be surprised. But you say that
I forget what he called it. Well, anyway,
in
that
these.
whole Geostorm movie is a nightmare of Al Gore. How could we forget his
I
name?
have a question. If
Uh,
to those out there in TV land or YouTube land, if these people are so smart about EV, electric vehicles, electric this, electric that, Why is it they're using lithium batteries that will cause more harm to the atmosphere than anything else? When we should be ignoring EVs, electric vehicles, and go to hydrogen vehicles. You know what happens when your hydrogen fuel cell runs out? You know what the byproduct is? Nut jobs. Water. H2O. And they've been proven to be efficient. They've been used in Iceland now for almost 30 years. It doesn't take near the energy to create hydrogen as it does electricity by solar cell. You have a more of a carbon footprint for EVs than you will with hydrogen vehicles. Not to mention, if you like to travel on wheels, hydrogen fueling stations are faster and easier and cheaper to set up. Why aren't we burning methane to create electricity? There is no carbon after you burn methane. And we all create methane. Our animals create methane. We create methane. So we are the fuel pump in a methane lab, a methane fueling station. You can use they used to have methane cars.
Yep.
Like they used to have propane cars.
And the ethanols and all the others, made out of corn. Al Gore's movie was called An Inconvenient Truth.
Well, it was nothing but lies because it's been proven that corn is the least effective way of making ethanol. You know what? One of the best things that we have all over this country that makes the best methane, not methane, but ethanol, grass. Cutting grass and turning it, using it to make your ethanol alcohol. Corn, you get more out of the stalk than you do the corn seed. And if you don't use your corn seed or corn to make the alcohol, but use the stalk, you can eat the corn.
Yeah.
Or your animals can eat the corn. So that we can eat them. Ooh, that little funny thing they used to teach us about in elementary school. The circle of life. Because I remember when the state made it illegal for people to buy dams, fix them up, and turn them back into water generating hydroelectrical dams. Oh, you can't do that no more. Why? Because you're making too much money off of it, selling us electricity.
See, here's how it goes. Don't know what you typed, Elizabeth, but you do. And I don't know if it's showing you what it's showing me. Elizabeth typed a message, and the YouTube bot says, message redacted.
It was just a couple of letters.
I didn't see the original.
I just saw it. I didn't understand it, but I saw it.
Oh, no, it doesn't say redacted. It says retracted. So did you tell it to remove your own message, Elizabeth? Well, I'll make a statement online. Might be one that gets me kicked off YouTube. I don't care.
I don't see how 4 letters that don't spell an actual word get you kicked off. It was like
No.
GPRE or
Not that. I'm talking about the statement I'm about to make. And I had made it several times on my Facebook. Gore VW.
what?
It was misspelled. Yeah, but did you take it down or did YouTube get rid of it?
I think she took it down.
That's all right. What has come up often in 24 plus years, especially since that ridiculous movie of his, is, and I'm one who always say it, I'm not fond of uh, the Cheneys and all the Halliburton connections and the Bushes and all their CIA and war connections.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll just stick with I have learned to say that Gore is one of those that I would call a blessedly naive person. He doesn't live in the real world. He lives in that weird world of super rich, elitist, ruling class politicians of America. Who knew? You know? But what has always struck me about the dangling chads and the lawsuits and the whole mess over who really won in 2000 is that I thank every deity that ever was, even in more bad stuff came of it. But I turn on my negative, pessimistic fantasy space opera mind and say, what if Gore had been the president on September 11th?
We got bombed again.
I don't know, and for all the bad that comes of it, of the Cheney Halliburton and the Bush psychopathy, and I don't know what to say about it. It is what it is, and it happened. The whatever the heck happened with Iraq, the BS and the lies and the mass destruction weapons and we all know this was all about Saddam put a marker price on double his head. I mean HWs, and tried to get him bombed once or something, and his son swore vengeance. And so, we fought 18 years of war in Iraq. I mean, we liberated them from a dictator tyrant, and it had nothing to do with September 11th, no matter how much BS they piled up. But whatever. I still say, but what would have happened if Gore and the Democrats were in charge?
Well,
Holy cow, I can't even write that crazy script.
All you have to go back is to a Senate hearing of 1985 when Tipper Gore had her issues against rock and roll music, calling it the devil's music, my paraphrasing, where they had to have a hearing because she was against Frank Zappa, I guess, called the
For real?
Tipper Gore Frank Zappa hearing, or the rock porn hearing, because the lead singer of Twisted Sister, as well as John Denver, testified before Congress. Oh,
35 years ago, this is from Business Insider, September 19th, 2020. 35 years ago, rock porn Senate hearings made a free something. It's become known as the PMRC Senate hearing or the Tipper Gore v. Frank Zappa hearing. Didn't we just talk about Zappa earlier? Titties and beer, titties and
yeah,
beer. I mean, tatas and beverages. Small little world. Coincidence? Correlation? All those other C words? Crossroads?
because she was so happy to have John Denver come to testify, and when he did testify, it didn't go the way she wanted it to.
My gosh. So what do we call this?
Circle
Tipper Gore,
of life.
Frank Zappa, hearing. Copy. Circle. That's another C word. How can they all be C word? And it's not by design?
And she was upset over a Prince album she had bought for her daughter
Mm.
and had requested a lyric. Well, if you want to buy it,
Did they
they
play
still
records
have Prince.
backwards? Now more than
I don't
ever. This is so demented. This is so. Now I'm having flashbacks.
In fact,
Because I really was sitting there staring at the television and watching the world go crazy on September 11th, thinking, oh, you dangling Chads, I love you. Dangle Chads, I love you.
Politicians and their wives immediately threatened the music industry and the First Amendment. The unlikely trio of musicians, avid grade composer Frank Zappa, hair metal howler Dean Snyder, the leading singer of Twisted Sister, and the safe milk singer, call him that, songwriter John Denver. That's who went against. And for those that think
And
D.
I was all
Snyder is
involved
just,
in music at the time, and we all just laughed about all the old people
yeah,
up
but
there, playing records backwards and talking about sex and drugs and rock and
well,
roll.
they were playing the wackos were playing records backwards back in the 60s.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
it's just, you can
Helter
hear it.
Skelter for those that want to really remember it.
Yeah,
But
it's the devil speaking. It's the devil speaking
who
Latin.
plays a record backwards or sideways unless you're trying to torture someone?
And then
But
we wonder why our youth don't
mm,
look up to us with much respect. We're not all this way, I promise. The
if you're buying
Parents
a record
Music
for your child,
Resource Center. This is a real thing.
if you're buying anything for your child and you have beliefs in one direction, view it yourself first. Even then, in 85, they had record stores. You could go listen to the record before you bought it. Hell, I remember when we went to CDs, you could go listen to CDs before you bought them but you had to go to an album store, not a big box store like Wally World or Kmart, Mammoth Marts, Roses, Sears.
And now it's worse. Please God. Because
But
everybody knows, or at
for
least
those that are,
I know, the one thing we had in common with our president and vice president under Clinton and Gore,
uh-huh,
semi-satirical, is that the women were the only ones that wore the pants in those families. Because Tipper Gore's 10 times the man Al is, and Hillary wears the pantsuits, and Bill never had no pants on. Hey, you guys did this to yourself. I didn't even know about this. Tipper. Tipper, are
I
you over this?
remember
Have you sought the counseling and started playing the records forward again? What?
I
Oh my
remember that when this
gosh.
was going on, because me lefty and auntie was against Tipper Gore because she was a Democrat. Even the Democrats turned against Al Gore and Tipper Gore. At least those not in the ones that are in the House and Senate, but those that are out in the general public.
Isn't Treasury
Uh,
Secretary James Baker the one that got shot with Reagan?
uh, repeat the name again.
James Baker.
Trying to remember. I don't. That name doesn't sound right because they had that temporary ban on ARs named it after the person.
Oh, too many politicians over too many decades.
Yes.
Who
Yes.
was the
Well, actually, I'll say no. There's not been enough politicians over the past many years,
that
because if there
got
was more,
shot
that means there was
with
term limit.
Reagan? Brady, not Baker.
Yeah,
Brady.
Brady's one that got shot.
Oh, R.I.P. James Scott Brady. I'm sorry I confused you. Just the B letter got me, and the first name James. I was about to say, come on, man. You
Talking
were a
about hindsight.
Republican until you got shot, and then you were an anti-gun nut. I mean, but if you were in on this too, then we know
I
that.
think it was more his wife was the anti-gun nut. I'm just thinking, because he was shot in the head. Wasn't killed, but he was shot in the head.
Yeah.
And one of the things that came out in the investigation, especially after Reagan got shot, is if the Secret Service would have been a hair bit slower, he wouldn't have got shot. They were so fast in their reaction, they actually pushed Reagan into the line of the bullet.
I don't know what this Beach Boy guy has. Mike Love of the Beach Boys. I don't know which Beach Boy Mike Love is. I don't care. And
Oh, is he
Joseph
the one that?
Coors, the owner of Coors Beers. Now here we go. And I did
Well,
look
one of
earlier
them.
while we were scrolling something about governors, and now they've decided Reagan was the Republican governor of.
Yeah, but wasn't one of them also had the family living with him for a while? I mean of Manson family.
I have no idea. But both had actively supported Reagan's candidacy, and Coors gave offices to the PMRC. Reagan
Okay,
Republicans. Oh, that's Democrats.
whatever.
As a method of combating this alleged problem. What alleged problem? The Parents Music Resource Center was an American committee formed in 1985. Sorry, I'm having to read this slow because I'm not finding what was this all about. Formed in 85 with the stated goal of increasing parental control over the access of children to music deemed to have violent, drug-related, or sexual themes via labeling albums with parental advisory stickers. Is that it?
That, and they wanted the lyrics to be published on the album so parents could read it.
The committee was founded The committee was founded by four women known as the Washington Wives, a reference to their husbands' connections with the government in the Washington, D.C. area. See? So Al Gore was a senator in
Yep,
85. The women
yep,
who founded, see, I knew he was a long term, forever man, wife to tipper, but he's just a politician.
yep,
Can't imagine him sitting in that classroom in Florida when the guy leans in and tells the president, we're under attack. And
yep.
for just a second, W looked like he had his soul AED device.
Yeah,
Who wouldn't? But I've always imagined in my mind Al Gore just breaking out crying and big snot dripping out his nose. We're all dying, kids. We're all dying. Come kiss Uncle Al goodbye.
I always said, if
I
Tipper was
know.
that
I'm
wanted
being
to change
stupid and
things that much,
hateful.
she should have ran herself,
Yeah.
ran for office. But she'd have found running on, oh, we need to, because they also wanted to ban music from the radio. That was one of the other things, because kids can listen without parental guide. They listen to radio, because radio's everywhere.
Radio edit.
They wanted a sort of like a haze thing for the radios. like they did
PMRC
on.
suggested a voluntary move by the RIAA and the music industry to develop music labeling in the form of a rating system, similar to the film rating system developed by the Motion Picture Association of America. Additional suggestions from PMRC that appeared in an article in the Washington Post, including, hang on, I got a hiccup, printing warnings and lyrics on album covers, requiring record stores to put albums with explicit covers under the counters, pressuring television stations not to broadcast explicit songs or videos, reassessing the contracts of musicians who perform violently or sexually in concert, and creating a panel to set industry standards.
And I hate to say it, the stuff that they were listening didn't hold a candle to what came out in the 90s and early 2000s as far as
Well,
violence.
have you ever heard that old Bumpy Grindy by John and June Carter Cash called Flesh and Blood Needs Flesh and Blood?
And Ring of Fire is an arson movie, a song.
So their number one song that they hate you. This is, I should have started at the bottom of the list. Prince, Darling Nikki. Number two, Sheena Easton, Sugar Walls. It has sex. Judas Priest, Eat Me Alive, Sex and Violence. Breaking the law, breaking the law. Vanity, Strap On, Robbie Baby. Never heard of it. Sex.
Yeah.
Motley Crue. Motley Crap. Motley Crue. Bastard. Violence and language. AC/DC, Let Me Put My Love Into You. Sex. Twisted Sister, We're Not Gonna Take It. Violence. There's no violence and We're Not Gonna Take It. That's only in the video and it's goofy.
Yeah, they meant it to be goofy.
Yeah, it's
It's about
oh
not
my
taking
gosh.
the crap and standing up for yourself. I'm not going to
And
take it.
listening to old people like your dad tell you, what do you want to be when you grow up?
My dad, old folks, old farts, my dad actually liked Twisted Sisters. We're not going to take it.
My gosh. The song
And
and the video, they're quite
he
catchy.
grew up in the big band era.
Yep. Madonna's Dress You Up. Sex.
Just a bad.
Wasp. Animal. F star star K like a beast. Sex, language, and violence. Def Leppard. High and Dry, Saturday Night. I was sitting here thinking, Def Leppard? What? That's so soft it might as well be religious rock. Drug and alcohol use. Merciful Fate, Into the Coven, a cult. Black Sabbath, Trashed, drug and alcohol use. Mary Jane Girls, In My House, sex. Apparently nobody ever tapped Tipper on the shoulder and told her what Mary Jane is.
Yeah, I know.
Venom, Possessed, a cult. Cyndi Lauper.
She bought.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
No, I
Like
mean,
I said.
I can see it on the screen. This is what's called the Filthy 15. But I mean, you know, everybody knows that girls just want to have fun, but nobody remembers any of the other lyrics. Blah, 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 blah. Number one, girls just want to have fun. You know, it's just, who's sitting here studying this stuff? And the idea of, oh, you know what? We don't want our children to hear these lyrics, so print them on the outside where they can see them and read them.
No, then you have to put them in a plain wrapper, like they did so many years, and behind the counter, like they did Playboy, Penthouse, and Hustle.
Yeah, those paper wrappers always crack me up. It's a sleeve. You just bend it a little forward and check out the bazambas on the cover. What was the song called? Bop, 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 she bop. This is so crazy. She bop
Well,
lyrics.
the senator or congressman you brought the first time, your mom, one that was for using LSD.
Us. Elizabeth said it was Brian Wilson who used LSD and, oh, is that what you were telling me, George?
Mm-hmm.
It was Brian Wilson who used LSD and bought and sold it to sometimes took big groups of rich kids to long weekends at the Manson Ranch to take LSD. Not exactly a political movement. Yeah, and now we know. All instigated. Where did LSD come from? CIA, MK Ultra. Go look it
Well,
up yourself. They don't even try
CIA
to
got a
deny it
hold of it,
anymore.
but it did not come from the CIA. It actually came from as a chemical to study mental illness, such as paranoia. What's the other?
Well,
Get it?
I hope
Schizoid.
this doesn't get me fired. But let's read poetically, because I can't even think of the tune of She Bops of Cyndi Lauper. Well, I see 'em every night in tight blue jeans. M being the cutoff for them. In the pages of a Blue Boy magazine. Hey, I've been thinking of a new sensation. I'm picking up good vibrations. Oh, that's why. Am I dropping packets? I sure am. Says
Yeah.
reconnection successful. Are we back together here?